some thingy-majiggy, and then I need my AC capture. Properties, AC capture, yep, is not grabbing onto the Twitch thingy-majiggy. No, I'm gonna say, Phantom, you broke it. I was doing A-okay, and then something broke just as you came in. Oh, thank you for the follow there, Riven. Greatly appreciate it. Alrighty then. Back in, here we go. It'll take a minute for the, what's-a-mahoozy to count this. And then we transfer once more. Let's do it again. Hide this thing. Back over here. Alrighty, there we go. So yeah. Oh, no, wait. Look at that rainbow. Isn't that fantastic? Tell me what he can turn into during the Fourth War in bear form. In bear form. Fourth Age in bear form. You're not telling me he can turn into a bear? It's called bear form.
That's not canon.
What do you mean it's not canon? What do you mean that's not canon? What do you mean that's not canon? Where the fuck am I going? This way. Cool.
Did you see it?
I should have muted for that one. Did that even get through on the mic? Did people actually hear that? We found someone, didn't we? I knew it. I knew we could. If someone could please clip it real quick. I can... Ooh! Oh my god, look at the size of her tits.
Yeah, why did we not realize that was the first thing you were going to stare at, not the size of the big fucking sword?
Everyone has a big sword.
I really like the sword.
You shove through your chest.
Shove it
Like,
up your ass.
Look at the...
I'm focused on murdering her. Because
Look at the
she wants-
titties.
Grant,
don't
stop
focus
looking
on
at the titty!
But it's so good!
I mean, yes, but I don't focus on the titties as someone who wants to fucking murder the shit out of me.
Says Jared just being like, hey, 14, 14, 14, have you heard of the critically acclaimed final... Wait, hang on a second, I got the text. Hang on a second, let me get the text. Says Jared's just like, tapping away and he's like, did you know the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV has a free trial and includes an entirety of a Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heaven's Ward up to level 60 with no restrictions on playtime? Sign up and enjoy Eorzea today. Stronger than 1, stronger than 10, stronger than 100 men. An outsider? But how? By the gods, allies of the Empire! My sincerest apologies for failing to note your arrival. Cookie for Sky. Sky, look! Rabbit girls. Rabbit girls. Hopefully you enjoyed your cookie. It was the warden you wished to know about, yes? My mother, may she rest, saving $200 a month in my normal thingy-majiggy, so 625. So 625 minus $200, which means that even if I get rid of only 2/3 of my, so because I think last month I spent 680 times by 0.666. Even if I only get rid of like 2/3 of my takeaway budget, then there's an additional $450 I can use into other expenses, or I can put it into saving, which means that by the time October comes along, then I would have saved for at least the $3,500 it would have cost me to do that. And that is before I get money from Twitch or from, you know, the tax return from Australia this year. So yeah, also, hi there, Butts. Welcome to the stream. Hi there, Zapper. Tango! Oh, Elon, no, you know what? You know what Elon Musk would be? Elon Musk would be a protogen. Or, stop saying that, Gervium. I'm not dating a Stydian! God damn you. God damn you, I'm not dating a Stinian. Also, hi everyone, welcome. It's Monday. I don't have to work today because our work experiments with like 4-day work weeks here and there. That mug is empty, so I'm gonna push that to the side and put this over here. Still got the water over here. Baxter! Baxter the hero! Thank you so much for the follow. I'm glad to see that's working now. Although I am a little bit confused by that thing. So I've got a little bit of a double up going off. So I might... Hang on a second. I know how to fix that. Stream... Because slowly but surely, I'm trying to get rid of, like, stream element stuff. So, like, I'm trying to move away from using stream elements for, like, all of my alerts and things. And I've just not, you know, properly done the thingamadiggy. What did... You are dating a Stinian and I am not dating a Stinian. Thought I was guessing who was going to get through the door, and I guessed correctly. And then there was just like this nonsense of Alright, hang on a sec. So we got sound alerts, coffee. Is it in the full screen alerts? Is that where it is? Full screen alert overlays. Oh no, it's probably... No, there's core overlays there. There's the just chatting here. And the just chatting will have, let's see, core, yeah, okay, so it is meant to be in core overlays. So core overlays, and then predictions, the lurk bait, coffee, e-fuse, where the fuck? Alright, hang on, go to dashboard. I'll fix this, don't you worry. I'll fix this. This is obviously stuff I could be doing. Alright, so 1440p just chatting. Let's have a look. So we got this one, and then we got the full screen alerts, and then we got the 1440p. Alrighty, so we've got the amuse chat. Alright, so that's all. So that's for all the chatting stuff there. And then this is the full screen alerts. Where, alright, so I'm going to turn off the follower alert and save that change. And then we've got amuse chat email. Alright, cool. So that should work now. Or, so, not that, it's not that it should work, it's that it now has fewer random elements going off. Hi there, Masonic, welcome to the stream. Sorry, I'm just sort of fiddling with all the different buttons here and there. Alright, so this is gonna get flipped up here. That's gonna go down there. Alrighty then. Hello! So, we got Furry Cures who got in first. We've got Angirl, we got Zerix, we got Gervium. Actually, hang on. Gervim. So we got Gervim. We've got, we got our recent follow, Baxter the Hero. I wonder if Baxter is here. It would be nice if they are. Alright, so, pause the music, swap over to gameplay, and... Come on, show yourself. Show yourself, there you go. Alrighty then, so, we're going through more Final Fantasy XIV, because... You go suck a lemon, Furry Cures. So, because we are trying to get through as much of the MSQ as we can. I am about... I checked the stats on like on a web page where I was in the quest.
Calm your rice paddy.
I'm calm, don't worry. We're in Ravana again. Are we in Ravana again? No, we're in Goblin. Oh, you're saying, okay, so too late, you made your bed, now you have to have it with Stinian. I think I have a side quest character when I did it. You chose Graha. Oh, I remember thinking of Shadowbringer's door knocking. You and Kiaru are. Righto, righto. I have just been trying to get... I did not think about doing, like, a server jump thingy-madiggy. Like, it would make sense to do it in Oceania, but considering I'm starting in the morning... there's probably still gonna be, like, American peeps, you know, doing the thingamadiggies. Oh, okay, I see what you are going... I see what my chat was putting down. They were trying to do the goblin D's nuts nonsense. Alright, let's see. We get new boots when we go through this. Tell me, Grant, in the course of watching me, have you learned aught of value? I'm not sure what I'm looking for, but I don't think I've found it yet. If only my work were more interesting. Nevertheless, I'm still indebted to you for keeping Metion company. If there is aught I might do, you need but ask. Chief Hermes, what good fortune to find you here. Is something the matter? The Iacon, I'm afraid it's done it again. No sooner did we release one for observation than it set upon the nearby occupants, slaughtering them. Was the creature hungry or somehow provoked? I had just fed them myself, and the occupants were keeping a wide berth. It is the nature of the icon that it is to blame, their innate viciousness. Temperament aside, it is an outstanding creation, perfect in form and function, though it may not be suited for release. I've no doubt the Bureau will accept its concept for preservation. I've no doubt that the Bureau will accept its concept for preservation. In any case, there's no point in postponing the inevitable. Doros will revert them all once the paperwork is in order. Where is the scene of the incident? Ow. Just off to the 12 Wonders. As you make your way, you should see it on the left. I don't know if Doros is still there, however. Why throw shit at me? You did your Goblin D's nuts joke and called me sexy and all this kind of nonsense. Also, I'm pretty sure Sash is not here. Is Sash here? Is she? No, she isn't. Okay, so, I'm gonna confide in you something, chat. That blue bird thingamadoogie, the Metion, that blue bird, I think, like, I mentioned yesterday how she was, like, a little bit autistically coded and shit. I reckon she's going to be, like, a problem for me. I reckon something's gonna go down, it's gonna be traumatic, and either she's dead or worse. It's gonna be one of those two things. We just can't, like... Look, I know most of the people here in the Unsundered world are technically dead by the time we get to us, but I reckon within our time, like, our time here in the Unsundered world, something's gonna happen, and it's just gonna fucking suck. Because we can't have autistic people in the world without some problem. They have to do something to them. They can't just leave them be. They have to be used as a fucking... Ow! They have to be used as a lesson or something. No, we're not killing her and turning her into soup. Trill me when things happen, as I need to sit by this fan. Not to worry, you sit by that fan. Alright, let me just get my motorcycle out. Masonic, I do appreciate the, you know, the attempt in trying to rile up my chat, but this is like, what, the 4th or 7th time that you've tried to convince people to throw shit at me? You'll be surprised for people to even say hello in the chat. We are very busy individuals watching me on the 2nd or maybe 3rd monitor, depending on your work setup. Who knows, maybe people are working right now and, you know, they can't say anything to me. They just have to, you know, quietly blank face through the 9 to 5 and just be like, yes. No, I agree. We should have a meeting about this. Ow! God damn it, Wolf. What are you doing here? Why are you throwing cactar at me? Pain. Aye. Alrighty then, Hermes. You're working. You're on... I'm on the portrait monitor. Oh, I'm on the portrait! You called me out, time to die? Ah! Look, I wasn't specifically calling you out, okay? I have 3 monitors, alright? And the thing is that the video game is on the center. The TV show or movie that I'm consuming that's not my primary focus is on the left monitor. And then because I'm an L shape, in the top left monitor of the, which is monitor number 3, top left monitor, that's streamers or some other piece of content that doesn't need my focus because that's more than 1 neck movement. So it's like 1, 2, 3. Too many movements. Now, sure, I can just be like, you know, diagonal like this, but, you know, that's too much to, you know, just this. You see the difference? It's a huge difference. Anyway, so yeah. But yeah, this lady right here, her, keep an eye on her. I reckon something terrible is going to happen, because we're not going to be able to have nice things in this unsundered world, I imagine. You have a main 4K monitor for work, and a portrait which used to be for programming is now a streamer window. I have been thinking of updating my layout here in my office, because having 3 monitors, I think 3 monitors is too much. I think it needs to be 2, but I need to change the functionality of the 2. I think what I want to do is I want to have an ultra-wide as my main monitor, and then a 4K monitor off on the side. Because the ultra-wide, I feel like, is just a good one for gaming and, you know, doing halves and quarters or third, like, monitor setups and such. And then the 4K monitor is, you know, more for movies and like, maybe some 3D nonsense. But I've not done 3D in a while. How's your sugar supply, Mr. Zeebs? I have no sugar. I am drinking, this is not sponsored, by the way, but if anyone from PepsiCo is watching me, I will most certainly try to, I'll try and make a Pepsi can in Blender and try and make it a prop that my hand can hold and such. But I am drinking the Maximum Taste Zero Sugar Pepsi Max. Observe. Also, I remember to play lurk fishing from the Steam window rather than from the whatsamahoozy things. Alright, what are you gonna say, Medion? Oh, jeez. Oh, yeah, she has, like, a huge connection of empathy. Make Pepsi a throwable? I could make Pepsi a throwable as well. That is a possibility. I'm pretty sure there's already, like, a nondescript can, but if they want it to be a Pepsi can, I'm gonna need to ask PepsiCo to do that for me. Can I, like, get through my MSQ? Alright, Hermes. The lacerations and burns are unmistakable. An icon was indeed responsible. But the creature is nowhere to be seen. Doros must have taken it away. The man makes his base at the 12 Wonders. I shall go and seek him out there. Emmett Selch and I will search the area for good measure, just to make sure the icon did not escape. Excuse me. You know a friend who has Monster Energy cans as a throwable? Question. Why are the Monster Energy cans taller? Like, why isn't there, like, a... Why are the cans different sizes? Like, Amazon Iced Tea, Pepsi/Coke, Red Bull, Monster... Why are they different sizes? Why doesn't Red Bull just make the same size can as like, Coca-Cola and Pepsi? Why do Monster make a can that's, like, twice as tall? My thanks. Let us meet at the 12 Wonders when you have finished. I will go on ahead. Please follow with Grant. Come! It's down this path and over the bridge. Alright, we got places to go. Am I going the right direction is the question. 336 to the west. Nice. So we are heading towards an Aether Current. Cool. So yeah. I have a different set of attire on. Like, hang on a second. Is there a way for me to... I wonder if there is a way to, like, not in the even gave his lover Astinian a nickname. No, I thought that's how you spelt it, okay? You don't blame my misspelling, okay? As, like, it just got spelt incorrectly. That is not my fault. Also, thank you for the Hyper Himbo, Sir Dragon. There we go. Fuck you, bird. Things just want to kill me, don't they? There it is! The 12 Wonders! Hermes is looking for Doros. Let's look for Doros too. He's a man with long blonde hair, I think. I'll know him when I see him. Metion is now accompanying you. Yep, cool. Hi there, Popcat. Hyper Himbo should be stackable. You know, that would be a nice idea, but... I don't know how well it would work out. And, you know, maybe when I'm on break for a month, or I should probably probe Wolk before I go on break for a month. I should probably probe him and be like, hey, I have some ideas. Do you think you have time? And then that way, like, when I'm not streaming and all that kind of shit, I'm on break trying to exercise and all these other kinds of good habits, Wolk can then be busy and all that kind of shit. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe I'll go on break for longer than a month, maybe. Who knows? But yeah, I used to have a redeem called, like, this was during the Macro March month. So I used to have a redeem that was just, like, bigger. And then, like, you know, I get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger because technically the shape key can go beyond 100%. Because the whole point of a shape key is that there's an interpretation from 0 and its placement to 100. And so by, you know, so it's basically like the shape key is knowing like what the vector is. And then to make it go beyond 100, it's like, oh, then the vector goes beyond, like, you know, our 0 to 1. Because we know what our initial velocity is and our final velocity is. And so we're able to extrapolate what the, you know, constant is and da-da-da. So. Alright, so we got a dark-haired man. We got a blonde-haired woman. Is this them? If you're with Marion, then I assume you're on an errand for Hermes. What can I do for you? Sorry, wrong person. We're looking for Doros. I see. We do have similar hair, so people often mistake us from afar. I hope you find him soon. Oh, it's a dude. Okay, it's a man with long blonde hair. We're not looking for a dark-haired man. We're looking for a blonde-haired man. Attuned to this. But yeah, hi there, Meeps. Welcome to the stream. You know what? Fuck it. Hang on. Damn it. I was gonna change my shirt, but since I don't have a shirt, I'm not changing it. Cookie! For Bookie! Here's your cookie, Bookie. Can't be stealing my shirt. Hello. Celeste. Nice. Blonde-haired man. Is this it? Doros! That's Doros! Well now, if it isn't Metion, what brings you here? Cookie for Meeps! Here's your cookie, Meeps. You found something that's gonna make you go on a rant? Have you now? Wait until this dialogue. Ah, I thought I heard familiar voices. I didn't realize you two had decided to help me search for Doros. Thank you. You're in charge of the,
Icons.
Icons. You're in charge of the icons, I believe. Where are they now? Out in the fields in restraints. Frenzies as they were, I couldn't well return them to Catissus. Once I've submitted my report, I'll see them reverted without delay. It's as he says. The beasts are indeed quite ferocious. You're one of the 14! What brings you here? Nothing you need concern yourself with, as you, We've heard the news that an icon slaughtered occupants. As the observer in charge, you are of the opinion that they are not fit to be released? I am. Their abominable aggression and exceptional strength makes for a highly problematic combination. It matters not where they are released. Icons would threaten other species and upset the natural order. Could it be that the specimens observed are an outlier? Highly unlikely. We've created a good many of them. All exhibited the same tenacities. Even when we used Kairos to begin with a fresh slate, their behavior was unchanged. Kairos? A memory reconfiguration system. The chief himself created it. It allows us to erase or alter memories. That way, that we may observe creations in different environmental conditions without needing to remake them from scratch. Quite impressive, and potentially dangerous, depending on the intensity of the etheric emissions.
Calm your rice
Pashatrop
paddy.
may wish to have words with you. You calm your right. Also, hi Morse, welcome to the stream. I know this looks very similar to Kingdom Hearts, what with, like, you know, the fucking black robes, but this isn't Organization 13. Because Emmett Selch, this bastard right here, I fucking hate him. I don't know why Sashera has such a hard-on for this man. That fucking like, this dude here. He has this snoiting... He has this Draco Malfoy energies to him, and I hate him. Anywhoosies, he's part of the 14th. Completely different from Organization 13, because that's 13 individuals, and he's on a council of 14 individuals. Also, what you send me? I got a message. Yay! More... Thank you for the Mountain Dew codes. You're right, this is not an Organization 13. This is the convocation of the 12 plus 1. 14! Ow. Hi there, Machine King. Isn't that Griffith from Berserk? What, the person on the left here? Or are you still talking about Emmett Selch? No, Emmett Selch is Lucius Malfoy, because Lucius Malfoy has the same outfit. Or he has the same hair. Rest assured, I've kept all values within prescribed limits, and to prevent misuse, its applications are limited to those authorized by the Chief Overseer. Do not misunderstand. To manipulate a subject's memories is an intrusive act, and I deeply abhor, but it is still preferable to execution. Come now, Chief. Let's not be so melodramatic. What was born of Aether is simply being reduced to its original state. I know the distinction concerns you, but we mustn't lose sight of the bigger picture, making rational choices for the sake of a more prosperous star. If a creation cannot be properly studied even with the aid of Kairos, we remake it. If a creation is deemed a detrimental experience, we unmake it. 'Tis all for the greater good. The greater good. And none question the necessity of such routine processes. I understand these things. I do. I would never think to unleash a clear and undeniable threat onto the world. Yet, insignificant though their individual lives may be next to all creation, it is all the icons have. Before we seal their fates, we owe it to these beings to exhaust all options, to ensure that nothing has been overlooked. If you insist, let me provide you with a full report, and we may take it from there. Oh, I have my shirt back, which means I can now I can now do the thing. I can do the cool thing. Check this out. I haven't done this in a while because it was always like it's not the fiddliest thing I have to do in this system, but it's a nice one to do, which is this, being able to wear whatever kinds of shirts I want. Would it be possible for us to attend to the discussion that Emmett Selch may better carry out his duties? By all means. Also, hang on. Break. Now, Zarix! Pray, show them to the meeting room. You okay, kid? She's probably sensing a shit ton of, like, pain from Hermes or something. I feel like Hermes might have overstepped somewhere. We've not yet seen the thingamadiggy. Blizzard is apparently banning people for, if you're not making this up, going on a losing streak in competitive matches in Overwatch 2. That sounds like a fact-checking. That sounds like something to fact-check. Hang on a second. Blizzard banning a month ago, February 2024. Hypocrisy of Overwatch 2's new ban system. A week ago, there's reports of Call of Duty bans. They do it in waves and shit like that. Cause like the fact of the matter is that that's how Blizzard likes to do it. The person posted it 6 hours ago. Ah, well, if it's like one person went on a losing streak and can't appeal, make sure you also don't say the SH word in mission chat. Sounds like they're not telling us everything. Because I'm gonna be real with you right now, losing streaks can get down into like a negative LP. So like making it so that you're like, let's say a diamond user or something like that, then you go on a losing streak to go down into bronze, and then you 12 in a row. Zarix, do you like here's one of the things. When it comes to competitive games, yes, you can go on a losing streak. That is a thing, but here's what happens. Because this is an online game where you are competing against tens of thousands of people at the same time, they are using skill-based matchmaking. Now, Call of Duty probably has, like, the more radical of the skill-based matchmaking and what have you, but the premise is still the same. Utilizing metrics from before the match and utilizing metrics within your session, it evaluates where you are ranked. If you are doing poorly, let's say in 3 matches or so, it will move you down into a lower rank. It's not an active, like, you know, oh, let's move you down by 3 players, let's move you down by 12, yada, yada, yada. Instead, it's a case of, all right, you are in an echelon of searches for approximately, you know, 250 other people that are searching at this moment. After 3 to 5 matches, it moves you down into an entirely different rank, like, band of players to compete against. Losing 12 times in a row is not statistically possible. It's if you're doing it properly. If you are playing a video game with the intent to win, and your placement in matches is being, like, you know, adjusted based off of your rates, 12 losses is, you know, something's up. And besides, like, I'm not about to watch a TikTok video right now. TikTok isn't exactly my preferred source of getting information on how shit goes down. To man, other beings are just things to be used and controlled like magic. That's what Hermes told me once. Yay, new boots! Granted, the kid is having, like, a traumatic time, but fuck that, I get new boots. There we go. Oh, that's why. Ding, dong, apply. There we go. Sorry, because I wanna keep looking like one of the peeps. Alrighty then. You used to love Brood War. You haven't really enjoyed Blizzard lately. I have not played a Blizzard game ever since the news first came out about, you know, the whole Activision Blizzard and their frat house behavior in the studios, the California Republic, you know, suing them because of their workplace and what have you, Bobby Kotick being a dick and throwing people under the bus and trying to excuse himself of blame, and most recently, like, Microsoft purchasing out Blizzard for, like, $69 billion. And the thing is that after the shit that Microsoft has just done right now, I'm still probably not going to be playing an Activision game in recent times, or in the so far future. Like, there's only so many ways you can influence the capitalist market, because there's only two levers. It's a bit of a reverse ratchet problem, like it is in the United States politics. The only way you can contribute into the talks about, like, you know, what the economy is doing and what have you, is you spend money. When it comes to video games, that's it. That's all you can do, is you can spend money. If you're not spending money, you're not, you know, participating, you're not voting and what have you. Which is a bit problematic, because you can't, like, short of, you know, what's happened with Helldivers 2, where there was a whole ton of refunds, which that is the closest you can get to negative currency of, oh, hey, I am going to negatively influence your product. That's how you do it, is by taking away money from the company. And I'm meaning, like, actually taking away money from the company. Not like, oh, they're sharing passwords. We're losing so much money. No, you're not losing money by people sharing passwords. You're just not going to be able to get money because you were never going to get them in the first place. Refunds, however, that's losing money. Having your content barred from a country and them reversing any purchases within that country, that's losing money. And that's really the only, like, legitimate way consumers can, you know, influence a company negatively speaking, is by somehow doing a refund. Otherwise, your only option is do not participate. I would rather sit in that stall of not participating in Activision Blizzard shit. Like, don't go into Candy Crush, don't go into Diablo 4, don't go into Overwatch or any of their older content. Just step aside. So, sometimes they get things right, others they make up a ton of stuff, especially medical stuff. Oh, wait, no, it's because Popcat said TikTok is the gold standard of truth. No, TikTok is like the gold standard of like unfiltered opinion is what it is. This is the problem when it comes, because here's the thing. Like, this is the issue that we have with the internet right now, is that truth and fiction is given the same level of like, you know, publicity. There, like, articles that are true do not get a natural, like, you know, buff in terms of, you know, retweeting and all that kind of such compared to like falsehoods. It isn't like falsehoods are given a negative because it's like, oh, it's not true. Because how the fuck would you police content that is true or false? You can't. And if you do, you're running into a 1984's problem, which is you are now having a government or whatever sort of organization insisting upon what is true and false, and that will definitely come into play if you are dealing with anything morally specific, because morals are bias, which means that the truth is going to be biased as well. But yeah, we're living in a modern age where, you know, there is some stuff where it's like, you probably don't have to assess whether it's true or false, like, because here's the thing. Any opinions about Final Fantasy XIV or anything about Final Fantasy is going to be seen as false. So if we try and set things on the internet get boosted because they're true, and anything that is false gets, negative, like, spread and shit like that, everything fictitious would be, like, shrunken down and what have you. Ah, hey, there's Sash. Hi. I fear this discussion may take a while, during which time... Medion, are you feeling unwell? It's not me, Hermes. It's you. I won't go to the meeting. I'll stay with Grant. Loath though I am to impose, may I leave Metion in your care again? You can count on me. I'm in your debt. If you'll excuse, don't be trying to pull him out of lurking. We aren't going to be shaming people who lurk. I heard someone needed an emotional Mikote. Yes. Yes. Invite to party. Because, like, this bitch right here, Medion, something's gonna happen to her. I just know it. I know something is going to happen to her. Also, I should probably go into my VC, just in case. There we go. Alrighty, Medion. Can you help me with something, Grant? The meeting will make Hermes sad. I want to cheer him up with a flower. Hermes likes flowers the most of all the creations in Elpis. Most creations are expected to be interesting or beautiful or strong, better in some way, but flowers are different. They're designed to suit our emotions, what we feel and what we convey. Hermes likes that. I can't make flowers, so I'll search for one, and I want you to search with me. Let's start here at the 12 Wonders. Yep, you are now my companion. Does this thing work? No, it doesn't. There we go. Oh, there's her fox. I'm gonna pet the fox. There we go. Nice. Hope you're oh yeah, Sash, is it still your birthday? Is it still your birthday, Sash? Is it still your birthday? Because I remember we were giving, like, birthday wishes yesterday, but I think time zone-wise, Sash is only, like, 2 hours behind me, so technically, like, it's now a day after her birthday. Let's see. You think it's a fish? No, because she said, I think Saturday she was saying it was, like, Saturday she was saying, 20th of May is technically my birthday. Dazzy's just a goof. Radio. Oh, hello, Tatsu. Invite to party. Tatsu steals my shirt. Jeez, thanks. So yeah, 20th of May is technically your birthday. Hey, it's the 20th of May! God damn it, Tatsu. Fine, never mind. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Sash. Happy birthday to you. Alright, we're done. Moving on. I love how, like, a majority of the NPC, or sorry, not NPCs, but a majority of the other PCs here are just, like, in costume as well. We're all like, yes, as we are in the unsundered world, we must wear the same clothes to remove individuality. Vibrant purple flowers bigger than your hand adorn the tree. Ooh, so big and bright. I love them. But they might be too bright. You have to think of the recipient. That's what Hermes says. Okay, fine. We won't get... We'll use more than just the big bright ones then. How about... this one. You add a hat to yours because you are an individual. A tall, slender tree rises before you. You crane your neck to look for flowers. No flowers. If there were apples, we could have covered them in syrup. Let's head outside next. Don't worry, we won't wander far. Nice. That'll be tomorrow for me in 3.5 hours. Nice. Alright. Oh, compass. Hang on. 113 something to the east. Okay, so... I just need to really quickly get an aether current, okay? Here we go, here we go. Do. Oh, there it is. See it, I see it, I see it. It was, I'll be real with you, it was really tempting, like, editing this glamour plate to have it so that it came with a scarf as well. I probably should have done that. Actually, you know what? I should probably do that. I just need to find... Is there a place, like, in this area that I can go to for, like, a, like... You know how there's, like, a lodging, and normally you can get to a glamour chest from there? If I can do that here, then I could apply the scarf, because it's not... It's in my glamour dresser. It's not in my, it's not in my inventory. There isn't one here. Damn it. An array of beautiful flowers grow in the bed, their mix of colors forming a pattern. These would be better for Hermes, but they're hedged in. That means we shouldn't touch them. They're either under observation or poisonous. Any other place should be fine, though. Let's keep looking. Alrighty. Donk. Dink. Oh, hang on. Oh, I remember these things. These motherfuckers are all over, Gridania. I've seen these plants before. My eyes! Set on a tall, thin stalk, the oddly shaped flower is memorizing in its undulation. Oh, a conion! A flower that can move! When Hermes wasn't looking, it shoots seeds at him. Not a good gift, maybe. But you're great. But you're good, Grant, at spotting flowers. We'll find something soon. Look at these two Mikotes. Just being fucking gremlins. Bonk. Dunk. Actually, hang on a second, hang on a sec. 113 to the west. Awesome. Oh, wait, literally, I was about ready to drive, but never mind. The flower patch is right here at this junction. You spy nothing promising nearby. At best, common-looking grasses with with a few tiny flowers. Nothing around here. Over there, Grant! Something big! Huge! Alright, T, let me get my car out. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. A terrible stench reminiscent of sodden old boots pervades the air. Without a doubt, the culprit is the marble-like creature before you. It's an Adonis. The things around its mouth look like petals, but the flowers are the orbs on its head. Ah. Kind of like, what do you call those things? The ones that you, like, they look like a cotton ball, and then you, like, blow on them, and they dissipate and shit. Flick, like, rode on one in A Bug's Life, like, at the beginning of the film. It's not I don't think it's a dandelion, it's something else. Oh, it is a dandelion, okay. Hi, Sage, welcome to the stream. When Hermes inspected it, it swallowed him up. He didn't leave his room for days. What do you think, Gran? Would he like it? It's probably not the good sort of memory. So, not this one either. Finding a good flower, it's harder than I thought. I'm sorry, Grant, but could we search a bit more? Maybe as far as the fields over there. I'll pick something after that. I promise. Alrighty, where is... 57 to the north. Okay, so it's really close by. Oh, there it is. I see it. Holy shit, there's a giant shark walking around. The fuck is that thing? Hope you're doing well. Have a good morning. Has stream been teaching you well? Stream has just started. We're just going through the MSQ right... Oop. We're just going through the MSQ right now. I have a feeling that this blue bird lady here, Metion, something terrible is gonna happen to her. I asked Sashera about it, and Sash was like, I plead the fifth. Oh, god damn you. There we go. So, yeah. Lush green fields stretch out before you, ending where the sky begins. Aw, there's nothing. The shiny thing over there! What could it be? Shiny thing? Oh hey, it's the Elpis flowers! These cool things, the ones that convey emotions and shit. Elpis flowers! They're here too! Hermes likes and dislikes them at the same time. Like me, they're Entelichis. Like me, they feel his pain and turn dark. That's only for Hermes, though. For others, they're always white and bright. It's a little sad that they're not, like, you know, doing any cool, bright emotions with him. Truly? The flower was dark in your home? Then, do you have it too? A dark emotion? Ah. I dare say I have a few. You don't have to say it. I can feel, you know, it's something you want to hide. But won't you lend it to me? The darkness inside. No, 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 no. That is a terrible idea. I'm not sharing my depression with you. I want you to make the flower dark in front of Hermes. Why? He's been in a dark place since before he created me. He needs to know that he isn't there alone, that others are sad. Aw. I guess, like, if it's an empathy thing. I don't want to share it with you, is all. Thank you, Grant. Thank you. It means more to me than I can say. I can't wait to see how Hermes reacts. Let's go back and fetch him. Alright. Wait, did we get the flower? Yeah, we got the flower. Cool. Alright. Alright, is there any more currents I need to find? Not for another, like, 400 alms. Parkour! Yay, depression. You're gonna get all dark and moody one day, aren't you? That's your thing. It seems they're still talking. Let's wait until they finished. Uh-oh.
Hermes!
Oh. You were waiting for me.
Oh yeah, like...
You've finished talking?
Yes. We've come to a decision. My thanks for keeping Meteon company. Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus have already retired to their rooms. There is room for you too, if you
Cookie for Bookie! Here's your cookie, Bookie.
Wait! I want to show you something first.
Hopefully it doesn't upset him.
Elpis flowers?
Go on.
That's an interesting purple.
You're not the only one, Hermes. Others feel sad too. You're not alone.
I see Meteon has shared much with you. May we talk a moment?
He does look depressed. He looks tired. Jesus Christ, overseers don't get a good time, do they? Hedgehog. Yes, I am
I
aware.
don't think it wrong that we
I'm gonna be real with you. I thought he was gonna look exactly like, Ashal, or whatever his name was back in Stormblood, because Fandaniel took over his body and all that kind of shit. So.
And yet, in carrying out my duties here, there are times when I am plagued by doubt. Do you recall what Hythlodaeus said when we first spoke of my nomination?
Vaguely. You were upset by the previous Hermes or the previous Fandaniel, and you weren't too certain if you were ready to,
Death
you know...
is the privilege of those who have fulfilled their purpose, a choice they embrace of their own free will, and when they depart, it is always beautiful. Perhaps it is, but only for man. Creations that he deems useless are discarded with nary a second thought. Some scarcely born into the world, afforded a handful of breaths before life and potential are abruptly extinguished. We make an effort to spare them the pain, but they sense what awaits. Rage and anguish and cower and fear, and it is not beautiful. Yet no one cares. No one. So fixated are we upon the duty that we do not pause to question the method. Pain and suffering, confusion and despair, writ plain in the eyes of those poor creatures.
Yeah, you like cracked at some point. You just went like full psychopath. How did you get there?
Yet no one sees. We turn a blind eye and carry on in blissful ignorance. Nor to miss. And always, always the blossoms shine pure and white. A contradiction so blatant I could scream, want to scream. How can you all accept this aberration?
I don't know.
Then I wonder, am I the aberration for thinking thus? And I am filled with dread. But now I know I'm not alone. Not the only one for whom the flowers weep. I won't ask what you thought as you kneeled beside the Alpes, or if you only did it at Meteon's insistence. Nevertheless, I thank you. To know that you too have experienced suffering is a comfort.
Glad I could be of service.
To so willingly lend an ear to ease my burden.
You love the wardrobe change to
You are a
retain?
strange one.
I used to have it, like, this was a thing that I did for, like, a lot of the different games I was playing. I would have a shirt that was different depending on the game we were playing. And, like, there's a lot... Here's the thing. I have a lot of shirts, okay? I have so many of them we could be going through, alright? Like, let me just demonstrate to you. So, like, this is the default one. This is the one that... I've been trying to wear this more often, so then that way, whenever there is clipping being done and shit like that, you can obviously see the branding, the himbo branding. Then I've got some that have been done by artists. So, for example, All Titty is Good Titty. This one's done by Unnamed. This is one of their brands. He's amazing at this, and normally all his big titty women wear it, but, you know, I agree with this. It's like in Japan, how you have the oppai shirt. And then Fat Wolf has made this one, Be More Massiver. And then this is Booster Pang's one that I'm pretty sure Booster Pang has like an actual store you can buy this. I don't have a copy. I don't have a real life copy of this shirt. Alright, but here it is, Himbo. And then I started having shirts for different games and what have you. So Final Fantasy Cactar, obviously. Here's one for when I was going through Kingdom Hearts, Spider-Man, God of War, Dark Souls. This one I wore. This was a really quick, you know, pour one for Halloween. The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars. This one is probably like my favorite shirt that I've designed because like I learned how to do all these cool like dots and things. So then that way it looks a little bit like I'm showing off my shirts. Why are you stealing my shirts? So yeah, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 15. I've got 16 different shirts. I have so many different shirts we can choose from.
The stars in the heavens. Know you what they are?
Not these ones, but you're welcome to tell me.
No, it is too far to tell. Each glittering light could be a world not unlike Aetheris. A world filled with life. So many stars, so many lives. For us, there may be no higher purpose than to live for our world. But what of the other living beings out there? What is it that gives their lives meaning? That drives them day after day after day? To pose that question to our undiscovered cousins, I created beings of Dynamis, who can traverse the vast emptiness between the stars. Meteon and her sisters.
Sisters? She's not the only one?
Aye, sisters. She has a great many of them, and they have already departed on their journey. traveling to one star and then the next in search of life.
Oh,
As
okay.
one might expect, exploration on such a grand scale is rife with difficulties, and thus far I've naught to show for it. But I have faith that we will make some manner of discovery ere long.
Thank
And when
you.
we do, I should be glad to share.
Although
our
you should
findings
thank
with you
Wolk.
in
Wolk
gratitude
designed
for your
me.
kindness.
This has all been done by Wolk, and all I've been doing is texture swaps. I'm not really good
It's
at some of
getting
the
rather
stuff, I
late.
will be real with you.
We had best find our beds.
And that's
It would not
because
do for both of us.
I
to be
don't
sleep deprived on the
consistently
morrow.
keep to doing 3D. I think the most consistent I stayed was like last year when I did like a month stint of like
Come,
once a
Ethan.
week doing
Let's head back.
Blender shit. But it was all like brain rot for me. Like it I didn't learn more. I was just working on what I already knew because I was like in the middle of streaming, and learning, it does not work at the same time. Hey, what's up? What's up with the kid? Hello? Meteon? So, there's others like her out in the stars, apparently. But yeah, I would like to, you know, be better at 3D, but the thing is like, hello? Hello, listen. There he is. Invite to party. There he is. Okay, why? Okay, hang on. How do I there we go. Look at this. Look at that. Stop, Cristo. Alright, I'm gonna do some GP posing. Give me a second. How do I get everyone to face the camera? There we go. Sorry, I'm just gonna... Alright, heart. There we go. Precious! Hang on, I now need to give it to Sashera. So then that way, and Tatsu, so then that way they have a copy of the screenshot, because I know they'll appreciate it. Why do I look so depressed? I think it's just because, like, I think that's just great, because the two of us, me and Tatsu, are just like, yay! And then here you are, just like, you don't want to do this. You're just so done. You're just like, nah. You could try and fix it if you want. Hang on a second. I now need to... What is the naming convention of Final Fantasy XIV's, like, screenshot system? I swear to Christ, there is not a consistent naming scheme to their screenshots. Like, give me a second. Yeah, it's sorted by name right now. So if I group by date... Alright, there we go. And then I need to find Sashera and give it to her. Ooh, excuse me. Tatsu is Azim, Grant is Hyflodeus, and you're Emmett? I haven't met Azim yet. Wouldn't I be... stretching? Ugh. G-pose? Yeah, so like, look at this. Alright. There we go. You won't meet Azim. Radio. Oh, okay, we're changing. We got a new pose? We got a new pose. Alright, hang on a sec. Oh my god, you're in a goal. Alright, let's see. Will Sashara change her expression in the next 5 seconds? 4, 3, 2, 1, and pose. Alright, we'll put you... So then that... Actually, let's see. Okay, so that's a... Alright, here we go. Everyone look at the camera. Alright, hang on. I need to hide the minions. Pet. Players minions. There we go. Alright. Which one is the screenshot one? Tab is the thing of it. Oh, okay, so there isn't a... Alright. There we go. Oh, okay, okay, okay. So... There we go. Nice! You can't do that when I have a stream delay. Oh no! You're delayed by a stream! If only there was like, you know, like a little, like, channel that you and I can coordinate this kind of nonsense to. You're just always gonna be fucking depresso is what it is. Look at us. Nice. There we go. Alrighty. Also, you two need to go back into what's Mahoozy outfits, because we're still in Elphis. We're still in an unshattered world. Alright. What cunty thing is Emmett gonna tell me? The prodigal familiar returns, and after causing all manner of trouble while we were out in our meeting, I'm sure. Yeah, he's a dick. He sounds like such a dick. I hate him. I hate him! An all too brief interlude, perhaps, but it is time I attend to my next task. As Emmett Selch and Hyphlodeus are aware, we reached a verdict regarding the fate of the icons. Hi there, Blue. Nice to see you. Are you gonna get me a pair of scales? Are you buying something for me? Hang on, let me do my fingers. Are you buying something for me? No? Okay. As Emmett and, Emmett Selch and Hyphlodeus are aware, we are reaching yeah, I already said that. 7 were created for observation. And all 7 must be unmade. Oh, he's not happy. Doros has followed the correct protocols, and as Chief Overseer, I can find no fault in his judgment. The icons would disrupt the natural order, ravaging and consuming other species until they themselves starve and perish. They cannot be released into the wild, and they cannot be allowed to remain here in Elphis. I intend to petition the Bureau of the Architects to have the concept preserved as a restricted purpose, hazardous life form. Hyphlodeus has pledged to support me in this endeavor. Yet, whenever the Bureau decides, the existing icons have served their purpose. Actually, should I make this bigger? Let's see. Oh, too big. 140. There we go. Doros has already isolated the creatures and is prepared to carry out the necessary measures. I will join him forthwith. It is my duty to witness the conclusion to this study. If you are resolved, then we have but to accompany you. Of course. Let us be off, then. We return to the main aisle. Welcome, Xerix. Invite you to the party while you're here. Alrighty. So there's another blue tick there. Aether currents. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, so we're halfway on the discovery ones. To the north. Ah, okay, so it's that way. Let's see, 415, so it's right on the edge. Hippotho. Hello, Hippotho. Aether current, yes, please. It's one of those cat things. Oh, I'm just to speak with it? Okay. Excuse me. If I just have to follow this thing, this is a very quick blue tick, it is. What's more is, it's going in the direction of the whatsamahoozy, of the, Oh, nope, it is not going around the direction I thought it was gonna go. I thought it was gonna go up this way to where the, possible Aether current was gonna be. Alert you to 2 new barrier that are facing one and look at you expectingly. Alright, we got some creatures to fight! Teamwork. Look at us go. Headed to Gridania to get your robes. Did you get your robes again? Where are you? Ah, okay, so you're just over there. Nice. We just need to hand in this quest. And then we'll move on to more of the MSQ. I just wanted to get the blue tick out of the way quickly. Up there they are. There he is. Yours is a different color to ours. The first thing that popped in my head was you rock up to the wrong clan meeting. That's the first thing that popped in my head. I'm sorry. Nah, I'm a little bit... Okay, cool. I'm sorry, that was the first thing that popped into my head. She seems quite content, but in the name of service, what were the results? As expected. Yep, cool. Hand that in. There we go. Alright. Alright, let's see if 400 malms is just in there. Let's see. 274. They have dog. They cool. I can have a dog as well. Like, here we go. Here we go. Ah, god damn it! It's probably up on that island there. Shit. Unless. Nope. Okay. Cool. They were. Oh. Jeez. I almost thought for a second you were gonna jump off. Alright. Observe as I will go. Oh, of course, Zarex already has all the Aether Currents here, doesn't he? Doros, are you hurt? What happened here? They caught me off guard. I had them bound with Aether shackles, but they became frenzied, even more so than usual, and broke free. I was able to stop 4. The other 3 escaped. I see them. 2 have taken to the air above the 12 Wonders. The last is up ahead, lurking in the fields. You and Grant handle that one. The pair in the sky you can leave to me. Sounds good. If this is how it must end, then so be it. I will render assistance to Emmett Selch, unneeded though it is. Metion, you are to stay here with Doros. But Hermes! The icons must be reverted. I would spare you their pain and mine. This is my burden, not yours. But if you are intent on helping, then please, follow my lead. Now look at you chickens. I love how Zarex is just like, there is absolutely no side quests here. Dun, dun. I appreciate your help and lament that it is necessary. There it is, our quarry, within striking distance at present, but it feels threatened. It may well flee beyond our reach. Here's my plan. You will approach slowly, in full view, and draw the icon's attention. Now, I warn you, its ability is as fiery as its temperament. Once it spots you, it will unleash orbs of flame. But fear not. By my measure, you are more than equal to the task. Withstand the onslaught for a few brief moments, and that will give me time to catch it unawares. Ready? Then let's begin. Oh joy. So just stand out here and wait for the fire. There we go. God damn it, you gotta summon more of them? Thank you. Grant didn't use no mercy. I don't use the gunbreaker that often.
Now.
Ah! Yeah. Oh, that's a cool staff. It looks very much like Hermes' staff from the Greek mythology, which, you know, makes sense.
Forgive me.
Glug, glub, glug, glub, glug.
Alrighty.
Please. Forgive me.
Hermes ain't
May
taking this
you
too well.
And your kin find peace. Where souls may drift in the underworld.
I'm good. I just nearly choked
May
on
you
water.
find tranquil seas. Be not forgotten. In concept endure. To reclaim form and one day live again.
Mm-hmm.
Serve not the star, or any purpose.
You stole my
of your
shirt,
own.
Tatsu.
Live again. If that be your desire.
Ah, there we go.
Hate, if that be your want. We are worthy. But leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens, be born anew. Fly high. Fly free.
Join the convocation, Hermes. You do not belong here.
Leave to replace another. To be replaced. It changes nothing. Tell me, do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star? And when the star has reached perfection, what then? If all who are satisfied choose to die, shall we all die in satisfaction? I do not know. Were I to take up the seat of Fandaniel, it would be tantamount to approving my predecessor's death. I do not know if it is right.
You're not responsible for
And to be
his death,
torn
though.
by such thoughts. I do not know if I am fit to represent mankind.
Hermes! Please don't be angry. It hurts so.
Forgive me. If you would still consider me in spite of everything, I beg some time to gather my thoughts. Meanwhile, Hythlodaeus, I fear I must trouble you to attend to the others.
'Tis no trouble at all. Take as long as you require.
I'm not fully familiar of, like, the full purpose of the Convocation of the 14 prior to the final
And you,
days.
my friend.
Like, I know their
pray you
purpose in
find
the final
that
days was to
succeed.
try and save everyone, but, like, is their purpose, like, prior to the final days was, like, just as a governing council or what have you? Because...
I expect we have some few matters to discuss. Shall we return to the 12 Wonders for a time?
They're basically the government. Okay.
Aye.
Like... Hermes meant... I don't think... Hermes, like, morally speaking, I think would be an appropriate position in the government. Because he is obviously someone that, he's obviously someone that could care for more than just, like, oh, the pursuit of perfection action. And he would actually have, like, a care for the, for the means and wouldn't see them as a justification for the end. But I don't think mentally he's there for the government. Because if he's going to be strung up about, you know, issues such as these, such as the whole, like, oh, the removal of, like, some of the Aether beings, like, that we've just dealt with, it's like, that's going to need to be something you need to be able to compartmentalize. The other icons have been taken care of. The incident is resolved, and life in Elpis continues as normal. Or ends, as the case may be. Rationally speaking, I understand Hermes' argument. No matter how well deserved the rest, there is a pang of sadness when a colleague leaves us. Yet never has a departure caused me such grief as Hermes appears to feel. What must it be like to experience such torment? Ah. Alright, the only thing I'm missing is the headgear, and we should be good. Where to now? If there is anywhere you would like to visit before we leave, I should be glad to show you the way. Hermes has not yet outright refused this position with a convocation, merely postponed the decision. As much as I may as well resume my assessment, if we cannot occupy him, then I will content myself with questioning his colleagues. Ever the pragmatist, allow me to remain your humble guide. And what of you, Grant? Will you continue along with us? Yep. Wonderful. Our fellowship travels unbroken. I say, we shall explore another part of Elpis and see what new encounters there are to be had. If you would follow me, we will head back towards Anagnoris. Jesus Christ. Code is gonna have a terrible time trying to interpret half of these names. He's just gonna have a terrible time. I think, like, why? I bet these are, like, a lot easier to read if it's all in Hiragana-ishi, because that one is basically just, you know, the pronunciation characters rather than, you know, interpretation of the characters. It is definitely Greek. Alright. I'm gonna go. The Russ... You know, you could have... Nah, because it's halfway there. And what's more is we're gonna go for a detour. Hi there, Cap! Yes, I've been going around the, like, unsundered world recently. And then I, like, met Metion... Like, okay, Cap, you've gone through Endwalker, right? Is Metion autistically coded? Or was I just, like, you know, fucking weird for thinking that? Oop. There we go. Dazzy's online! Alright, here we go, here we go. We got some trees to take care of. That way we can get our shared fate done. Oh, wow. That's it? Just those 3 and that's it? We're done? Jesus. Yeah, the power gauge is increased. Upon learning the trait Cartridge Charge 2, a third cartridge can be stored in the power gauge or added to the gauge by using combos. Cartridges can be used to execute several actions. The symbol indicates the defensive stance Royal Guard is in effect, which increases enmity. Yay! Wait, what's he? Bet you 3K. No, out to everyone. In my coon for my birthday. He's doing it again. He is most likely. Hang on a sec. Is he streaming right now? Hang on. Yes, he is. Hang on. So if you guys aren't aware, hopefully I spelled Dazarus correctly. Nope, I did not. Shout out Dazarus. There we go. That's the correct one. Yeah, he's doing Palace of the Dead again. Stop doing Palace of the Dead. The temptation to... Here's the temptation. We raid into Dazarus. I stopped the stream and I started up again. And then, like, we're going through the MSQ even further. Do we want to do... Uh-oh. Cringe. Cringe. Dazarus is playing Final Fantasy XIV. I'm ahead of him! I'm ahead of him in Final Fantasy XIV now! I have been ahead of him for 2 streams now! You don't have to stop the stream to raid? Really? Raid. Dazarus. This channel is intended for mature audiences. Alrighty, if you are subscribed to me, you can utilize... This is our raid message. Stop doing Palace of the Dead and the crying emote. If you do not have my crying emote, that's okay. Just tell him to stop doing Palace of the Dead. Once that's done, we're back in my stream, okay? Sound good? Sounds good. In a 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alrighty, so ding dong. Stop doing Palace of the Dead. Alrighty, now I need to refresh my Nope, it's not back in my... God damn it. It's still going through Dazarus's, like, thingy-madingy. Alright, hang on. Ding, dong, docs. Chat. Does it go back to my chat? Hello? Yes, it does. Alrighty, then. I love how multiple of us have now telling him to stop doing Palace of the Dead. Hopefully Dazarus will listen to me after he gets through the 10th floors. Yes, we're back. Excellent to hear. Awesome. I've probably fucked up my numbers right now, but you know that's fine. You got an idea? All right, here we go. Moving on. The 2 clips it played. The 2 clips. Me being pissed off that Dano is saying that Malfurion can't turn into a bear, though canonically he can turn into a bear, and it said so in his Wikipedia, and then you were just like, oh, that's not canon. bullshit. It was canon. Yeah, will ruin your numbers is the main reason not to do it, lol. Fair enough. Hi, Cap.
She final on my fantasy. Till I 14.
Hang on a sec, I need to enable the thing. There we go. There you are. From
Also, Malfurion mid. We love my boy Illidan. That's my boy. That's my husband.
Who's Illidan?
You son of a bitch. How dare you?
Look,
Illidan. He's
I'm not as, you know, in depth in the WoW lore as I am in the lack of Final Fantasy XIV that I know of.
Illidan Stormrage, I believe, is Malfurion's brother. Don't quote me on that. I haven't played World of Warcraft in like 7 years.
Is that the one that's like is that the one where he's like a half demon?
Yeah, I dropped it in the chat of
Hello.
Now that's fixed, and I can actually do that.
Yes, I fixed up the chat so that if you get thrown into the Zebra streaming chat, you like be given a temporary permission, which allows you to like post and share and all this kind of stuff into the Zebra streaming. That way, you're not throwing it into a channel that everyone else can see. Dazzy thinks your stream ended. Nah, it's still going. I got so much MSQ. Bye.
Nah, I can't believe they censored Zeebs. That's crazy.
Can't believe it. Hi there, YY. Welcome to the stream. There we will find one of the Neos which facilitates travel between the islands. First-time travelers must be accompanied by someone with the requisite permissions, which I have previously been granted. We only need to use the device together once, and henceforth you will have to leave to use it freely. I got an idea for the kobold. Someone managed to get to floor 190 as every job. Not even the base ones. I want to challenge him to go to floor 100 as a thaumaturge. If he can't, continue the MSQ. If he can't, continue the MSQ. He hits to a thaumaturge. Okay, so... Wait, so what you're talking about, Xerix, is... Someone managed to get to floor 190 as every job, even the base ones. You want to get Dazarus to get to floor 100 as a thaumaturge. Here's the problem I have with that. If you look at the... if you look at the Mooglepedia, you know what the Ultimate Mog challenge is right now? Deep Dungeon. Reaching the 100th floor of Palace of the Dead. He is incentivized to go through Palace of the Dead right now. Bullshit. I would like to do that, but I would rather do it with like a full party of 4 people so we can try and get through it a lot quicker than me soloing it. Grant,
I would, but I have no sub. I'm drawing
Black
comms
Mage.
right now so I can get sub.
So, yeah. Have you got Zebra as your mount in the game? I do not have the Zebra mount, I don't think. Not yet, at least. Oh, but there is a new mount I got. Cap, did you know you get a mount when you reach 500 player commendations?
I did not know that. Oh yeah, you get the chocobo with the crown.
No. That's when you get to like a crazier number. That's when you get up to like I think it's 1,000 or 5,000. But yeah, check this out.
I'm checking.
Ding dong. I should probably share my screen so then that way you can actually see what the fuck I'm doing.
Yeah, I got like a 10-second delay.
Is it 10 seconds for everyone else?
Somewhere around there.
Okay, I might, because I've been experimenting with, like, the transcoding stuff. Because you can do more than, like, 6,000 kilobytes per second on Twitch. But the thing is that they see your, like, stream as, like, kind of incompatible. But the thing is if you want to do, like, a 1080p stream at 60 FPS, you kind of need to go with as many of the bitrate you can. Otherwise, there can be, like, crazy audio nonsense that goes off. And that affects, like, every audio channel. Look at this.
That is so cool.
That is so fucking cool. And none of you have it. Who has this? Sash, do you have the gilded Magitech armor. Cookie for YY. Here's your cookie. He's forced to continue until he reaches the new area. No, I don't have the white crown one. I don't have that one. Oh, Sashara does have it. Okay. Alright, you have all the different scapes.
Glug.
Also,
glug,
on the topic
glug,
of Meteon,
glug, glug.
do you like her? Do you think she's a sweet little babby?
She is sweet. She is autistically coded, but I feel like I'm about to have some problems with her. Like, down the line, something's gonna happen. I've gone through Shadowbringers. I can't trust anyone now. Oh, look at this.
Oop. That squalled Lionhearts?
It looked like Squall. That's why I was like, hang on, click.
I'm gonna keep it real with you. I only just started playing Final Fantasy VIII last week.
Oh, okay. How you find that?
People really were talking about how the junction system is complicated and, you know, it's super weird to get into.
What's
I'm finding it super easy.
What did you do with the login reward outfits? Oh, they're in my glamour chest. So there's like wild rose and all that kind of such. Alrighty. Oh, hang on. Oh no, that's a teleporter. So I need to talk to Hyflodeus first. Here we are, Notonus. This Nuos will take us to Calimelios Zephyros, the Western Island.
They gotta stop banking proper nouns. It's insane.
They bank so many words and it's crazy.
That's too many syllables.
That's it right there, looming large over us. Step this way and we can soon admire the view from above. Alrighty, here comes the cutscene. Oh yeah, this might be the island that should have the more of the what's-a-mahoozy, the aether currents for me.
Who's your favorite, Pink Twink or Emmett Suck?
Calimelios Zephyros.
I don't have much of a problem with Hyflodeus just yet. I still hate Emmett. Listen to him.
Here you will find a number of
Oh, no, never mind. That's still Hyflodeus.
as well as the observation hub of Poiton Oikos.
My name
Right
is
then.
Emmett Silk.
Let's
Yo.
begin by...
I am an Asian. Yo.
Oh, hey, it's one of the rock
Well,
things.
an Arraius. How delightful.
I think goblins.
Yeah, they are.
It's weird.
But they have a different name from earlier.
And what, pray tell, is that?
He has, like, Lucius Malfoy vibes every step of the way.
He's like a... I think he's, like, closer to a Snape.
That's a new species of shark. We approved the concept but a few days ago.
What?
Black
Azem.
shark.
It's Leviosa.
Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept.
Also, keep that monster away from Code. He'll pop.
Nah,
He'll explode.
it's fine. He'll get through the he'll get to Endwalker when he does. But I do love it. They're like, sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. That is absolutely true. There isn't that many sea fursonas, but tell me, have you seen a sea fursona that isn't just shark?
I've seen frog.
Frog's not
That's
a
more of a
that's not a
weird
sea creature. That is an amphibious mammal. Wait, no, hang on. It's not a mammal, is it? It's an amphibious.
It's an amphibian.
It's an amphibian. You are correct, but it's not a sea creature. And this says a popular sea creature. Look at that. See, popular sea.
Yeah.
Frogs
Alright,
do
but
not
what
are
about,
not native to the sea.
What about Schloptopus? You ever seen a Schloptopus, OC? I have.
No.
And tentacles do things.
You now okay. Tentacles are a thing. Don't get me wrong. I know, but like normally it's like a shark mixed with an octopus or some shit like that. You now have to submit this, whatever you called it, into the Personas, channel.
Aye, Captain.
You can't because it's not safe for work, isn't it?
Probably.
At first, they were largely orthodox. Consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact. And then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight. Another, superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst. Concepts
Even though it's a
with
blue
multiple
ring and it'd
heads,
kill you in
or
a touch.
arms, or arms and legs, and so on and so forth. It was getting absurd. A part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but in the end, I couldn't deny their passion. And here we are.
I did not get a yellow warning text about the glamour chest items, okay? You're welcome when I'm not busy with the MS...
And who might that be?
Damn.
Can you tell who that is?
That was too close. Are you unharmed?
What? Heidelin?
It's our mom.
But wait, no. Heidelin was a primal, I thought, similar to Zodiark, like the whole
Well,
all will be revealed.
if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
Vanar, that we should meet you here.
Ow. Vanar.
Anyway, she hot though, isn't she?
She does look wonderful. Yeah, see, like. Thank you, Echo Flashback. You proved my point.
As I mentioned earlier, the better part.
I'm just looking at your bunny and like
when we
in the flashback, he's just like, "Mommy, what are you doing here? This is the past."
Well, she is not among said majority.
That is the correct response,
Even after
Lysandra.
stepping down, she carries on with her work.
Nice. Sorry, I wasn't listening to a thing you were saying.
Vanar is her name, and she is the previous Azem.
Oh.
Isn't that a big thunk?
Because, like, we apparently have the same sort of Aether. Probably not of her, not of Vanar, but, like, the current Azem.
Yeah.
So.
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus. You look well. Less so, Emmet Selk. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number.
Ah! Get fucked, Emmett.
A shame for one so young. You must make an effort to frown less often.
I like how she just politely called him a whiny bitch.
Yeah, it's just like...
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
Try frowning less, bitch. Idiot.
I just...
Fuck you.
Fuck you, Emmett. I have just been flipping off Emmett like half a dozen times in Saturday's thingy-madiggy. I've just sort of been like, fuck you, Emmett.
You know what Emmett looks like?
Lucius Malfoy.
I was gonna say white Xehanort. Like if Xehanort was a white boy.
You mean Terra Xehanort, or... Wait, was Zansum white?
I'm pretty sure most of them were tan.
Yeah, no, I know, like, old Xehanort, young Xehanort.
No, I mean, like, like, he looked... Like, I'm saying, like, if Xehanort was white, that's...
Oh, yeah, no, Terranort was, tanned as well. I swear there was a white Xehanort.
Vanitas?
No, Vanitas is, Ventus. He's not...
Yeah, I know he's Ventus, but like, he's Norted.
Okay, yeah, sure, but then, argumentatively, like, a lady Xehanort is technically Aqua, but we're not including the Norted.
Alright, if we're not including the Norted, then why were we including Terranort?
Because, like, that's a Xehanort Terra, like, merge thing, and that they were actually, like, given a name thingamadoogies, and Terra was sort of, like, cast aside, kind of, like...
I love Kingdom Hearts.
This Kingdom Hearts, it's nothing but Sora and Xehanort when you finally get down to it.
It's Sora, and Xehanort, and one time it was Zigbar.
Yeah, Terranort. No. Okay, sorry, Xerix, you're wrong. Xemnas is the nobody to the heartless Ansem, that was a nobody of Xehanort while he had the Terranort like body and such. So like Terranort like, you know, did the thing, he lost his heart. So Ansem was the heartless, Xemnas was the nobody. I hate that I know so much now. I hate 6 months. I knew, like, last year, I knew nothing about Kingdom Hearts last year at this point, but now I'm able to, like, just sort of be like, My brother's making me play the Days game. It's Kingdom Hearts. You don't need to.
Not Days. Ooh.
You do not need to play. You can play 1, 2, Birth by Sleep, 3, and that's it. If you want, you can go through the Melody of Memory, because that one's just like a bop.
You could also play Chain of Memories, because that game is an absolute banger.
No, don't play Chain of Memories. That's a...
Play Chain of Memories?
No! Okay, if they do a proper remake, just make it turn-based.
That would actually be tight.
Yeah.
I'd fuck with a turn-based Kingdom Hearts.
I feel like turn-based Kingdom Hearts would be so much better, because then you can do affinity types with your cards, so then that way the combos, yes, could still be a bit of a weirdy one, but if you do it similar to, what's the one with the with like the deck building and you go up a tower?
That's Chain of Memories.
No, the more recent one. This is not like the not Rogue's Legacy. What's it called? This is a game that's not in the Kingdom Hearts series.
Oh,
Moxie Doxy's done like a spin-off deck that you could play through it, and it's got like a muscly woman, and it's amazing. What's it called?
You said Tower, and I immediately thought like Pizza Tower.
No, it's not Pizza Tower.
The thing is, I know exactly what you're talking about. It's a roguelike, isn't it?
It is a roguelike. It's a deck... Hang on. Deck building roguelike tower.
Inscription?
No, not Inscription. Not Electro.
Slay the Spire.
Thank you, Slay the Spire. God damn it.
That took a long time of bullshit.
But yeah, just imagine that in the Kingdom Hearts like sense. I think that would work out really well. But yeah, Terra Xehanort got a migraine from remembering all this again. Wait, it's not that old, is it? Oh. 2019. That's not old. Fuck
That's
you.
like 5 years ago.
That's not... Okay, 5 years isn't old. 7 years is old. When you go beyond 2 console generations, then it's old.
True.
So... It's 2024. Don't remind me of the year. Let's just listen to Emmett Selch getting insulted.
If I may ask.
Incorrigible as ever.
The Emmett Selch roast session must continue.
On the brink of eruption just the other day. I should be glad to share the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
Nice.
Huh, you know I am. Now then, you are?
Hi, I'm Grant.
I say, have you perchance come from the future?
What? How?
The future.
How did you... Okay, 1, how did she know this? 2, how did Emmett not know this? Isn't, like, the convocation people, like, like, what the fuck?
Mum knows.
I do not believe
I'm your
we have
mother.
met,
How dare you
yet
think I
sense
don't
my
know where
magic
you
upon
are?
senses her magic
Therefore, if
on
I
us.
wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
Yeah, I can smell my jizz on you.
That is
Kinda stink. Go have a shower.
That is honestly a pretty good, like, you know, method of deduction, just sort of being like, I know my spells, I don't forget shit. It must be from to a point of time I've not yet experienced.
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
It'd be really easy if the mum from Back to the Future could tap into that shit.
Tap into this kind of nonsense. I don't know. Like, the Marty McFly, like, Back to the Future is a weird historical thing. Like, that's...
A traveler's ward, of course. It prevents the corruption of one's ether.
Well, that must have been recent, because I do not remember this Traveler's Ward. We were, like, dripping with light aether for a while, and we had to kill Emmett Selk in order to get rid of it. Spoiler to you, Emmett. You die because you're a fucking idiot.
Spoiler, you shoot my friend and then I fucking kill you.
Yep.
Spoiler, you kill my friend and then I say, hey, D is nuts, and then you die instantly.
Yeah. Does it protect you from enthrallments by primals by any chance? I wonder if primals are a thing, because they talked about the icons earlier.
What the fuck is a primal?
Primals, you say? But I'm not familiar with such beings. But if they enthrall by warping the balance of ether, then yes.
I can't
the
stop
magic would afford you a measure of protection.
doing Vinard's voice as like a chain smoker, like Patty and Selma.
But she sounds so sweet.
She is sweet.
Like, she sounds like a, you know, one of those, like, musician coaches.
And I got the
In
audio
fairness,
muted.
Hydalin's magic is attuned to light, and her power was really weakened at the time. Fair enough, I suppose. Plus, I guess, the way they're explaining it here, the protection was more about... It was more about the unbalancing of ether, which was a very primal thing, not, you know, the fucking sins and the light wardens, which I feel like is not exactly the same as the primals in our source universe.
I gather from your question that you are not
You do the raids, you
ignorant
get
its
to know about the
presence.
primals.
So, sorry, say that again?
If you do the raids, you get to learn about the primals of the... Shit, which number is Norvrent again? I forgot.
No idea. It's in my to-do list.
From the future? That's absurd.
Listen to Emmett. Oh, the first. Yeah, so we got the source, we got the first.
What is it?
And we've traveled back in
Are
time
you
to
unable to speak of the matter?
the Unsundered
world.
Yeah.
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days.
Which
you cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
I forget how specifically we got back to the past. I haven't played.
So Jason with the 30-month tier
Jason!
1 sub. Hello.
Hello, Jason. All right, so a quick rundown. So the way we were able to get into the past was because Elidibus.
Your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of ours.
So, Elidibus, who we previously struck inside the White Aetherite back at the end of Shadowbringers, is inside the Crystal Tower now. The Crystal Tower is not the same Crystal Tower as ours from the source, because it's one from like 800 years into the future that went back in time and shifted into the first. And while Elidibus is in this tower, he's able to access the same sort of gear that the Crystal Exarch was. But the thing is that, you know, Elidibus was locked away and all this shit. It's only because we wanted to learn more about Elidibus, about Elpis and shit, that we went back into the first, turned on this... We found where Elidibus was inside the Crystal Tower, woke him up, and asked questions. From there, he found in his memories, like, the fact that we were there. But that doesn't make sense to him because we shouldn't exist in, like, prior to the Unsundered, but apparently we do. So by conclusion, they use the Crystal Tower and the last of Elidibus's Aether and shit in order to go traveling into the past. I thought this was going to be an exploration of his...
So he went into the Crystal TARDIS and went back in time.
Yes. I thought it was going to be an exploration of Elidibus's memories, so we wouldn't have any effect upon it whatsoever. But from the sounds of it, like, we actually did travel into a past thanks to the Crystal Tower, and we just had, you know, a very thin Aether and shit, similar in vein to how when the Scions were getting pulled from the Source into the First, they technically traveled only with their soul and not with the rest of their bits. So ours was, like, heavily reduced.
I think I know what I want to draw now.
How very exciting. I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown. And there's naught more unknown than the future.
Emmett just
Until a moment
defeated.
finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge. So you needn't worry for us. More importantly, that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past.
Grant, pick a number between 1 and 14.
7.
Good
Will
choice.
you not reveal it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
What you want, Emmett?
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself.
For good reason, okay? It's...
As a representative of the Convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
Can I say no? And can I say fuck you?
I think you should at least be able to tell him to go fuck himself.
I do want to
Why
tell
don't
him
we
that.
move to a place more conducive to calm conversation? I've been working here for some days now at an old friend's base.
Vista Crystal, to Vista Crystal. I'm gonna get another. I'm gonna get another bottle of water for. Give me a minute. I need to get another bottle of water, and I will be back hopefully in time to the advertisements being done. Cap, entertain the guests.
Will do. Is he gone? Is he gone? Alright, chat. Here's my plan here. I am going to draw Grant as the 7th Doctor because, you know, we be going through time and shit. And I like Doctor Who, so fuck y'all. Anyone else got ideas? If you're from a different planet, why do you sound like you're from the north? Some planets have a north.
I'm back.
Welcome back, Grant.
Give me 5. I want a snack. Howl's moving. Are you drawing me in something from Studio Ghibli?
Not Studio Ghibli.
What is Sage talking about?
I don't know, honestly. I'm drawing something different.
You're drawing something different, are you?
I am drawing you, though.
I do appreciate it. You know, I like that there's artists out there who are like, oh yay, they're gonna draw me as things. Because I get Sashera, like, you know, threatening me by drawing me in a bikini, but I've not seen any results of that. I've heard several different artists have done different threats to me, and it's just like, all right, draw.
You will be in a dumb sweater, though.
Uh-huh. Can I change my number?
Yeah.
7's too common. I feel like you wanted me to say 7.
I did not, but go off.
Okay, so what was the number? Between 1 and what?
14.
Okay. 13's an unlucky number, so I don't want to go with that one. 1 is egotistical. 4. How about 4?
That is an excellent choice.
4 is it's a divisible, like 2 times 2, 2 plus 2, 2 to the power of 2. Like it works out really well. It's not a prime number, but it's evenly distributable.
It's a good choice, and now you don't have to wear the weird sweater. Now you just wear really long scarf.
What? Hang on. Is this a fantasy or a sci-fi?
Sci-fi.
Are you drawing me as one of the doctors?
Ding, 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 ding. He's got it, gang.
Who's the 4th? Hang on. That's not Peter Capaldi, is it?
No, it's not Peter Capaldi.
No, Peter Capaldi's like the 13th, I believe.
12th.
Is he the 12th?
Yes.
No. Oh, yeah, he is the 12th, because the War Doctor is 12 is technically the 13th, and yeah, he's unnumbered. He's between the old Doctor Who and the new Doctor Who. Who's oh, thank Christ, incarnations widely accepted, and then they just have like these numbers. All right, number 4.
Yeah, and you were about to be number 7.
Oh, it's the Tom Baker one.
Yeah, everyone's favorite.
I'm gonna be real. His hair is similar to mine IRLs if I grew it out a bit longer and all this kind of such. It's just this curly mess. Who's 7?
Sylvester McCoy.
Oh yeah, I remember. Where else have I seen Sylvester McCoy from?
He's in The Hobbit.
Oh! Is he one? No, he's not one of the dwarves. He's,
He is. Sylvester McCoy is one of the dwarves in The Hobbit.
No, I thought he was, he's Bilbo.
No, he's not.
Wait, hang on. He played Snuff. McCoy missed out on a role in Pirates of the... What the shit? He's missed out on some stuff. Hang on. So...
He's Radagast.
Okay, that's not one of the dwarves. That's one of the wizards. That's one of the Aers.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, Radagast the Brown is a wizard. A very powerful wizard.
I haven't watched it.
You have Saruman the White, Gandalf the Grey, the 2 Blues, and Radagast the Brown.
Radagast the Poopy.
I'm giving Sashera 5 minutes as they go and get a snack. If I were to be threatened with art, it'd be a lot more interesting because I turn people into marketable plushies. Nice! Also, hi there, Velk. Yes, it's a Final Fantasy XIV stream going off on a Monday morning. I gotta get through like about 16 MSQ missions here and there, so maybe I'll be able to do more than 16 in today's stream, since I'm not working all day, and the next time I get to stream is Friday night, I believe, for Final Fantasy XIV.
Go suck a lemon.
Oh wow, did a good job sleuthing. You're free to help out should it be necessary. Nice. I'm currently still in Goblin server, but let me double check. Where am I in the quest line? Cuz I'm over in Elpis. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so 11 missions in, there should be a dungeon. Alright, moving on.
If
I
it
would
is
join in to
agreeable,
help, but I don't
we
have
may
any
make
sub.
use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos.
Poiton Oikos. Welcome back, Sash. Did you check out the meme I sent
We were
you?
meant to meet. I am certain of it.
What was the video? Hang on, I'll find it again. Bing bong. No, I did not check out the meme video. Sorry, I forgot to check that.
Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly, and sent you unto myself in the past.
Technically, you weren't the person, but you probably...
It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to. And quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
Like, because it's not you, it was Heidelin, who might have known about this, but again, it wasn't you that did all this.
All will be revealed.
A fish mystery for Sash. Ah, okay. Alright, there's everyone, there's side. Yep, cool. My apologies, but before we move along, a colleague has tasked me with a matter which I'd rather not leave unresolved. It involves finding a certain concept engraved crystal, and the quick-fingered Aureus which made off with it. An Aureus, you say? I think we might have seen the culprit before being distracted by that business with the shark. Would you like us to follow its ethereal trail? That would, of course, lead us only to the Aureus, though there is no guarantee that it hasn't dropped or stashed away the crystal you seek. Please, even that much would be enormously helpful. While you are hunting down the thief, I can follow behind and scour the forest floor just in case. Could I ask you to join the search? I would appreciate another pair of eyes to cover the land to the west of here. Sounds good. Many thanks. There's a small bridge leading into Poiton Oikos. Let us meet up there once we've exhausted our efforts.
Hey guys, did you know that this art is interactive, and you can let me know if Grant deserves a shirt or not.
Yes. I'm pretty sure one of my moderators could have made this a poll within the within Twitch, so then that way you didn't have to open
Probably,
up.
but I didn't want to. I didn't want to be a bother.
You didn't want to be a bother.
I didn't want to be a bother.
Oh, hello. Jesus Christ, this thing is huge.
As of right now, Tits Covered is winning.
Yeah, no, look, I know people like the tits out for the boys, but when it comes to parody art and what have you, I feel like a shirt on is of the better influence. Because then you're not alienating Doctor Who fans that might be like, yeah, pop off Queen. Alrighty, so we're looking for... What are we looking for? I do not see what we are looking for. It's not on the tree. It's not on the edge here. Oh, looks like there's something down there to look at. Yep, so we found the concept crystal. Oh, and before I forget, Aether Compass. 100 to the south. Alright, cool. Hey, I see the Aether Current right there. Are you up to date with all your Aether Currents, Cap?
Very much so.
Nice.
And even if I wasn't, I wouldn't be able to change it as of right now.
Fair enough. Sorry to hear.
Yeah.
So, God, I have the MSQ to go through, but there's then like a dozen other things I want to go through as well. I will probably continue playing Final Fantasy XIV even during my break, but I just won't be like streaming any of it. I will just be probably using it as like a, oh, I'm too tired, I just want to play some games kind of thing.
But I do have like a specialist appointment, so that's like a little bit of free money for me. So like once I get to my specialist appointment and the money bounces back.
Okay. Oh yeah, because of bulk building, right?
No, it's not bulk building. I just got a rebate.
Rebate. Right, oh, that's the other. Yeah. Gosh, rebates are great.
Thank you, Medicare.
Ooh.
My existence would be very expensive if not for Medicare.
Definitely should consider how much you enjoy to play it. Look, I'm gonna be real with you. I am, like, I got pilled, okay? I actually am enjoying this. I thought when I did this whole MMO night thing that I would pick up some things and be like, and done. Because, like, normally whenever I've gone through MMOs and such, it has been, like, 1 to 3 months of binging that nonsense. And then whether or not I've finished it, I drop it. So, Warframe, New World, World of Warcraft, back when I first purchased like a thingamadiggy back during the Burning Crusade, like the first expansion. Destiny 2, a lot of multiplayer games. I'll go through a bit of a binge or try and get through as much as I can, and then either, like most of the time I'm not like at an end game or anything like that, and so I drop it. Whereas with this one here, Final Fantasy XIV, critically acclaimed MMORPG, once a week, been going at the MSQ at the very least, until this month where I'm going at it like, 2-3 times a week now. I have been at this now for 3 years, and I've really been enjoying it. And I imagine I'm still going to be playing this thing even after I get up to date with the MSQ and what have you. I don't think my MMO night is ever going to change to something other than Final Fantasy XIV, unless I am convinced unless I'm like convinced to try out a game or something like that. Who knows?
You got pilled hard.
I got pilled hard. So yeah. Also, I need to remind Dazarus to every 15 minutes, I'm just going to send a message into Dazarus's chat. Quit playing the Palace of the Dead. Our last searcher returns. I am afraid the Aureus no longer had the crystal, nor was I able to find it as I followed in its wake. I don't suppose you fared any better. Here is your concept crystal. A scintillating crystal upon which is stored some manner of esoteric concept.
Here, have a rock.
Bitches love rocks.
I love rocks.
The crystal! Well done! Wonderful. Now I can focus on your tale without that missing concept nagging at my mind. Have you always had a knack for finding things? Traveling and searching go hand in hand.
Be very careful, Grant. Getting praised by Godmummy herself will give you a praise kink. That's an 100%.
Nah.
It'll happen to you.
It won't happen to me. Okay, well, I thought you were going to say something then. You travel often then?
I had nothing. I would have said something if I had something.
You could have said, like, it will happen to you.
I already did the it will happen to you.
Yeah, but you could have said it again. Like, anywho.
It would be better if I had, like, a sort of pointing emote where I could, like, do the fucking... You know the evil monkey from Family Guy?
Yeah. Oh!
That shit.
Here's something that kind of annoys me, but, like, I understand. Fugi Reactive, like, the thing you use for the whole, what's Mahuzi stuff of, like, having a speaking and a silent thing. They have a premium subscription you can do to help support them. If you have the premium subscription, you can then use their API which allows you to, like, on a stream deck, streamer bot, or whatever the kind of thing, automate the choosing of which reactive model to use.
That's quite impressive.
Which means, like, even if I was like, so for example, so you have the Discord avatar as normal. Yeah, I have my default, but then there's Hyper Himbo and D-Himbo for me. So I can, like, swap between those two if I had access to their API. But in order to get access to their API, you basically have to purchase a premium license. And, well, I'm not interested.
Do it on the website with your fingers.
With your fingers, yeah. The temptation to get, like, Code Monkey or some shit to be like, oh, I bet you I can make it a stream deck thing, but nah, too much work.
Also, my friend, have you been caught up on JJK?
Yes, I have.
Caught up.
Spoilers to those who might be...
Spoilers, all shut up. Everyone go plug your ears for the next 5 minutes.
Let me find a sound, okay? Let me find a sound. Give me a minute. There is... I'll find it.
Yes, Tatsu, there is more JJK.
There is more JJK. What do you... Give me a...
Oh, not the anime, the manga.
The manga. This is the manga.
If you're anime only, cover your ears.
So... I'm trying to remember what the fuck it's called!
What audio is it?
I just let me find... fucking... Never mind. I'll just go to my I'll just go to Shonen Jump and just get to the fucking... Here it is. Alright. Are you ready? Spoilers for... Hang on.
Spoilers for JJK 260.
Spoilers for Jujutsu Kaisen. This sound, you won't hear it in the VODs, you'll just hear it now. Damn it, I don't need instructions on how to use it. Just play a note. There we go.
Oh, yep. Yep.
There we go. Spoilers for Jujutsu Kaisen. just like... Who the fuck...
In 1 second, that is busted.
It is. And then...
And as you all know, I'd win.
God, that fucking Jujutsu brain rot. What's it called? The Jujutsu...
Lobotomy Kaisen.
Lobotomy Kaisen, that's it. Stream didn't get the audio? What do you mean the stream didn't get... Ugh.
The stream did get the audio. It was a vibra slap.
Hang on, I'll just... There you go.
Yeah, as soon as that chapter dropped, I was genuinely tweaking.
Not fair enough. I saw the thingamajiggy like on the end panel as well, and I think everyone's just sort of like, "Oh, we're back!" And I'm just sort of like,
"We're so back."
I don't know.
They said it was over, but we're back.
Look, here's the thing. While, you know, the Lobotomy Kaisen was going off, I was having fucking hype with My Hero Academia, and TikTok did this so well. It like, My Hero Academia memes go hard.
The anime or the manga?
The manga. Either way, like it's the Jujutsu Kaisen like brain rot is just sort of a thing of like depresso up the wazoo, and then wondering how the fuck do you use boogie woogie when both your hands are occupied, and the obvious answer is you clap them ass cheeks.
Yeah, exactly.
And then, but then you go over to My Hero Academia and you have the "You Say Run" music going off, and it's like when you're down bad or something, and it's just like and you lock in and you're like, I love spaghetti. So good. Yep. You travel often then?
It's just
It
All
seems
Might with the hand up going, Gojo's back.
Long ago, when I held the seat of Azum, I was forever trekking back and forth across the star in search of answers to people's problems. Naturally, the need for such journeys has lessened considerably since I entrusted the position to my whimsical successor. Yet I am still eager to come running should an old acquaintance or new interest require my personal attention. That is what brings me to Elpis, in fact. Many times has my presence been requested, my opinion sought concerning the habitat of this or that creation. Agreeing to help locate that missing crystal was a minor distraction, which now promises to become a major revelation. How strange and wonderful it is the way one thing leads to another. Wouldn't you agree? Thank you again for your timely help. Now then, 'tis the time I return this stolen property. If you would go on ahead to my accommodation, I will join you as soon as I have attended to that task. Follow the path straight ahead to the building on the top of the slope. I have the entire place to myself, so we can speak without fear of being disturbed or overheard. Nice. Onwards. Getting the scarf going. Nice. Not the redacted. I play in band in high school once. Oh, how was the Vibra Slap, Sage? Was it ever? Is there a proper what popular song have I heard that has the Vibra Slap? Oh, would you look?
I'm pretty sure Grand Theft Auto San Andreas' theme has it.
San Andreas theme song. Let's hear. So.
Oh, it's the flexitone. My bad.
The fuck is a flexitone?
It's sort of similar, but really not.
Because it sounds like a xylophone. It just like.
It's like, it's got the balls, but it's also like made out of metal, and the balls actually slap against the paddle.
Wait. Crazy Train by Ozzy Osbourne has the Vibra Slap.
Yeah, I mean, did you see how fast Toto was going when Yuji threw that rock? He was going like a train. A crazy train.
If we kidnap Grant in the Regalia, is that Grand Theft Auto? Alright. Welcome to my temporary abode. Please, make yourselves at home while I put on some tea.
I love tea. Grant, do you like tea?
No, but I love cracking open a
That's
cold
real
one with the
fucking
boys.
un-Australian of you.
Please tell me you heard that.
I did hear it. It was very loud. What are you drinking?
It's a Pepsi Max. I still have like another 12 of these to go.
I feel more relaxed already.
Oh, I gotta share it. There's a TikTok where this dude, like, it's just Aussie things said at like this and that, and he just says things. It's like, oh, when it's a hot day, fuck, it's hot, and then he caps the question off, or he caps the saying off by cracking open a can one-handed, and there's always a splash. It's always like,
that is correct.
So yeah, I need to get you this on TikTok. Hang on.
I thought it was gonna be, fuck, it's not cold, is it?
There's a whole ton of them. Hang on. It immediately, God, shut up, TikTok. It immediately decided to play a what's a mahoozy? Dink donk. All right, sound is disabled. Over to my favorites. Here we are. Ding, and then send this over to Cap. There we go.
Just send it to me on TikTok. I've got you there.
Oh yeah, I got you. Okay, hang on.
I send you TikToks all the time on TikTok.
Send it to Cap. Oh, send it to Kofu, and then Shiloh, and Code, and Gucci. What other Australians? Kusaki, Z, Tay. I can send it to so many Australians.
All of these are too correct.
Yep. I just love how he just like opens it one-handed, and there's just so much. There's so much splash.
Night shift just showed up.
Oh, we'll get started when you're ready. Cracks.
Get lost, did ya?
Yep. I love the good afternoon.
It is very, very Australian. I'm glad you're assimilating to the culture so easily.
It's I know the culture. It's just I don't know if I would ever use a lot of these like unless I'm surrounded by the Australians at work. So, you know, we have so it's like half day Andy, for instance, is one of the things we've got going at work. But then there's like, oh, good afternoon when someone comes in like half an hour late.
Would that I had sweetmeats to offer.
Look out, boys, night shift's arrived.
There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like.
Oh my god, tea.
The fact that you don't like tea is fucking mental.
Will you tell us
You
your
know why? Because
you're a filthy fucking yank.
Because tea is terrible. It's diluted as fuck.
You are incorrect, my good sir. You must come to New South Wales and I will show you how a good tea is made. You specimen.
Oh man, I need to go to another state to try and experience tea. Not T2 will convert him. All of you...
T2 is fucking filth. Don't ever fucking talk to me like that again.
Here's the thing, chat. To all of you Australians out there who are, or to any of you tea enjoyers that are gonna try and be like, oh, he's gonna enjoy tea, you just need to get him the right tea. It's not gonna happen.
Don't need the right tea, you just need the right preparation.
Not gonna happen. I have gone through like half a dozen tea enjoyers trying to convince me on tea, but it's fundamentally never going to work because it's always trying to be the substitute to like cola or rum and coke. You are all failing because there is no tea like cola, shut up, and any attempts in trying to facilitate the taste of cola with tea, shut up, it's never going to have that Coca-Cola taste unless it's heavily diluted, in which case, it's just hot leaf juice.
And you're using tea wrong. Tea is not a soda replacer. Tea is a morning drink that you wake up and you have a cup of tea and then you get to fucking work.
If I want a morning drink, I go for the iced coffee.
Disgusting, how dare you.
No, shut up. Iced coffee is great, alright? I am in Australia.
Iced coffee is terrible. No, it sent my ass to the hospital. No, I'm not even joking.
What the fuck? Are you lactose intolerant?
No, I have Crohn's disease, and it agitated my Crohn's so bad that I vomited up blood. Funny story. Genuinely funny.
Is it a funny story?
It is funny. It was hilarious when it happened.
How quickly did it go from drinking a coffee and then vomiting? Was it like going from the counter?
It took like an hour.
Okay, alright, cool. So it wasn't...
But it was an hour spent on the toilet in agony.
Ah... All right, hang on. You know, here's how we're gonna do it. Sash, I want you to make a poll while we're going through this cutscene. I want a poll made. I want to know who are the coffee enjoyers and who are the tea enjoyers.
By the way, this was like 5 years ago, so you guys really don't go worry.
Yeah. In the future, I came from. Do I feel like the second option, the world has been sundered, broken into shards. That one will do a time loop thingy-majiggy of the fact that they wouldn't try to use Zodiark or whichever primal to try and get all the pieces back together. But, I'm gonna... Oh! Hi, Jaxie! Welcome to the stream! Hopefully you had a wonderful time in Grand Theft Auto 5. I am currently going through the critically acclaimed MMORPG, Final Fantasy XIV.
Grant is also joined by the greatest tea enjoyer to ever walk the face of the earth.
And she ain't even British.
If you call me, like, genuinely, I hate it when people call me British. People call me British as a joke, and I just get fucking, I get fucking fuming.
What's your nationality? I was gonna say Australian, but that's not correct, is it?
No, it is. What?
It is Australian? Okay.
Yes. Unless you're talking about heritage, then it's Scottish, Irish, Pakistani.
Interesting combo right there. Didn't know the Pakistanis would have joined in with either the Scottish or the Irish. I got American, Canadian, English, Australian. So I'm just like, I'm bleeding different shades of red, white, and blue.
I was gonna say you're bleeding different shades of white.
That is also true. Unfortunately, it's just like, I remember doing a DNA check, and they're just like 90% white, and it was just like a small cut of like, oh, like 1% of French, but that give or take a percent, and I'm like, yep, that sounds about right.
That's still white.
That's still white. It's just different shades of white.
You took an ancestry test, and they just sent you this image.
They just
hold on, it's coming. There it is.
You sent it to me, or did you send it in the chat?
I sent it in the stream chat.
Oh, in the stream chat? Okay. Dink. Let me see if I can drop it into here. White. Oh, this is the song from the A Realm Reborn cinematic. Dun, 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 at the twilight body.
Everything's American.
Yep. You know what? I'm gonna go with a calamity called The Final Days has befallen the world. Because that's literally what is happening. They don't need to know about their final days, but we've got our own going off as well.
The days.
Why don't you start from the beginning?
This is gonna be a fun one. Are we just explaining like the entire plot of Final Fantasy XIV in this point? We just started from the beginning.
And then I met this guy. His name was Manderville. He's a detective.
I'm actually going through the side quests. I finished the one for Heaven's Ward and Stormblood. So once we're done in Endwalker, I'm going to need to go through the Endwalker on Manderville. Oh, we literally are going as far back as A Realm Reborn and through all that.
And then Shadowbringers happened. You were there, Emmett.
You were there? Yeah, you were there, Emmett. You were crazy.
You went fucking psycho.
You wanted to kill millions trying to go into the past.
You ain't Samurai Jack.
Yeah, and then we killed Zodiark. And now we are having the end of the world come upon us.
Yeah, no, Sephiroth's come to town, and now there's a fucking big-ass meteor coming. It's gonna smash our fucking planet.
Why? Because you died, or because you're there? Do tell me, Emmett, what don't you think is
While
possible?
not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts. Much of it borders on the incredulous.
The gloves are putting me off?
What of you, Vanar?
Emmett doesn't have gloves on.
You have gloves on.
No.
Not knowing the precise details.
Oh, the gauntlets. Yeah.
It is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale. Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did. Why would I feel I had no recourse?
The sleeves are a
but
bit
to
high,
oppose
I
the
will be
14
real
and
with you.
create this Heidelin?
You got like those super scrubbers,
Circumstances change.
like the gloves you put on to wash dishes.
Yep.
But it would not have been an easy decision
I
regardless.
like the ones when they're under the sleeves, like what I had when I was in my Shaggy outfit. That one was pretty cool.
No. There must have
Yeah,
been
Chet stands
one
coffee.
compelling enough to force
Damn.
me to take such
Oh my
drastic measures.
Oh, we had 4 options. I stand coffee. We drink tea here. You, I will have either, or nope, keep both away. So no one voted for neither. Someone voted for both. 2 for the tea. 3 for the coffee. Nice.
Then there is the Elpis flower, which I said would serve as a guide.
Yep.
The piss
That it's
flower.
of import to your mission is plain. But your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance.
Because the flower was called Elpis, and we
But
then...
what could it be?
You know.
What are we
We're
meant
in
to
Elpis.
accomplish?
Might it not be simply thus? In the future whence he came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star. By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility. Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically. The capital and Amarok.
Now all
or
of
even
chat
my own
pipes up
home
of
would
like,
be
oh, I
logical
didn't
destinations.
vote. I would have voted if I could. Then vote! Don't give me this bullshit of like, you know.
I can't believe we have American voters in our chat.
Got him! That is honest.
I'm so good. I'm so good at
That
my
is,
political
that is honestly,
commentary.
that was honestly fantastic. Thank you so much. Genuinely didn't. Maybe I'll need to look into StreamerBot and do like maybe I need to check like StreamUp or whatever the programs are and be like, oh hey, maybe I should like include a little thingy madiggy to like pop up on stream, because I do that with the predictions. But here's the thing, even then, in the predictions, I have a fucking horn go off, I have a chat message, and I got a visual thing telling you the probabilities that are currently being done. There is no one to blame but yourself if you're not seeing the predictions when they go off.
True, true. I note also that Heidelin did not
So Grant, how do you
specify a
feel
point in time
about
to which he
voting
must
in
return.
Australia and how it's mandatory and you get a sausage?
I honestly think like it works out well and is kind of important in Australia with the method that is being governed in Australia, where it's very much important that you vote on the both federal and state level, and it's forcing everyone to vote. So some argue that because you're forcing everyone to vote, however, that there can be a lot of ill-informed options being done in elections. But I think that's kind of a falsehood, because in order for you to be, you know, unable to interpret like who to vote for, you would also, in the same vein, would have been unaware to vote in the first place, which I think in today's age, that's a moot point. It's very important that you vote out anyway, and if you are setting up a system that you have to vote, you are also setting up systems around to encourage you on who to vote for. So an uninformed vote is not the issue. You're just more concerned that people will vote opposite you, which is why in the United States, for instance, there isn't a mandatory vote system before registration, and they only have, that's why like it's really depressing when you look at, oh, how many people of eligible voters voted in the US 2020 election? 60%. 60% of eligible voters voted.
We always have it like make it like a day that everyone can get out, like a Sunday, and then we make it like a public holiday on top of that sometimes.
Yeah. You get food where you vote? Yes, Velk.
Yeah, we do.
Velk, you're in
sausage
Australia, Velk. if you have to vote in a state or federal election, normally you have to go, you go to like a school or you go to like a community center and what have you. You go in a line, you walk up to the table and they ask, "Hey, where are you from?" And you're like, "Hi, my name is Grant. I live at 123 Street Road name." And then they like flip through a book and they're like, "Yep, okay, here's your piece of paper. Vote in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Go to that booth over there when you do it. Slot it in there. When you're done, you walk out that door." And because you walk out of a very specific door, a lot of people at the stalls are like, "Hey, have you voted?" And you're like, "Yes, I have." And then, god damn it, beeps.
And then you get a sausage sanger.
Thank you, Cap.
Like, you gotta pay for it, but still.
Dazzy doesn't
It's pretty
believe me
cheap.
when I say that he's depriving himself of a wonderful experience by spoiling himself on storyline. He's looking at the friends list at our location. Just... What's he doing? What is Dazrus doing? He's playing a piss yellow quest. What the fuck?
A what yellow quest?
So he's playing one of the optional quests, not the blue tick optional quest, one of the yellow colored optional quests.
Dude, play the MSQ, you monster. Piss yellow quest are for your alt jobs.
Gosh darn it. In fairness, he's doing an event quest, but look, event quests like those, I don't normally, run on stream for. Unless I'm like,
By
bored
this, it
during
may be
the stream.
inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Like the Yokai Watch thing, I only did that because I was bored out of my mind one day and I was like, I don't want to play this. I want to play the Yokai thing. And so I did. But MSQ is MSQ.
Alternately, she had reason to
I have
believe
so
that
much
our
to get
paths would
through.
Converge.
I'm like 50% of the way through Event Walker. I'm getting there.
This is quite a puzzle. And we do not have all the pieces.
He's doing the Manderville
any.
thing, the Let It Rain
But we do
campaign.
have one immutable fact. If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear. Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight.
Alright, Dazarus is currently he's in Goblin, same as me. He's currently in the Gold Saucer right now. Like, all of you could, like, run to him and just start poking him, being like, "Hey, you doing the MSQ?"
You could also just tell him to quit quit having a gambling addiction. You're not Hakari.
Always bet on Hakari. Dun, 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 dun. Damn it, I fucking love that funk edit. So, hi there, Star Kuma.
My first and foremost endeavor would be to
If there
find
was a
way to
choice of
restore
any of the special grades, always bet
Even that even
on
the 14
Hakari.
failed. Mayhap you deemed it impossible.
Nothing is impossible. This I have
The only
always
thing
believed.
Hakari likes more than gambling is femboys.
And if Heidlin is indeed me, she would believe the same.
Oh, I remember the poll. No one clipped about this argument, which is a little disappointing, but...
Listen to yourself.
Are you a femboy or a tomboy
entertaining
enjoyer?
the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched
women.
tale?
Femboy or tomboy? It's like... Anywhoosies. Also, what's that beeping going off in your mic?
That would be my garage door. My sister's heading out.
Ah, okay. Bye, Capsis. Capsicum. Oh, the answers song stopped playing.
Because there's no more answers
Well,
to be had.
I will not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity.
Cool, Emmett. Still happens.
I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman.
Oh, okay.
To sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act, and I would hold those who gave themselves to this zodiac in the highest esteem.
Yeah, of course it would.
Yet, you claim I recreated Amarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory. Worse still, I even invited you there. Literally invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable?
Because you're crazy. You wanted someone else to remember, and you realized you were in the wrong after all that.
Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me. But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren.
But you did. Half your population died to make Zodiark.
You do not know me. I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again.
Emmett Selk! Wait!
Does no one just call him Emmett for short?
Nah, because there's a title, not a name.
Oh, well.
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them.
That's not it at all. Well, that was my observation. Hermes and Meteion are somehow involved.
I'm gonna skedaddle real quick. I just gotta bring up the lights, because my sister fully
Hermes
closed the
and his
garage and now I
creation
cannot
Meteion,
see.
you said.
Ah, okay.
If Dynamis is the self-same energy as Akasha, as it likely seems, then those two may well be at the center of the calamity to come. This warrants further investigation.
BRB chat.
With that settled, it is time for action. The missing pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer. And suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest. Have faith. If Emmett Selk is the man Azum described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
You're right. You are technically right. I hear him in my head anytime I go to a new location in Endwalker. Shall we continue our investigations then? I am acquainted with Hermes, of course, but only as a visitor received by the chief overseer of Elpis. Of the man himself, I know only that which is common knowledge. Thus, I suggest we all fall back onto the tried and true method of conversing with the locals. The observers who live here can surely tell us more of Hermes and Meteion, and I have a good idea of where we might begin. Dingus Fingerbottom. The both of you have been staying here for a while, aren't they? I see us as being nerds. Stop looking at what the people are doing, because you're spoiling yourself at this point and depriving yourself of the wonderful experience. Here we go. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, wait, I overshot that. Hang on. Also, I need to... Did I attune to this Aether right? No, I have not. There it is. Wait, is that a corn? That looks like a fucking corn. Is that corn? Hello, Lissandra's just sort of like, This is Sash. Sash is gonna think I'm crazy. She's gonna. At least Lysandra, he knows what I'm on. I don't think so. It's got the peel of a corn.
I'm back.
Welcome back. See you the woman standing in front of yonder building? Her name is Ismene. She is the one who made arrangements for my stay in Elpis, and from what I recall, she has held her position here for quite some time. Chances are she can provide us with some insight. Go and ask your questions, and I will help with drawing out answers if need be. But I leave the choice of topic up to you. Why are you fighting me? Alright, hang on. Happy?
What?
No, I'm just... Is Sash happy with the sleeves now?
I thought you said Cappy, which is very confusing because only my girlfriend calls me Cappy.
Wrong way. This person.
I was like, whoa, hey!
Oh,
I don't think we know each other like that.
We don't know each other like that, Cap. Not at all. Questions for me? Well, I suppose I have no other pressing duties at the moment. The following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder thingamadiggies. I shall begin asking questions. Questiones. Greetings, Izame. My friend here is desperately curious about Chief Hermes, and I was wondering if you might indulge him. Certainly, Mistress Vanat. Anything to be of service. What do you wish to know?
You wish to know?
What are Hermes' interests?
His interests? Well, he is an authority figure of flying life forms and has expansive knowledge of living creatures in general. Is that what you wish to know?
You want me to do Vinod as well?
No, I'll do... How would you describe him as a person? As a colleague?
He's a quiet man, reserved you might say, and occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. His recent nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duties as chief overseer. He's quite autistic, though, and he's let that influence
Meteion
his
is
child.
the autistic one, I feel.
They're
Unless
both
he somehow
autistic.
split the autistic tendencies into Meteion, but who knows.
Autism creates autism. I hope that answers your question. Was there anything else?
Do you know of Meteion's abilities?
Ah, yes, her abilities of autism. They're quite powerful. It's no secret that she's a highly unusual familiar. Of late, the chief often makes his rounds with her.
You're welcome to help us out,
raising
Sashara.
her chick.
Sashara tells us that Izame is a female-leaning name, and they have boobs. Apparently, those are boobs.
Oh,
Very difficult
shit.
to tell,
I don't
but
see
yeah,
gender.
boobs.
I thought it was a busty boy. Nah.
I'm gonna be real with you. Unless they say man or woman in the like the title thingy-majiggy, I thought like because here's the thing, Hyflodeus
Either way,
has like long hair and is like, oh, like I thought Hyflodeus was a woman, but then their voice was like fairly masculine. I was like, oh, maybe gender's not like that much of a concept unless it, like, or you know, gender assigned at birth kind of thing isn't a concept, and maybe it's one of like identity rather than, you know, the biology shit. But I don't know. I understand. Do you want to say this line? Oh, Cap's muted. Hopefully Cap's alright. Unless, oh, did they have to write something? Hang on. Aw, that's lovely. Cry. I like it. It's good. I understand that she is... By the by, Cap, you are muted. I did not mute you. You did it yourself. As far as I know. I understand that she is able to read emotions and communicate directly.
Sorry about that. Had to pick up a call.
No, that's alright. I wasn't too sure if that was on purpose or not.
I understand that she is able to read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. Exactly how she was created with that talent, however, is a mystery to me. My apologies. I wish I could explain her nature more in depth. I've not had the occasion to discuss it with Chief Hermes.
Do you trust him?
I beg your pardon? I've known Chief Hermes for many years. Though I cannot say we're close, he has never withheld information to the detriment of our duties, if that's what you mean.
Forgive us. We seem to have veered slightly off course here. Is there perhaps someone else who could tell us more about Meteion?
That would be Tiamius. I know that name from Yu-Gi-Oh!
Nice.
He has a similar expertise with flying concepts, and he is more than eager to discuss the subject. You'll find him conducting his observations on the banks of the stream, somewhere to the east. Oh, and unless you take a particular joy in rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your questions concise.
We shall keep that in mind. Thank you for your patience and your insight.
Think nothing of it. If there's aught else you need during your stay, please do not hesitate to ask. You see, I've been making this new plant called a coffee, and you can take the beans and make a drink from it.
Nice. Come, Grant. I think we've taken enough of Ismane's time. I love how Sash says she's being antisocial, and she's right fucking here. Just judging me. Watch, she's gonna emote in a few seconds. Look at... Okay, so she wants me to look at her character robes and then look at... Alright, Scion Sorcerer... What? Shadow Talons. Scion Sorceress Headdress. Type 2 Leggings. Sophia's Thingy-Madoogies. Sophia's Thingy-Madoogies. Okay. And then I look at mine, and then I look at hers. And then I look at mine, and then I look at hers. The boobs, Grant. You don't have boobs.
You're flat.
Wait, do I have negative boob? Is that how they're doing it? Is that you have no boobs or negative boobs?
You got negatits.
Like, I'm gonna go with...
That was...
No, fair enough, Sash. You won't be forced into verbal confrontation or anything like that. Hi there, bestest boy! Our investigation is off to a fine start. Wouldn't you agree? From here, I propose that we split up. I shall continue making inquiries with the resident observers. If you could track down the colleagues Ismene mentioned, while I find compelling to interject once or twice during that previous conversation, you seem more than capable of drawing forth the answers you seek. All I ask is that you watch your footing around the stream. We can meet back here once you finish speaking with this... How did you say it?
Timaeus.
Timaeus. Nice. Yeah, like...
It's like the Eye of Timaeus, my favorite Yu-Gi-Oh card.
Okay, I have to zoom in, but I do see a booby difference between, like... Granted, like, I almost thought for a second of, like, oh, the Rothgars have more titty than Sashera.
Well, I mean, they do.
Not really. Like, they're hunched over is the thing, but then you look at Sashera and she's just like... just, like, standing up straight. So, yeah. Alright, where is the... This way. Also, 197 to the west. Okay, so it's in the opposite direction, probably up at that tower. Whee! Oh, he's across the river. Okay, so we need to go crossing it. How's boobs, you say? Yes, Star Kuma. Boobs, or breasts, or milkies, or booba, or
titty.
Mammaries, titties, bazongas.
Dobon honkeros.
Ow. Zarex. Yes, yes, I'm Tiamos, but please keep your voice down. Oh wait, do you want to do Timon want to?
Yes, I am Tiamos, but keep your voice down, you'll startle the birds.
The following event cannot be skipped. Yeah, I understand. I'm gonna be asking questions. Gravity welling unga bungas.
So, what is it you wish to speak about?
Is it true you're an expert? Oh wait, no. What do you think of Chief Hermes' flying creations?
Chief Hermes' work? A worthy subject indeed. Those beings which soar through the clouds, majestic and graceful, are ever a favorite of creators. Even now, with so many varieties in existence, the flood of newly imagined concepts continues unabated. What sets the Chief's creations apart, however, is how they benefit from his boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. Birds that climb so high that they disappear from our view, others which traverse the boundless sky in moments, and all without riding the currents. I know of none save he who can conceive such marvels. Even we who must prize elegance of form above anything else are dumbfounded by his genius.
Meteion 2 is a marvel, then.
My opinion on that matter would be superficial at best. Despite my admiration for Meteion as a concept, I have never delved too deeply into the inner workings of her nature. I know that she has a gift for communicating via emotions, otherwise her abilities are a mystery to me. If Chief Hermes should choose to submit Meteion's concept to the Bureau of the Architect, then the design will be registered for public scrutiny. Analyzing a colleague's creation before that step is frowned upon, to say the least. Of course, if he came to me, a fellow artisan, looking for advice, it would be an entirely different story.
Do you know of Dynamis and Entelechis?
Entelechis.
Entelechis.
Dynamis and Entelechis. Those terms do sound vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower made here on Elpis, which exhibited properties of one or the other? It must have been centuries since I last heard anyone speak on such things. Has there been a resurgence in interest?
Nope.
Then why bring up the subject? I'm flattered that you sought my insight, but I cannot afford to neglect my duties for the sake of idle chatter. Now, I really must return to my observations. Surely you have your own tasks to attend to.
Okay. Nice. Alrighty. 160 malms to the north. Oh, nice. Okay, so this ways. Ears. Oh, hey, look, it's, Xenos, a combat concept observer. Bye, Zarix. Thank you for joining in. Alright, so where is... 120 to the east. Okay, so it's... Ah, yep, so it is, like, up there. Okay. Thank you for joining in, Zarix. I greatly appreciate your time. I hope you have a wonderful day. Are we still in advertisement mode right now, or... No? Okay, cool.
Yeah, we just switched into ad mode.
And then it looked like it just switched out. One, two, three more to go. Alright, that's not too bad. But it looks like we missed one during our little escapades. 313 to the southeast. So that's probably down back near the southern something or rathers. Shame. Oops. Back already? That was quick work. You were obviously clever enough to head off any of that rambling Ismene mentioned. So, have you any new findings to share? I see. Even an expert in the field had little understanding of Metion's capabilities, let alone any awareness of Dynamis. My questions resulted in much the same answers. Hermes' colleagues view Metion as his personal project and could provide no details beyond those which you just told me. Which leads me to believe that the only person with any significant knowledge of the Dynamis is Hermes himself. Yes, we've made some progress here, but more information is needed if we are to reach any definitive conclusions. Next, we get ourselves a lovely hat when we're done.
We do love a hat.
At present, the strongest link we have to the final days is the power of Dynamis and the Entelechis which can control it. Entelech. Yet more scholars are only vaguely aware of these terms, let alone study them in any depth, except for Hermes, it seems. Thus, I am inclined to stay at our current course and learn all we can about the Chief Overseer and his familiar. And on that subject, was there aught else of note you can tell me about Metion, aside from her unorthodox method of communication? She and her sisters were created to journey to the stars and search for intelligent life. I rather wish you had mentioned that earlier. In any event, would you care to elaborate? So, these siblings of hers now travel the great expanse in search of deeper meaning. Thank you. Though the mystery at hand remains unresolved, I feel you've touched upon a vital clue, one we should keep in mind as we continue. Next, I propose we take ourselves to Peripetia Crystalline, not far from here. Just follow the path to the west. Nice. I did not know a red mage could do that. Nice. Alrighty.
Holy shit, motorcycle? How the fuck you get motorcycle?
Oh, I paid for that one.
I want motorcycle.
Yeah, you can get it at one point. God damn it.
Still gotta finish Final Fantasy VII. I only finished the first disc.
I have not played any of Final Fantasy VII.
Good. It's fun.
I understand, but I don't know. I've not. This is my only like, you know, oop, east this way. Where is? There's the Aether Current. Oli Aoli, give us all your maps or you're gonna get it. Who the f... I really want to say, who the fuck are you to Oli?
Oh no, you're being attacked by a Sith.
Oh no. Oh no, we're gonna have to fix this. This tower and the one further along are both part of Peripatia Crystalline, the facility where they archive all of Elpis's observational and testing records. Despite how they appear from the outside, the interior is actually a vast area of magical interconnected spaces, which, while fascinating, is not the reason we are all here. I shall cut my architectural lessons short and see what those two archivists have to share. If you could find someone to speak with over at the other tower, I shall join you there anon. $500 to the east. Yeah, so it basically wants me to look for something along the Rumination's Ramble. Ah! Excuse me. You have questions for me? Certainly. Just a moment while I conclude my current appointment.
You mean
Yeah, you can go ahead with the, questioning.
Indeed. Hold on. I gotta get a new one. Indeed. So if you could provide a comprehensive log of these behaviors, we should be able to have sufficient data for our official records.
Red, black,
Yeah.
white, and blue. There's 4 so far. And technically green, but that's in other Final Fantasy entries, I think.
Now, what is it you wish to speak with me about? The Chief Overseer's personal research project, and by that I assume you mean Meteon. Such undocumented studies are difficult to track. After all, hardly a day goes past without seeing a researcher trailed by one creation or another. I'm afraid I can't tell you exactly when Meteon appeared, only that she now spends much of her time at Chief Hermes' side. Although I do recall an interesting tale my dearest Garlene shared with me. Garlene is my romance partner and a fellow researcher here in Elpis. She was returning one night when she caught sight of Chief Hermes sending Meteon Heavensward. Funny.
Heavensward. They referenced an expansion!
They did the thing! They said it!
They said it! They said the thing!
For several days she would speak of that scene with wonder, describing it as one of the most beautiful spectacles she had ever witnessed. Saving, of course, my spectacles, of course. Have you seen them?
That sounds...
They're like concave.
That sounds like a story I would like to hear.
Mistress Venat! I thought you had already returned to the surface. Permit me to thank you again for your invaluable contribution to our concept placement proposal.
Pray do not mention it. As you say, my original plan was to leave after that task, but I have since become engrossed with Chief Hermes' research. Would you favor me with a retelling of this site which so delighted your Galeen?
Oh, of course. Or you could hear it from her lips directly if you prefer.
I love Volkov. This truly is the Final Fantasy 14.
At present, she should be observing a subject at Metabaso Stasala.
She does enjoy her time there, watching the sea creatures hunt and play, gazing upon the salty waters, at the world's ocean, recreated in such sublime detail.
Sublime.
Sublime! I imagine you must find similar joy indulging your boundless curiosity, Mistress Vanard. Even though such pursuits must continually and regretfully delay your return to the star.
Indeed they do.
Tis a rest well deserved and long overdue, I should think. How greatly have we prospered for the wisdom you accumulated during your travels as Azem. And what would Elpis be without your earlier academic work? The theories you developed served as the basis for many techniques we still use today. Man is such a creature of contemplation, but none embody that nature with as much enduring passion as you. Aye, dare I say there's not a soul alive more worthy of a return. I shall rejoice the day you depart on your final journey.
I will be honored. Well, shall we take this opportunity to meet with Galeen in person? Sounds good.
Then allow me to reconfigure the door to the archives there. It'll take you to the Skyway and spare you the need to avoid hostile concepts on the ground.
That would be most helpful. Thank you. I don't know how I feel about the whole, like, so this race is essentially immortal, but they elect to die when their purpose is completed.
I mean, you get bored.
Like, I get that, but the thing is that I don't, like, maybe it's just a weird thing where I don't like the idea of, like, oh, immortal people will just, you know, choose to die, because I feel like this is it's a very afterlife-y concept where it's like, oh, after you've gone through the hard work, and then you're experiencing everything in heaven, and then you pass on, a la The Good Place in its final season. But in this environment where it's like, oh, there's only the one star, and you can go and then there's, like, other stars out there and such, I feel like way more people would have had Hermes' sort of a mindset of, you know, being very attached to their own life and the lives of others, and wouldn't be interested in, you know, passing on.
I think it's a cultural thing, because, like, when you can choose to die, I'm sure culture evolves around, you know, not being there for too long and being a little annoying bitch boy.
Yeah, but if you don't die, there's no emphasis to progress. Like, what's the motivation for, like, unless they're like the Me-Seeks and they seek to die, which, you know, that's a bit morbid to think.
I think they seek to learn to do their purpose, and then after that they're just sort of bored. Like, sure, they kick it for a couple millennia or something, but, like, they ain't doing much, so they just sort of, yeah, right, it's time.
Yeah. I have opened the pathway to the Skyway. Once you
pass... my bad.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Once you pass through the door, simply walk straight across to the next tower and ask for admittance to the upper tier. Upon arriving at the upper tier, walk straight across the Skyway, and you will find yourself at the entrance of Metabasos Thalassai. Garleen will be eager to share her tale with you, I am sure.
Nice. Why do you think Venat is still here? I feel like that's because she's elected to be here. She doesn't want to die. Like, maybe it's just the fact that Venat, like, among all these Asians, she feels more human. Maybe that's why. It's like, that's why I probably emphasize with her. If you can't die, then there's no meaning to time, and life become as you're no longer restrained. You'll be in a state of entropy in which you can and will exist in all states at some point in time. Yeah, that. Mistress Venat, just passing through? Then allow me to prepare the path. If you need further assistance, there is always an observer or two out on the upper Skyway. So, yeah. Alright, let's see, is there... Nope, okay, we're going further away from the thingy. Thank you. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, hey, this looks like Xehanort. Hang
I
on.
wish I could do
Something's up with
Xehanort's
my
voice.
left ear. Hold on a sec. I can't hear anything right now. Ugh.
I'm gonna skedaddle and get ready for doctors.
Still can't hear anything. Still can't hear anything. Alright, I'm good.
Alright. I'm gonna go skedaddle and get ready for doctors.
Not to worry. Thank you so much for joining me in the VC. I really appreciate it.
Of course.
So yeah, you have a wonderful... Hopefully nothing bad at the doctors and the rebate is worthwhile.
Hell yeah. Catch ya.
Catch ya. Mistress Vanat, I was not told to expect. We would have been prepared an official welcome. Please, there is no need for fanfare. I only wish to speak with Galeen, if that might be arranged. Yes, Galeen, of course. I will inform her immediately. Ah, but she may be engaged in a testing phase. You could be in for something of a wait. Should I let her know your business is urgent? That won't be necessary. This lovely view will keep us occupied until she is ready to receive us.
A delightful breeze and a breathtaking view.
Oh, it's answers again. You can hear it in the
What is it
background.
like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place?
Some parts, yes. Other parts, not so much.
Dark, hidden places, rife with danger. Those have an altogether different, but no less powerful sort of appeal. While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures? Well, not the portentous events which led you here, but the simple delights all your own. By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans. But more than that, I have an interest simply as a fellow traveler. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account.
I'm just telling them about the distinguished gentleman story, I betcha. Like, at this moment right here, talking about a crazy man stuck as a statue, pretending to be a zombie, a lady that used bombs all the time, all sorts of silly nonsense.
Incredible. Would that I could have been there to see it.
You'll probably observe it some other way, I'm sure.
Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue. To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart. Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word. As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world.
This is important for
What
cures.
exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind? Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them. Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done. A passion swelled within me, an epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true. And a presence without, immense yet intimate, fate perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating, how keenly aware I became of creation's fragility, built as it is upon precarious happenstance. I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath. I ventured forth on a journey that very day, so very long ago now. Freed from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new, and so beautiful.
Hi there, Yoon.
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all a people, beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose, my love. And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star. Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it. The moment she can let go and walk unto the end. Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way. You, who are our future, tell me this, and tell me true. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
I think so? Oh, what the fuck? I can set the speed?
Pray forgive my lateness. My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
Yeah, like, look at this. I can set the speed.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteion. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, I did. 'Twas in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an
Endral
instant,
demands
it was
you
gone,
drink.
like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling.
Huh.
But then another shot up, then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate.
Thank you for the hydrate. Lunch break, make sure to have a rest too when you can. Noted!
Hermes and Meteion, the Metea, rather.
I might go for a bit of a stretch on the next advertisement and preheat a lunch.
They must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests. It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
Oh, okay. He has, like, communication with them still or something? Weird.
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details. Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls.
That's
nice. And will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
I would greatly appreciate it.
Please.
Lovely. Hang on. Manage goals. Sorry, I just had to stop something because, like, I had, like, this really impossible sub-goal set for, like, the last little while, and I probably should have set it to, like, a little more manageable of a number. So, another piece of the puzzle falls into place. From what we've learned thus far, I think we can safely conclude that Hermes hasn't been revealing the details of his research to others, which suggests that either someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or that Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. Since we have no reason yet to suspect the former, we should consider the latter that more likely possible. Proceeding under that assumption, our next step should be to divine why, or even if, he might desire such a terrible fate for our star. Ah, I can't. Okay. I'm back where I started, aren't I? Yes, I am. I should like to visit the site from which Hermes sent forth the Meteor. If we are fortunate, we might find some hint of what drives this research of his. Galeen said she spotted them in the southeast, rising from an isle she could see from the edge. If we stand at the same vantage point, it should not prove too difficult to locate the isle in question. Let's take a look, shall we? Yes, let's take a gander. We shall take a look. Lol, Sash and Whatsumhoozy are still up in the tower. I have since gone further.
Ah, Jai,
I know. As you say. %88 is a wonderful number. Nice work there, Furry Cures. Like 2 pairs of tits sideways. 66. $200 and so to the east. Alrighty, so we go this way. You're vibing while you work on a project, so stop guilt. So I stopped guilt-tripping myself. Not to worry, Sashera. Glad to hear you're working on a project again. I hope you're having a wonderful time. Someday your discipline will overshoot your motivations, and it will be an amazing sensation. You're gonna wonder, how did you ever do anything else without motivation? Alright, that should be... Yep, so I'm only missing one now, and I've got 1, 2, 3 blue checkmark missions to do. Which will most likely... God damn it, Furry Cures! Which will most likely be ones that I need to do via the MSQ, most likely. Let's see, how far away is it? 668 to the north. Huh? So it must be up here in the Boreas. God, that's a whiles. Nice. That worked. Excuse me. Ugh. Speaking of tits. God damn it! I'm barely focusing on who's stealing my shirt. Now, if I were conducting some mystery research, where would I go? Probably this island right here. Right there with the peach tree. Have you the means to fly? 'Tis quite a distance away. Nope, I do not have the means to fly right now. Inconvenient, but hardly an insurmountable problem. To me, Argos. Fuck yes! Argos, our boy! My friend, would you mind creating a double to carry Grant here over to that island? What's up? Stubborn creature. There is no place on this great star we have not together traveled, and still he remains obstinate in the presence of strangers. Argos has rather exacting standards, I'm afraid. I didn't know that. What? You've ridden him before? Ah, your before meaning my after. Not at all confusing, that. Interesting. 'Tis certainly not unthinkable. But speaking of the here and now, the quick solution is for us to face off in a sparring match. What? Demonstrate to him that you are capable of holding your own against me in battle, and you should convince Argos that you are worthy of his back. And besides, I might even teach you a thing or two in the bargain. You seem doubtful, but useful and lesson or not, it will certainly be a moment to remember, a memory of the distant past to cherish. What say you, traveler out of time? I will do what I must. Just taking off my Jedi robes, Obi-Wan Kenobi style, and just going... gun! I had a feeling you might say something like that. Know that you must give a good show. Clear your mind and prepare your weapons. I will await you at the clearing over yonder. Nice. Alrighty. Yay, got my shirt back. Sir Dragon! God damn it. Oh. Level sync to level 88. Righteous. Alright, let's do it.
Let neither side hold back. My blade sings!
Are you fucking kidding me?
Let neither side hold back. My blade sings!
Oh, shit. There it is. There's the spot.
My blade sings!
Cookie for Bookie!
Impressive. I shall have to try something different. No quarter. Have a taste.
God damn, the dancer is crazy.
I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I.
Okay, why is she able to change her classes in the middle of a fight like this? I can't do that nonsense.
Prepare yourself! Very well. Let us move to the final trial.
Alright, well, she's at... Oh my god. How am I... Oh, okay.
Break your chains, shed your burdens, and show me your strength of will!
Okay. I'm guessing that's all the different weapons she has available to her. Please tell me I survived that. Barely.
You still stand. The people of your time are more resilient than I had dared hope. I have seen enough.
Cool. Because you defeated me once already. Crazy. Absolutely fucking insane. You fucking limit braked on me.
'Twas my intent to finish it, but clearly I underestimated you. One would think I never learn. I made the same mistake with Azam when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, his strength was astounding. As is yours. 'Tis plain you have weathered considerable hardship. Far more even than your tales would suggest. It seems we have both learned much on our journeys.
Super Bowel Eye? What? Is this... No, the Super Bowl's already happened, hasn't it? I was a little confused by... Oh my goodness, there's two. Yay. Hi.
Well now, I dare say he has warmed to you. A boon to be sure. He never forgets his favorites.
Oh.
Eager to come to their aid.
Yay. We now hopefully we have Argos after this. Argos will soon have us standing on the very spot where the Mattia made their departure into the night sky. With luck, we will learn something of Hermes' intentions. My hope is that we find no connection, no festering wish to oblivion. Then we might have Hermes and his considerable expertise working with us, rather than against us. Venout has Argos and is double at heel. Let us move over to the edge before mounting, shall we? This will allow Argos to catch the currents rising up from below and give us a smooth ride over to the isle. Ah, look who's waiting for me. Hello there. Alright, let me invite you. Hey, Matsuyo! Nice! Good to see you again! Good to see you again, Matsuyo. Yay. Oh, he declined the party invite. Okay. I got missions to do. I thought it said Matsuyo accepted it, but yay, hi. I think it's Fizz in the chat. I'm not too sure if Fizz is in the chat right now, but hi. Alrighty. Dun, 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 dun. How's it going? Just staring at me. Alright. This should hopefully get me to the next island. Argos motions to his back with his muzzle. You've been given the go-ahead to hop on. Yep. Alright, let's go. Dun, 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 dun. Beans! Beans! Look at them beans. Now, what was the name of that tree? Noe something. Oh! Neapolitan. Did she actually say Neothoperian? Okay, so it's not Neapolitan, but it's close. Brace yourselves for the landing. I wouldn't want you tumbling off at the last minute. Thank you.
Quite a small place, lacking even the most basic equipment. The present may yield no clues, but we may yet try perusing the past. Have you done this before?
Nope. You're gonna head out now. Have a good night, everyone. Oh, thank you for Lysandra. Thank you for keeping me company this long. I really appreciate it.
Power freely. Worry not. I shall assist you. Come and stand before me.
Okay.
There are two ways to see the past. The first entails peering through the walls of the soul in the moment a subject is recalling a memory. The second requires no subject, and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether.
I need to go to the bathroom. I can't hold it in anymore. I am so sorry. I am going to run an advertisement like 5 minutes ahead of time. So hopefully it should push back the 3 minutes. Yes, it pushes it back an hour. All right, I am going to the bathroom. Oh my gosh. Bathroom break. Stronger than 100 men. An outsider? But how? By the gods! Allies of the Empire! My sincerest apologies for failing to note your arrival. Cookie for Sky. Sky, look! Rabbit girls. Rabbit girls. Hopefully you enjoyed your cookie. It was the warden you wished to know about, yes? My mother, may she rest, saving $200 a month in my normal thingy-majiggy. So 625. So 625 minus $200, which means that even if I get rid of only 2/3 of my, so because I think last month I spent 680 times by 0.666. Even if I only get rid of like 2/3 of my takeaway budget, then there's an additional $450 I can use into other expenses, or I can put it into saving, which means that by the time October comes along, then I would have saved for at least the $3,500 it would have cost me to do that, and that is before I get money from Twitch or from, you know, the tax return from Australia this year. So yeah, also, hi there, Butts. Welcome to the stream. Hi there, Zapper. Oh.
Diddums.
Oh.
Diddums. Oh.
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 Ech.
Ech.
Y'all just gonna let Icy live?
No. No. This is like a render of me instead of like actively me. What do I gotta? Okay, so I need to disable this. All right. All right. Can chat tell the difference between me? Here we go. Click, 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 click. Alright. So, alright, first thing we gotta do is we gotta subdivide it, and we're gonna... let's go with 4 cuts.
The real you is super ugly.
Wow! Do I have it as a command? Hold on. Hold it like what? What are you talking about? I've already lost my shirt, and you can't take my pants, so... Hold it like what? Are you talking about like what my pose looked like when I ran off? I can't control that. I can't control what my pose looks like while I'm in the middle of like running off, because there's nothing for it to capture. It just does whatever the fuck. I cannot be held responsible for such things. Why would you hold your bladder? No, I was hoping the cutscene would be done, but yeah, but it wasn't going to be done anytime soon, hence why I did the choice of, you know, running the advertisement now. Alright, moving on.
As memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved. Such memories are given to fading, however, and can prove challenging to visit. But come, Let us try. Close your eyes.
All units fully functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars.
Okay.
Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles. End of status report. Severing connection with shared consciousness.
Oh.
Did you hear that, Hermes? All is well.
That's good.
Yes. Good tidings at long last. Every step of the way, I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
But soon we won't need to speculate. We'll know the answers. What others live for.
Indeed. And we'll owe it all to you and your sisters.
I wonder what answers we will get.
Whatever intelligent beings that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us. Diverse in form and culture. Possessed of unique ways of thinking. Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. Completely and utterly unlike ours.
Utterly unlike... how?
I have no idea. Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No, I will think earnestly on them all. And I will share them with our people, that together we may contemplate our own existence. Perhaps then our star will become a better place. Not only for man, but for all life. Meteon, though I gave you wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet, learn to walk and run and so much more. And when you return, older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Will there be apples? Covered in syrup?
And how are you supposed to eat them? Rather than food, perhaps... a flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
But she's still here, though, so... like... where was she supposed to go?
So, what is your opinion?
Hermes wouldn't wish for the final days.
I'm inclined to agree. As we had suspected, the two are somehow involved. Yet 'tis difficult to believe that they would deliberately seek to end all life.
Yeah, it's not intentional.
In light of this, I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself. If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution.
But nothing we do, we can't stop your final days. That's the problem.
Then it is settled. Let us seek out our friend with all swiftness.
Like...
'Twould not do to let such a pure soul be blackened by tragedy.
He's already upset, though, is the thing. It's... Like, if we fuck up, we could be responsible for the final days that's going off here, of all things. There are any number of places where Hermes might be in Elpis. But we could do worse than to look in Ctissis Hyperborea, the largest facility. It stands in Ithosolecticosporus, the Northern Isle. I wonder, Grant, for an institution which claims to be studiously research every species destined for release into the world, did you not question how they find room for them all on so few islands? The answer lies with Ctissis itself. I touched upon the practice before back at the archives, where a vast area is stitched together out of multiple conceptual spaces. The same holds true for the interior of this facility and its magical constructed environs. 'Tis there, within these sprawling habitats, that the chief overseer and most of Elphis observers conduct the bulk of their work. Come, the simplest route out is via the newest north of Pliotikin Oikos. Okay. Hey, we got some blue ticks now available. The perks of being a lost flower and an unexpected guest. So, now, if I look at the Aether Currents for this area correctly, that's 2 of the 3 missions. So, no doubt that the final mission we will need to conduct is a main questline mission. Fuck it, let me just teleport faster. Actually, no, because I need to get to this place. It would cost me yeah, it's about the same sort of distance. And then, once I'm done with there, then I need to cut across to the expected guest. So yeah, should be easy enough to do. Wait, what level is the mission? Level 80. Okay, so I should probably do that as... I'm gonna do that as my paladin, then. I'm gonna do some of these blue ticks as my paladin, so then that way the paladin gets, like, a little bit of experience going into it. Granted, I need, like, 6 million to, like, 10 million experience per level, but that's probably better than, you know, utilizing my character that is so close to level 90 already. Alrighty. Oh my god, they're all the way over there. Why? So yeah. This guy is not fully fleshed out yet. So... Because I believe the quest I'm on... Yeah, level 87. So, I'm currently at, like, the 87, 88 range with all of my, with my MSQ. And 2 of my classes out of the 4 tanks you can see are still in the low 80s. So I'm going to need to, like, probably grind through them too. Because, like, it's really tempting to do so because the warrior is already a level 90. The gunbreaker is close. And I want to make it so that, you know, once one gets to, like, max level, I can just move on to the other guy to continue progression. So, welcome back, Tatsu. You've been gone a while. Hopefully everything is alright. I'm just quickly accepting all the different blue ticks I have here. So then that way I have, the currents I need for the, There we go. That way I have, like, all the, the missions that I need to do for the Aether Currents to be done in this area. It's really close. We got Garlemald done. Thavniar still has a ways to go. Mare is the same sort of thing. But Elpis, we're nearly done. So, because we got to deal with this, we got to deal with that. And then afterwards, it's probably just like a MSQ thing. Dad needed help carrying a bunch of soil from Bunnings to home, so you did that for him because he can't carry anything yet. Ah, okay. What's the soil for? Plants. Cool. Noted. Plants. Also, I need to adjust my mic just a little bit. There we go. Nice. Thank you for taking the initiative. Yep. Sounds good. You're also making a new kobold based off of Aztec hot chocolate. Huh. Okay. Didn't know the Aztecs had chocolate, but that kind of makes sense considering cocoa was a South American thing. Alrighty, so I now need to go to that one down there. Sorry, just scratching different parts. Your backyard looks like a rainforest because of all the plants he has. Well, at least he's doing something. At least your dad's got something to do. I don't know how it'd feel if I was like if I didn't have anything to do. Sunday almost felt like that, I'll be honest with you. But I went for a bit of a walk in the evening, which was actually really great. I feel like I could do that a little more often, quite frankly. Just go for an evening walk or something. Their hot chocolate has a lot of chili and it was a very different consistency. I like chili is the thing, so I'm actually really... It's not going to be like Max Brenner, because I feel like Max Brenner is a very... That's like saying Kentucky Fried Chicken is southern cuisine. I imagine Aztec chocolate and hot chocolate would be different. He's either sleeping or making more pot plants. Meanwhile, the Aztec chocolate is thick! Can I help you? Yes. Hello. We need to move on, please. Aw, Dazzy logged out. Aw. Poor Dazzy. I can escort you. Okay, I am sending him back to the north gate, it seems. Okay, then. Let's try and avoid all the deadly animals. God damn you. This is gonna be a tough one. There we go. Well, the good news is that that's not the end of the world, hitting something that's like 6 levels above me. Good to know. But I only get like 2,000 experience from that, and I need 6 million. I'm going to need a lot of experience in order to up this paladin. I'll most likely need to do a lot of the MSQ nonsense. Oh my god, it's the giant horses. What the shit? Okay, let's not deal with that fate. I don't think I can deal with that. I don't think I'd be good against all those horses. Are those the zebra mounts that everyone was talking about? Hopefully so. Alright, how many missions have I gone through right now? Because I was previously at, like... Ow, hang on, I just need to fix my ear. Ugh. I can't wear my headphones forever. Those are Ixion. Oh, okay. So I was at... There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... 8. I'm currently up to the 8th mission, so I'm halfway there right now. And it's only 2 p.m. Nice. What a relief. How far north is that compass going? 700, yep, so it's going very far. Yum. Ah, look, there's Tatsu. Right where I left them. Flash. Ah. Yeah. So the Gunbreaker is nearly at max. Paladin is the next one I work on, followed by the Dark Knight. But yeah, I got my warrior up to level 90. The bad news is, however, is that I picked up the Wondrous Tales. I picked it up when I was at, like, level 90 with the warrior, and I think that's, like... I think that's tipped it over into, like, the harder difficulty shit. Like, okay, I've got my level 50 task done, but look at, like, level 70 dungeon, level 80 dungeon, and a level 90 dungeon. I don't have any level 90 dungeons. Next thing you know, I've got the copied factory, I've got that. Thalalia, whatever the fuck that is. The final coil of Bahamut, I do not have those. Eden's Promise, Umbra, or Litany, I don't have that. Abyssos's 7th or 8th Circle, I don't have that. Treasure Dungeons, sure, that can be done, but I've not been grinding for treasure maps, so who knows. I can do the World Eater solo. I don't know if I can do Limitless Blue. The Minstrel's Ballad, I think I can do that one. I don't know what Cloud Deck is. I don't know what the Castrum Marinum is. And then we have the front lines. Welcome to the max level Wondrous Tales, but you can get gold certs. Wait, I can get gold certs now? Bronze, silver. Oh, hey, there's a gold one. Nice. Yeah, but that requires you having, like, 3 lines. Like, I don't know about you, but I'm probably not going to get 3 lines. I've not had that great kind of luck. Thank you for your help. Truth be told, they're worth a lot of gil. Fair enough. Yep, so that's 1 Aether Current mission done. Look at that. I only have like 1 site and 2 more missions. And once I had in this mission, it's going to be 1 site and 1 mission remaining. And knowing my luck, the Aether... Yep, the Aether Current mission is the one that is in the MSQ. So. Apologies for the distraction, but it
suck a lemon.
No, you go suck a lemon, Furry Cures. I do not appreciate this anymore. Bam. Grant, thank you for seeing to the safety of my guest.
What if we held hands as a treat?
No hand-holding, Furry Cures. None. None whatsoever. No hand-holding. Could not care. Yep. Alrighty. Yep, all the yellow tick missions here are level 80s only. So if I ever do get obscenely bored, I can just grab a whole ton of them and then hand them in with my paladin, but who knows if that will be worth. Hey, and Sash has been waiting for me here the entire time. Oh, good. The Neos acknowledge you as my guest. You should now have the authority to use it as you wish. As for the way to Catissus Hyperborea, we follow this path, then turn left at the crossroads. Alrighty, Aether Compass, how far away am I? 147 malms to the northeast. Alrighty. Swap over to the Gunbreaker again. Hey, there's the Aether Current. Is Sash still following me? Yeah, she is. Oh yeah, she'd probably... There we go. God damn, Sash is strong. Gotta figure out what's a good hide to grind. Attuning with the Aether Current allows you better thingamajiggies. Yes, it does. And with that, I have now done all the observation Aether Currents that I need to do. I've got one more mission, and then after that, I can then fly around Elpis. Not that I have long before I have work to, but eh. Alright, once we get close, I think once we get to the mission that does the dungeon, I'll probably move over to the Oceania servers. Because I'm noticing it's like a little more empty, like I'm not seeing as many people passing through. Here we are, the grandest research facility in Elpis. We should head inside and ask what about Hermes' whereabouts. Hermes is at another facility, as we have just discovered. Hello, Helophilis and Emmett. Kythlodia, sorry. Furthermore, we've confirmed that his studies into Dynamis, as well as his creation of Meteon, were entirely private pursuits. No one else we spoke with appears to possess the chief's depth of knowledge on the subject, and neither did we hear any tales of stolen research. Which means that if Hermes himself harbors no desire to bring down an apocalypse, then he might be recruited to help prevent one. Or so saith the illustrious Emmett Selch. According to your story, the 14th divined the connection between the celestial currents and the final days, but were never able to pinpoint the root cause of the calamity. With our people's greatest minds, not to mention Hyphlodeus' sharp eyes, committed to the pursuit of a solution, such an outcome seems inconceivable. The only possible explanation is for the nature of the catalyst was so inaccessible that even we fail to perceive it. Where will be... And what better fits that description than the invisible, intangible Dynamis? Which in turn leads us to our next question. How did Hermes, in his role as Fandaniel, not recognize the subject of his own research? We must assume that he neither knew and was unable to help, or that he was otherwise prevented from identifying the cause in the first place. At this juncture, all we can do is speculate. To be clear, the Convocation does not tolerate acts of deception or malice. We are practiced at perceiving truth and would have known had Fandaniel lied to us. Hermes has no conscious wish for the world to end, of that I am certain. It seems there is more to the tale after all. We conduct an investigation of our own, you see. I've not done any of the dungeons with NPCs before. Is that going to be a problem? How comforting. We seem to have reached the exact same conclusion. I see no reason to delay further. 'Tis time we brought Hermes into the fold, as it were. Thank you for your understanding. Save your thanks. I did not say I believed your ridiculous story. But as Emmett Selch, I have a duty to examine any potential threat to our existence, no matter how ludicrous or personally offensive I may find it. Well, you're still a dick, but at least you're helping us. Do not approach me, do not speak to me, and do not dare presume to treat me as a friend. I am merely carrying out my duty. Yep, he's still a dick. He's still a dick. Look at this. Look at that. Do not approach me, do not speak to me, and do not dare presume to treat me as a friend. I am merely carrying out my duty. Still a dick. Sashera's biggest crush. Still a dick. I think the time for leisurely exploration is past. If I might have a moment to adjust my vision. There he is, on the neck aisle over. Meteion is with him. Hermes appears to be in the midst of an observational study, but I suggest we hurry over before they venture else. Head straight down the path. We can teleport to Misophes Eros from the device at the bottom of the slope. Don't bully Emmett. He deserves all the bullying coming his way. He deserves every last one of it. Too bad.
Bonk.
Ow. Vroom. What? Amazing that we did that in basically the same time. They are close by, within the Hungering Gardens. That would be the circular enclosure you see just up ahead. Well then, Grant, make yourself useful and bring Hermes out here to us. If I were to go, he would assume I was only there to press him on the Fandaniel matter. Of all of us present, you stand the best chance of convincing him to put aside his work at the moment. But the creations in there are not exactly... Then again, perhaps Grant can handle them. He did survive a bout with Venat, after all. After you go find Hermes, but do be prepared to come to blows with the garden's denizens. No bully. Oh, would you look at that? Sashera is already standing in the little gardens. Look at them. Look at... Over in here, somewhere. Oh, Jesus Christ. The fuck are these? Oh my... No. The temptation to go through this as the, So that was 26... Alright, hang on a second, Paladin. Let's see how we do with the Paladin. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting. When I change from like one thing to another, the enmity changes. Okay, so where the fuck are they? Oh my god. Sash! Thank you, Sash. Okay, so... Oh my fucking god, why... Fine, I'll do the tank thing of just like... Alright, so they're not there. They're not down here. The fuck are they? Also, I'm not getting like the full... Where the fuck is... Oh my god. Where the hell is he? Where the fuck is Hermes? There he is. You were hiding behind a fucking rock. Grant! What are you doing here? I thought you were keeping Hefladeus and Emmett Selch company. An important matter? And unrelated to my decision on Fandaniel, you say? Then yes, I will come, as soon as my work here is finished. It will not be long, I promise, but you should really wait outside the garden with the others. There is no place for idle exploration. Oh my god. Cool, they're running away like idiots. You spoke with Hermes, then? And were briefly entangled with the denizens of the Hungering Gardens as well, I see. Or should I say, smell. I cannot speak for certain Convocation members, but I, for one, am impressed with your fortitude. Well done indeed. Now that you've convinced Hermes to confer with us, let us pray that things will soon take a turn for the better. For as fascinating as it would be to meet the Emmett Selch who would recreate Amarot in the depths of the ocean, I think it's best for all concerned if such tragic events never came to pass. Be it in our future or our past, assuming yours is not truly written in stone, naive hope that it is. Oh, hi, Emmett. Hermes said he would not be long, yes? Then we shall wait here until he emerges. Fine, Emmett. Fine.
My apologies for keeping you waiting. I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
Ow.
Aye. A matter of the utmost gravity. If one can suspend disbelief.
Easily. Compared to you,
Go on,
easily.
then. Tell him what you told us. Who you are, and why you came.
You didn't have to sound so pissy about it.
The final days.
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a dynamis reaction. And none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes. I must stress that we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom. And so, distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter, on the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
Mm-hmm.
Even you, Vana. As you say, the phenomena observed in the two calamities may both be attributed to dynamis. Of note is the difference in its effect. In the first final days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves. The key variable, I suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age. As you know, ether, in essence, negates dynamis. Harboring high concentrations of ether, we ancients cannot readily manipulate dynamis, nor be manipulated by it. Therefore, rather than ourselves, the calamity affected our magics.
Which...
In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether. Thus are they susceptible to the influence of dynamis and its transformative potential. But that would explain only the mechanism, not the cause. Though perhaps...
What is it? Even should it be a hypothesis, we would hear it.
He created creatures that could manipulate dynamis, or at least absorb it.
Dynamis is an energy put in motion by feelings. Feelings for which there must first exist a source. A source to which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the selfsame negative emotions. Elsewise it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
Oh boy.
So it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents. Someone, or something, is instigating the star's demise.
Someone with a huge amount of negative emotion. And isn't one that isn't...
So, we've a villain on our hands after all. Any idea who or what it could be?
The celestial currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether, encasing it like a protective sphere. According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested. If the inciting factor came from without a Theris, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts.
Who are you talking to? Because that's not one of your siblings, is it?
May we please be friends?
Meteon. What is it?
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self and connecting to shared consciousness. Connection established. Commencing status report.
So, is it the siblings that first... Oh, Jesus!
It hurts, it hurts! It hurts!
Ah! So cold, so sad. I don't understand. Make it stop. Please, make it stop.
Steady, Meteon. Steady.
So scared, so lonely. The pain, it's too much. Why? Why do we? They hurt.
Ah!
Hurt.
No!
This
No!
is wrong.
No!
All wrong.
She's gone? But how?
Where the fuck did she go?
She has altered her etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings, an ability for avoiding confrontation.
So...
Most effective. Frustratingly so. I can't see her either. Not even a trace.
Stay away. Please. This is wrong. My mistake. So please.
Fucking knew it! Something was gonna happen to her!
Are you alright?
Well, at least I can still hear her in my head, so we might have a direction.
In your mind? No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
Of course. When communicating without words, Meteon also employs Dynamis. That would explain why you were able to hear her, when we could not.
Then you are our best chance of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down. Hindered though we may be, let us split up and search as well.
You see why I didn't want to... Yeah! Because I was right! I was right! I said she was gonna I said she was going to be like, you know, a fucking problem. I said they were gonna traumatize us, and they did. She listened out, and she got all pain and depression and just fucking disappeared on us. She's probably the reason for the final days as well, because of the utilization of the Deimos. Hi there, Kiyoshi Sharp. Who's Kiyoshi Sharp? Welcome, happy birthday, thank you so much, Loon. Catching up on Dawn Trail. A little bit. Grant here has been chipping away for a long while. He's living right now, so I'm watching his progress. He's having a breakdown. I'm not having a breakdown! I just absolutely fucking shaking you right now. I knew it! I fucking knew it! Hi, I'm Grant. Ah! Welcome back, Wild Saber. We had a power outage and power had been out since 6 and it's finally back on. Nice! Glad to hear it came back on. That, goddamn, that was like 8 hours. Twitch.tv/GrantZeebs. They do not have an adventure plate because of privacy reasons. Stiletto Love Bun. Twinkie's Big Bro. Cool. Alrighty. I now need to search. I now need to search for the depresso autistic child. Alrighty. Got Medusa's down there. Now, is it gonna give me an indicator? Is it gonna give me an indicator that it's above and not... Yep, okay, so... It's not below, it is above. Oh! Suspicious disturbance. I just went past that. You calm your mind. Your senses questing for any hint of Metion's presence. Think. Feel. It seeps into my mind. Our voices. Reporting. No, no. Hermes mustn't hear them. I have to run. To hide. Meteon's anguished voice grows distant as the source seems to flee down the slope. Alright, let me just... Shortcut. Where's my sprint? There's my sprint. Let's go, let's go! You strain to catch even the faintest whisper, but fail to hear Metion's voice. She must be elsewhere. Fucking where else? She can't be in the water. That would be ridiculous. Is she back up or... No. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Or... Maybe she is somewhere in the... There it is. God, I was about to run all the way to the middle of the lake, didn't I? Greetings and salutations. Hi, Metion. Commencing report. Can't tell him that. We must run. Run far away. Oh, Jesus. Fades as you sense her climbing at the top of the ridge. Oh boy. Alrighty. So, this is going one of two ways. Either, one, her siblings, all her sisters that, like, traveled across the stars, and then, like, 180 cycles, which could be 180 years later, all of them are in pain. All of them are having a terrible time out in space, because space is cold and dark and fucking everything is a huge massive fucking distance away. You're just in a vacuum of space. The likelihood of life is just like infinitesimally small. It is one of two of our greatest fears in space. Either we are not alone or we are painfully alone. So that's the first thought. The second thought is that there is actually something out there, in which case it is in pain, and it is, you know, just being an absolute meanie to, like, a whole ton of the, like, Metion siblings. Either way, not good. We're gonna have a terrible time, aren't we? And we now observe, we now think and feel. You strain to catch even the faintest whisper, but fail to hear Metion's voice. She must be elsewhere. Oh, shit. Where else could she be? Oh, hi, Emmett. I see you're still here. Ugh. This is an exercise in futility. You have to be the one to find her, Grant. Follow her voice. You strain to catch even the faintest whisper, but fail to hear she must be elsewhere. Are you serious? How far could she have gone? Oh, there's another tree. Let's try over here. No! God! Oh my god. Sash! Help! There we go. Hey, Zeus Pegasus! Hi! Welcome to the stream! Welcome to the stream, everyone! My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. I don't have to go to work today because work experiments with a four-day work week once in a while, and this was one of those weeks, and so I am deciding before I go on break in June to try and catch up as quickly as I can to the MSQ of Final Fantasy XIV, the critically acclaimed MMORPG, complete with a free trial, allowing you to experience the entirety of the Heaven's Ward expansion and the Stormblood extension up to level 70 with no restrictions on playtime. Sorry. They brought you a birthday. Oh, is that the gift? Is that the cool... Is that the gift? Is that the new... It's a new mount. It looks really cute. Happy birthday. Oh, so it's Sash's birthday over here. So if you can wish Sashera a happy birthday. So, happy birthday, Sash. Happy birthday. How did it come to this? Is the reason we traveled to the stars why we sought out other life forms? Is this it? Is this the answer? No, it cannot be. Metion's anguished voice drifts away to the south. Oh, Jesus. Special mount from the Endwalker content. Ah! Nice. But yeah, hopefully you had a wonderful time in Demon Souls. Hi there, Braun. Thank you for giving Sashera the birthday cake. I'm sure she'll appreciate it. Alrighty. We are running around in circles in this place. Like, holy shit. And there are 2 levels complete in Demon Souls. You have to rely on a skip to reach a boss, because running back to it is a pain otherwise. Fair enough. I feel like a game like Demon Souls, Elden Ring, and all them, it's a test on whether or not you want to employ, like, the skip, or if you want to enjoy the mechanics. Oh my god, what the hell are you? It's a giant fucking... These look like a very weird creature to create as well, this weird tomato thing. Alrighty. Alright, do we hear anything in here? Let's see. Think. Feel. You strain to catch even the faintest whisper, but fail to hear Metion's voice. She must be elsewhere. God fucking damn it. Oh, so she's up a... Okay, hang on. Maybe this way? I can see another one up here. The game was certainly made before reliable shortcuts were commonplace in the... Yeah. I think that was something that Elden Ring was probably the best at, was the fact that there was like sort of a revive location just prior to bosses. So then that way you didn't have to do a whole ass boss run. Like boss runs were like a weird thing from like arcade games where they gave you a lot of filler before you got to like the main attraction. And then Demon Souls did that a little bit. But yeah, it's nice that they kind of moved away from that. Compiling reports for dissemination to Hermes and all peoples of Aetheris. Oof. Processing expedition data. Preparing profiles on intelligent civilizations. Formulating answers to the question. Finalizing report. There's no one out there, is there? Difficulty is always quite hard to balance. It is. Oh my god. And then she's saying it's wrong. Anguish flees towards the lake. Any sign of Metion? Panicked and confused, which will make it all the more difficult to predict her movements. Hermes, what do you make of this situation? The Metia are linked to a single mind, a shared consciousness which connects them across any distance. I suspect something has happened which disrupted its usual harmony. How might we access this shared consciousness of theirs? Much as you would approach any sentient being, directly. In the Metia's case, that means speaking to any incarnation within physical reach. So unless we can track down the Meteod we just lost, we have no means to communicate with them. No way of knowing what befell her sisters, no way to provide directions or guidance. Then we have best set our musings aside and concentrate on how we might find her. You hate cheap, time-wasting difficulty? Yeah, I do too. Alrighty. Oh, my dear Metreon, what did you witness out there that frightened you so? Why do you seek to keep it from us? How terrible could it possibly be? My first guess is that there is nothing out there. It is absolutely empty. There is no purpose, which would upset Hermes so fucking much. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Metion renders herself invisible by matching her etheric density to that of her surroundings, does she not? If so, could we not then disrupt her concealment with this Surif of Aether? Much how Emmett Selch solidified your presence when first we met you. Don't be absurd. I can hardly channel Aether to a recipient whose whereabouts are hidden from me. Which is why we must all work together. Grant will continue to search in the same manner as before, but this time with you in tow. Once he ascertains Metion's likely location, you proceed to reveal our wayward familiar with a swift ethereal downpour. Very clever, and thankfully she has made herself easier to capture by fleeing towards Leith. Since you're probably answer this, what was on the green shirt? It was a cactar. I was wearing a cactar shirt. It was something I was wearing it way more commonly earlier on in my Final Fantasy XIV streams. For the last few months, I've not been swapping my shirts out though, so it's just been the Himbo shirt, but I decided to swap to the cactar shirt for this stream. Assuming she is made visible, it should prove no great feat to herd her into a corner. Then we have our plan. Grant and Emmett Selch will be our tracker and trapper respectively, while we others predict and obstruct Metion's avenues of escape. Emmett Selch and I will keep an eye on each other's Aether to help coordinate our efforts. Let us be about it. Well, it seems we are partners for the time being. Let us return to where we last saw Metion and pick up the trail from there. I will keep myself in a state of preparedness, ready to rain down Aether at a moment's notice, meaning it falls to you to keep the way clear. Emmett Selch is now accompanying me. Look at that, he's following me! God damn it, Emmett. You calm your mind, you sense questing for any hint of Metion's presence. Think. Feel. But you fail to hear your voice. She must be elsewhere. Nothing this way? We'll try another route then. Hi there, Davy boy. Good morning to you. We're over halfway now into the Endwalker campaign. We're in the past right now, and Emmett Selch is following us. Let's see. Do we listen in for anything? Why can't I fly? Are my functions being restricted? Hide. Yes, I'll just have to hide. Then where no one can find me. The Angress heads towards the water's edge. She went into the lake? As if there wasn't tiresome enough. Well, at least that open expanse should make her easier to find. We won't lose her this time. Alrighty. Lol, I can... Alright, what does Emmett say when I'm standing here? We should be able to reach the bottom of this drop by climbing down the rocks at the water's edge. Do not even think of dragging me over the falls. Final days or no, if I end up drenched from head to toe, I swear I will feed you to a remora. Lol, drenched. God damn you. Are you not gonna help me, Emmett? There we go. He said he'd literally feed you to one. It's on you. Alright, fine. Although I also see an advertisement's gonna start up shortly, so... Let's see. So... Alright, we're gonna need to wait for that one to go off. Alright, actually, one of the things I'll do is I'm gonna go and get a... I'm gonna go get a lunch sorted. 1 second. BRB. Lunch. Alright. After this cutscene, I'm going to pick up my lunch because it's currently in the microwave right now. So, hopefully everyone is back. Yep, cool. No, not here. I'm not here. Please. By that rock, is she? Very well. What? Why can't I hide? There's no need to run, Metion. Grant, what are you saying? Everything is so faint. I'm sorry. I'm not strong enough. Stay away, I'm begging you. Don't make me say it. It will break him. His poor, fragile heart. Now we have a chance. Once the others are in position, the two of us can herd her into their midst. Cool. Alrighty. Thank you, Sash. Is this news not in use? Seem to have been left to the mercy of the elements. Either way, it bears no trace of Metion's essence. We move on. Alright, I'm gonna double check my what's-a-mahoozy thing, my lunch. I went and got myself some Cabernet Fettuccine. Yep, it's all done. Alright, the fettuccine is all microwaved. We're able to go to the disturbance. Let us see. Alrighty. Is this gonna be voiced? There! I see her! Dun dun dun. Dun dun. Ah. Delicious. Alright. So we follow, we wander, we stumble, and we listen. No doubt we will listen next. Wish us luck. Where the fuck are they? Oh! Probably over here. Oh, there she is. Emmett, what are you thinking?
Aha!
What's your idea?
Give chase. We shall herd her into the shelter.
All right. Cool mount. Why do I feel like Emmett wants to kill her? Yes, you're gonna hear some slurpy sounds.
Please, Mission. We must speak.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm gonna put this pasta to the side. Oh boy. What are we going to learn?
I'm sorry, Hermes. I'm so sorry. If someone can hear these words, then please. Please protect them. Protect them all.
What do you know?
Individual self-suspended. Connection with shared consciousness stable.
Oh boy.
Our survey is complete. We shall now report our findings. All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star. Results are as follows, in order of numerical code. Enna. Traces of civilization found. Structures believed to have served as domiciles. No extant life forms detected. Dio. Ruined remnants of buildings scattered across star, surface of which is encased in ice. Presence of life could not be verified. Tria. Evidence of large population centers, akin to cities recovered. No extant life forms found, only their lingering essence. Tessera. Edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected. Deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation likely to have led to mass extinction.
They are all dead.
Octo. Star found in state of violent conflict. Contact successfully made with inhabitants, but deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter.
Oh, that's worse.
Inea. Star is a barren desert. No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sands, but determination regarding their intelligence inconclusive.
Remind me, Hermes, what exactly was the question you entrusted to Meteion?
I tasked her with asking what others live for. What gives their lives meaning.
Yeah, you're not gonna get a straight answer.
Did you consider what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed? To be able to answer it, one must be living and desire to continue doing so. But if Meteion finds no living beings in the course of her journey, or none who desire to live, what then? What answers would she derive from their silence?
Pain.
Meteion, enough. Suspend your mission and return hither at once.
Decapente. Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage.
Oh.
Upon revealing this to me, entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question. No other intelligent life forms found.
Turning a deaf ear, are we? We are taking Meteion back to Amarot. As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all of her sisters.
That's probably not good.
Yes. Meteion. It isn't right, is it? It isn't right to turn away from the answer. Even if the answer is pain. Even if we aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard. Aye. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand. These words I said to you, and I will hold myself to them.
Oh, shit. What are you doing, Hermes? Hermes, what the fuck?
What is the meaning of this?
You cannot take Meteion. Not until she has finished her report.
What's the point?
All else must wait.
Hermes, that's a stupid idea.
You fool!
How many of her siblings were out there? We heard like what? Like 10, like a dozen of like different reports of people are dead or dying out there. So fucking many. Why, Hermes? Why could you not leave well enough alone? Will these answers assuage the pain you feel when a creation is returned to Aether? Had you never cast your accursed question to the distant stars, you may have one day learned to be at peace upon this one. God fucking damn it. Hyphladeus is pondering what to do next. Hermes has headed to Kittis. Considering the expansive dimensions of this place, even we may have a difficult time locating his Aether. All I can say is that he entered from the rooftop, and likely arrived at the uppermost point of the facility. So, do we pursue him? Of course we pursue him! No matter what Hermes might be thinking, Meteion is a potential threat that needs to be brought under our control. The Convocation's duty to safeguard the star takes precedence over any other personal stake in the matter. Venet? Grant? 'Tis clear we stand on a precipice, but we have yet to determine beyond a shadow of a doubt that Meteion's is the hand which tipped us over the edge. Nevertheless, if we are to learn the truth of the final days, we must give chase, and even if neither Hermes nor Meteion is ultimately responsible, we cannot leave them to suffer this torment alone. I agreed on all counts. To Kitissis Hyperborea we go. Thank you for the lurk, Furry Cures. Also, what choice of words are you talking about? Alrighty, we got... What's the point? Yes, I am going to keep to that. Like, the way it sounds like with Hermes is they were, maybe it's because of the amount of knowledge they had, they were doomed to this, like, this notion of, like, oh, like, you know, everything we do is just leading up to death, and that can't possibly be the reason if we do so much work to, you know, make things alive, so maybe there's something else out there that can... It's like, no. God damn it, Hermes. What have we here? Excuse me, has something happened inside Kitissis? Mistress Vant, I'm so glad you're here. No one knows what prompted it, but the alarm was sounded and Kitissis put us into a state of alert. Procedure dictated that we evacuate immediately, and we have yet to investigate further. This is Hermes doing, obviously. And what does this state of alert entail, exactly? A field of dampening magic is draped over the entire facility, usually in response to escaped entities and the like. Kitissis scholars and observers are unaffected, but everything and everyone else is weakened to a fraction of their usual capabilities. Then consider us forewarned. We do. However, have urgent business with Chief Hermes and must enter the premise regardless. That said, if Hermes is willing to enact such measures, I wonder what other obstacles he has seen fit to drop in our path. With that enfeebling spell in place, we're not like to be at our fighting best. And I was hardly an effective combatant to begin with. I've little to offer beyond my ethereal vision. Then you will put that talent of yours to good use. We were fairly skilled at spotting weaknesses, if I recall. Fairly skilled? Now you've gone and raised everyone's expectations. You all need only make the most of your strengths, and I will fill in the gaps as required. I was once a Zeem, after all. 'Twas my job to rise to the occasion, be that as defender, aggressor, or healer. I feel better about my lack of prowess already. And you, Emmett Selch, can impress with us your arcane majesty. Arcane majesty. You lob potent spells as easily as breathing, but can also channel that power into a protective manner if you so choose, yes? Well, yes, should the situation call for it. Excellent. That should cover us on all fronts. Your tale led us here, Grant, so 'tis only right that you lead us now. No matter what lies ahead, we will win through to Hermes and Meteion. And then we will face the future together. Alrighty. I don't know how well this is going to go with them, but... I'm gonna take the wild guess those are our NPCs. Velant and, Venet, Hippotheus and Emmet. Emmet, Hyphlodeus, Venet. Alrighty, so Hyphlodeus. Should this be how it is?
Can scarcely contain my excitement.
Alrighty. If you run DPS, Emmet runs Dark Knight. Of course he is. Hi there, Basie. Welcome to the stream. Holy shit, this place is massive. Oh my god. Alrighty.
Please, turn back, else I might be forced to.
Aye, aye, a big bother this sprite to be. Have you ever wondered where your creation is a beneficial existence to the star? Worry no more, for at Catissus Hyperborea, our mission is to determine the answer. From temperamental plains to tropical jungles, from smoldering volcanoes to frozen fields, we put creations to the proof in a wide range of meticulously created environments. Will your creation be able to survive in the wider world? Or will it threaten the survival of other species? The answer to such questions and more our highly trained staff will uncover. Joy.
I see you opening.
Jesus Christ, these things are strong. Alrighty. I don't think... I'm so upset that Venat has stone skin.
Have a taste.
Are these guys gonna be any quicker, or... Nope.
I'm not entirely useless.
Good to know, Hyphlodeus. If you could, like...
I see you opening.
Have a taste.
Nice. Alright, detour. Thanks, Vanette! It was quite valuable, but it was only ever cast before a fight because it cost so much MP. Yeah, but it looked like it also had a really high, like, you know, amount of time that it would stay alive and shit. It was a percentage of your max MP. 30 minutes, I think, is a... Yeah, you do it. You would probably do it at the start of the dungeon, then, if it's a 30-minute timer. Plus, I don't think my Gunbreaker is that weak right now.
I'm not
either.
entirely useless.
Or at least it shouldn't be. But yeah, these guys are weirdly strong. I don't recall them being like this slow to kill by other peeps. Once you take the damage, it's gone. Ah, okay. That's kind of annoying. Yeah, I'm on the best gear that I can be right now. Like, item level 537. And and this expansion asks for 515, I think.
Have at you!
I see you opening. I'm not entirely useless.
Alright. Oh dear, this fellow aims to decline to let us pass. That we have no choice but to force him away.
Out of my way!
Why do I feel like this fight is gonna take longer than normal if I... Never mind.
Have a taste.
Out of my way.
I'm not entirely useless.
Have a taste.
Alright, that should have helped them.
Out of my way.
I'm glad that I'm figuring out the snow bit. This is a special one because of your companions. Nice. Do I still get it? Yeah, I still get a treasure coffer. Ah, but that's not what I wanted. Okay. I have to recast them when someone died. Old cleric stands. The old weakness / brink was hell and would cause problems. Having to mellow onto your accessories. This is a special one. Yeah, okay. There we go.
Out of my way.
I'm guessing Emmett does not like dealing with monsters.
I'm warning you. Stay away.
Have a taste.
Be gone.
There we go. Yep, doesn't look like there's a chest in there. Oh, but there's a chest here. Damn it.
I see you opening.
Go. Observation journal. According to Mistress Lissa, her creation is based on the concept for a bipedal wolf, and indeed, it is impressively man-like in its gait. It is also highly intelligent, as it evidenced by its ability to employ tools. While the gleam is in its eyes gives the impression that it comprehends our words, if this proves to be the case, I would be ashamed that its throat isn't designed for speech. I must make mention of this in the next report. Cool. Beastman. Alright, there's more wolf-like creatures. So I've got a black mage, a bard, and a white mage.
Out of my way!
Now you're lurking while at work? Nice! So far, so good. The Knot is such a great healer. Never mind the fact that she left me for dead one time. She's doing really well. Hey, a choker offending. Yes, please. There we go. Level 87. Nice. Alrighty.
Hope this works.
Great opener only does like a few points of damage.
I'm not entirely useless.
Alright, how big of a range does it do? Alrighty then.
Have a taste.
I did not pay attention there. If that was a blast to me, I am too busy trying to do my my rotations stuff. Here-ish? Yep, did it.
Have a taste.
Nope, we're right in the center, are we?
Out of my way!
Did you hear that? Emmett wants you out of his way. Who'da thunk? Nice. God damn it. Stop giving me shit I can't wear. Caught on immediately? Yeah, it had like the 3 heads and such. It just made sense. See if I can get him in the line.
Out of my way!
Have a taste.
Whee! Alrighty.
Stand firm.
Go. Is one of the birds dead? There we go. Ring offending. Yes, please. I will put that on. That has essentially gotten rid of any of the blue tick, or any of the poetics, gear that I was wearing previously. The only things wearing that now are some of the incomplete, classes I'm in right now.
I must hear their answers before they're expunged from existence.
No, you don't, Hermes. All you're gonna be hearing is pain and things that are not applicable to your star right now.
Have a taste.
Oh, come on. Another one? These are like the birds over in the Higanashi.
I'm not entirely useless.
Out of my way.
Be gone!
Go. The successful creation of migratory birds, which travel between continents with the seasons, came as a breath of fresh air to the long stagnant realm of flying life forms. In the end, it was a relatively simple thing to grant creatures the ability to navigate by celestial bodies, but this method lacked the precision needed to guide them to the same location each time, as would be vital to their survival. A breakthrough came in the form of magnetic fields, the use of which was discovered by the encumbrant Fandaniel during his tenure as chief overseer of Elpsis. A truly inspired idea that has brought lasting benefit to the stars. Okay, so either they're talking about the previous Fandaniel, or... yeah, encumbrant Fandaniel. They're talking about, the previous Fandaniel, the man that they're trying to have, Hermes replace. Alright, hang on. I'm just gonna eat the last of this fettuccine. 1 minute, please. Ow. Almost done. Just let me get the last piece. There we go. Alrighty. The winged defiance of Hermes.
Brawn Animations demands you
comes to this.
Yep.
I have no wish to fight, but this time, I cannot yield. Though the world may think me a mad, desperate fool, I will hold fast to my conviction.
Not good, Hermes. That's not... oh my god. Alrighty.
I will have the time and tranquility I require. Gust and gale, gather to me! Ancient brand, Unleash your power!
Have a taste.
Okay. Oh, center. Stay center. There we go.
Dancing winds! Here's my bow!
Have at you!
And I cast that
Stars
too.
on high! Fall as rain!
Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh Jesus. How come their rock wasn't damaged? That's bullshit.
I'm not entirely useless.
Out of my way!
Ah! I'm still alive. Because that rock wasn't damaged. Oh. I missed the damage trajectory.
Have a taste.
Streams of ether! Surge as one!
Oh, you motherfucker, you.
Go suck a lemon.
They're busy right now, Furry Cures. I'll go on for as long as I want. I do not need to answer to anyone about how long I stream.
Dancing winds! Here's my foe!
Damn it, that was the wrong button to hit.
Out of my way!
I'm not entirely useless.
Stars on high! By my true name, I shall consign all.
Okay, I see the undamaged rock now.
Even when transformed, I am not finished yet.
God. Yes! Dun dun dun! Level 89 on the Gunbreaker.
My power.
You done, Hermes? Dun 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 dun. I don't know. Who knows? I certainly don't. Ow. Kitios bracelet offending. Nice! So I got so I got the 4 different I got the 4 different Kitios stuff. Nice, 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 nice. Can I... Nope, I can't talk to them. Alright, lay it on me.
It's over, Hermes. In the name of the Convocation, I hereby take Meteion into custody. And setting aside the matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. We require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
I think he didn't. Something different about his eyes.
Meteion, I am so sorry. Would that I could have listened to your report in full. Reflected upon its meaning and conveyed it to others. That they might reconsider their chosen course. But I have failed. And that wish will never be realized. However, ere our fates become the province of others, I bid you tell me just one thing. Was there happiness in those distant stars?
Probably not.
Was there a reason for living?
That's a very flawed question.
We conducted our search as per your instructions. We scoured historical records, communed with the spirits of the deceased, heard the final testaments of the dying, welcomed their shadowed hearts into our own. One race had striven to create a world bereft of animosity. They renounced relationships to avoid interpersonal strife, and in so doing brought about societal collapse. One race had renounced war and devoted itself to the enrichment of its people. They were conquered. Though they destroyed the enemy in reprisal, they could not regain their former glory. One race had concluded that finite time was the root of all woes. Aspiring to shatter its shackles, they went in search of infinity. They discovered nothing is infinite, and that neither time or death can be cheated. Disillusioned, they gave up on the future and themselves. One race had discarded all things that gave rise to sorrow, hoping to have only joy. They found joy lost its savor in the absence of sorrow, and lost their will to live. Though worlds apart, these peoples shared a belief. The belief that they had tried their best. That they had tried to fulfill their potential with every step and success. In the course of which, they learned the truth. That they would never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair, of loneliness, so long as they yet lived.
God fucking damn it!
Even now their souls cry out for oblivion. And to this song of anguish, I lend my voice. We lend our voice. Oh, beloved mankind, shimmering jewels of beautiful Etheris, rejoice, for we will free you from the cruel yoke of existence. There is no need to struggle in vain, for in nihility awaits salvation. You will know peace and serenity, and it will be beautiful.
Oh.
We will make our nest at the edge of the universe. And there, in the dark of dead worlds, hoard sorrow and suffering.
Twitter changes to X.
There
That
we
is.
will sing
Ah!
a chorus ever louder and ever clearer. That our song may reach
Bonk
the
Davy.
beneath the shrouded star. Such is the answer we have found in the stars. Such is the gift we now offer to Atheris.
Who are you to decide our fate? To decree we live or die? Have you lost your mind? You heard what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you'd still take her side?
Yeah, because he's broken.
In the name of the star, we have discarded those creations that we deemed flawed. If we ourselves are flawed, does it not stand to reason that we too should be discarded?
That is sophistry, and you know it!
Perhaps it is.
I have no clue what
Perhaps I am
sophistry
wrong.
means.
Who is to say?
Now that is what we call a skill issue.
All right. Let us settle this with a determination. In my authority as Chief Overseer of Elpis, I will make a judgment on man's fitness to exist. If he can learn to value all life and retain his will to live, even should his end be justified, he will surely find a way to avert his demise. If not, he will perish from
Thank you, Braun.
As with all determinations, provisions must be made to ensure fairness. Kairos! Awaken!
Memory reconfiguration system Kairos activated.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Awaiting
5, 6, 7,
instruction.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Command. Universal memory alteration. Target area. Catesis Hyperborea. Starting point. Arrival of Emmet Selk of the Convocation at Propylion. Endpoint. The present. Erase the memories of all events and replace with a vague recollection of the following. I was here, preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to Emmet Selk and Hythlodaeus. Meteon's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain their existence, and all dissipated with a burst. The resultant shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which erased several days of memories from all present. Execute.
Serious?
Command acknowledged. Initializing. 3 processes remaining to execution.
Bravo. I dare say one would be hard-pressed to make it fairer. Everything that you told us, everything that has happened, the fact we've even met, it will all be gone.
Go, Meteon. To the edge of the universe. where none can reach you.
Hermes, won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh, I should be able to carry you.
I will remain. As a man, I will oppose the oblivion you bring.
Silly fool. Had you said yes, I would have granted you the gentlest end.
This ends here!
Fly, Meteon!
How fast can they fly? Jesus.
That is far enough, Hermes!
Argos, to me!
First process complete. 2 remaining to execution of memory reconfiguration.
Okay,
As if we needed more pressure.
We gotta stop that. We
No
can't be
matter
caught
what,
in it.
You cannot forget what happened today, for it is the key to saving your future, your world. This fight is our fight. What comes after, our problem to contend with, not yours. No. Your own struggle awaits, and no one else can take your place. You must flee this place with your memories intact, and I will see that you do.
How?
Now then, where is it? There you are, my little confluence.
What the hell are they spotting? It looks like Argos is not going very fast right now. Unless... Are they catching up? Oh, they're catching up.
Almost! Oh.
And of course they turn into a fucking swallow.
Very well then.
Oh!
You may elude us this day, but not forever.
That's a tracking beacon, isn't it? Alright, what do you...
Meteon's gotten away.
Second process complete. 1 remaining to execution.
Ugh. No time for brooding. Listen well. Beyond lies a spatial confluence that connects the interior sections of this building. I will destroy the confluence and force open a way outside. When I do, you must jump through.
I cannot tell you how sorry I am. But neither can I let you escape!
Oh. Not good. There's an advertisement that's going to go off in a minute, and I have no way of stopping it, so this is not a really great time for the advertisement to go off. 45 seconds.
Too brave by half. Exemplary work, as always, Emmett Selk.
What? But how? I thought the confluence was... over...
Over there? Yes. We were rather hoping you would.
A misdirect.
It was never anywhere but where it is now. The instant those two began making their way towards nothing, 'twas clear the plan was a diversion.
I'm quite incapable of destroying a confluence, I must confess.
A gambit brazen beyond words. Though we've grown accustomed to reckless improvision due to the antics of an incorrigible associate. Though, in the case of certain present company, incorrigible is an understatement. Honestly, I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every Azen.
Oh, yay!
There's no time! Quickly! Even now, I do not believe your tale. I would not suffer us to walk such a wretched path. Still, if it must be said, do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
Will do.
Final process complete. Executing universal memory alteration.
Go, Argos!
There's a lot more clocks now than there were previously. I know he said don't squander it. That's why I said will do. Like, will do, don't squander.
I'm fine. Just a little tired.
So, Venet is the only other Asian that will remember all this.
Are we the only ones left who see beauty in the world? In life? Are the stars above no more than husks of fallen civilizations?
Your base for being a fellow Emmet hater? Thank you.
And yet, I feel her. Though she is unimaginably distant, I feel Meteon's presence, and the place where to we must go. Ere she made good her escape, I placed an enchantment upon her, one which allows us to follow her trail. She has already left the outermost bounds of Aetheris, and continues on her way. Given the vastness of the universe, it will still be no easy feat to track her down. But thanks to Emmet Selk and his Ladeus, all is not lost. We remember. So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
So, what now?
What indeed? Let us begin by ascertaining the situation at Catesis Hyperborea, where the others should still be.
Hey!
Given the likely state of their memories, however, it would be imprudent for us to approach them directly. In which case... I am sorry, my friend. I've asked much of you this day. But may I trouble you one last time?
Doggo!
Argos will investigate in our stead. We will share in his consciousness and see and hear as if we were with him. Now, close your eyes and open your mind.
This would be like the Echo then, wouldn't it? Yeah, this is like the Echo. Alright, let's see.
Thank goodness you are unharmed.
Unharmed? There is a gaping hole in my memories. I can scarcely remember arriving here in Elpis.
Forgive me. I was preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to our guests. But Meteon, her shared consciousness became unstable. And she...
So, that's what prompted the state of alert. And when you went to investigate, you were caught in Kairos' accidental operation.
They realize that the timeline is a little bit...
So it would seem. It's all a blur to
It's a little fucky, because he said he was demonstrating the Kairos to Hyplodeus and Emmett.
Oh, and what of Venar and your other companion? You went inside together, as I recall.
We did?
If Venar was with us, I have no recollection of it.
Yeah, let's just chuck it under.
But that there is her familiar, is it not? The fellow seems happy enough, so I think it's safe to assume his mistress as well. I haven't the slightest notion who this other companion might be, however.
Ah, well, that individual struck me as a bit different, for want of a better word. Perhaps it wasn't actually a person, but some manner of creation.
Curious. I must ask Venar about it when next we meet.
Yes, yes, you do that. Now, if we may tend to Hermes, whatever this Meteon did, it seems he bore the brunt of it. Once you are fit to travel, you will return with us to Amarot. We need to make certain there are no other ill effects.
He's depressed.
I am here on business of the 14. We've already had the conversation, like as not, but since your toy wiped my memory, we'll have to have it again.
Yes, of course. As you see fit.
Wait, was Hermes caught in the memory reconfiguration thing, or
through the emission of etheric waves, correct?
So...
There is a theory which holds that memories scoured by blasts of ether are restored when the soul is cleansed in the underworld.
Okay.
If true, then perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
I doubt aught of interest occurred. Look forward to the revelation.
Wait. No, Asians didn't return to the star, so they wouldn't have had the memory, like, restored and such like that until their death. Similar to how Elidibus got it back, I'm guessing.
If only for a while. After all, you and I... Oh, we still have a long, long way to go.
Alrighty. Are you feeling at all recovered? I understand that your excursions were more than purely physical, but resting one's body, if only for a moment, is never without merit. As for Hermes, I think it's unlikely he will create more Encollectes. He poured much of himself into Meteon, and now that she and her sisters are gone, dissipated in his mind, the grief must be unbearable. He will blame himself. He will believe that, Had he never acknowledged his dissatisfaction with the world, then the Metia would have never been born to suffer and die. The offer to join the 14th will be a welcome distraction, and one day hence he will face the advent of the final days in the role of Fandaniel. Emmett will not have remembered until the moment you struck. Oh, okay. So it's at that moment then. You may now enter with a party of MP. Cool. Yeah, we got Elibis done. We got Elbis done. All right. Listen to me. Our duty now is not to denounce Hermes for his misguided determination, or to convince Emmett Selch and Hyphlodeus that they have been deceived. No, we must instead ensure that the experiences Hermes sought to expunge are preserved. What remains in our memories alone will be our weapon against the final days. You must fight this battle in your age, and I in mine. Come, let us walk together once more. I will see you to the doors of Propleth something or rather. Oh wait, what am I thinking? Whee! Look at this! I can now fly to the Chronic Horns! Woo! Without the aid of creation magics, their natural breeding program pairs creatures with different characteristics and rise slowly on. So, this is a sex escapade. Shit tons of apples. Code, you were streaming earlier? Hi everyone, welcome to the stream. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. I'm trying to get through as much of the MSQ for the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. Complete with a free trial allowing you to experience the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning expansion of Heavensward and Shadow and Stormblood with no restrictions on playtime up to level 70. Oh, you finished Trials of Mana? Nice! I have not yet finished I have not yet finished Endwalker. I am currently up to the mission Thou must live, die, and know. So that is, give me a second. So I was previously at 50.37% of the way. I was at 68 of 135 missions. I am now at 60%, 82 of 135 missions. So I have done, wait, is that 6? So I said 68, 82. So wait, hang on. So 4, 14. I am... What? Who said that? What? I hate you, hate a great... What? Sage. Hi, hit code, you were streaming. I hope you need to get a spell checker. I want to hear some. I want an apology. Your autocorrect hates you. I want an apology. 3% him build, not bad. I would like an apology. Ow. Also, I'm not zooming out from here while Code and Jason are watching the stream because spoiler territory. Get what they were going for now. No, fair enough. Fair enough. There we go. Alrighty then. If you need to de-stress or anything like that, Code, it's 4:30 right now, so it's probably getting close to like dinner prep and such. You probably want to get up and stretch and all that kind of such. How does hope get auto-corrected into hate? Probably just a case of they were trying an entirely different word for hope, and then it just, you know, auto-corrected to hate instead of hope. So it could have been a hoped. They could have done H-O-T-E, and then it would have auto-corrected to hate rather than hope, because as that would have just been a change of like one letter as opposed to hope, which would have been changing the T to a P. Because T and P are not in the same sort of location on the keyboard, but H and U are really close together, so it's probably one of those cases where it's like an unfortunate, like, you know, societal answer of like, oh, when it comes to autocorrects of that caliber, more people will more often utilize the word hate than utilize the word hope. Or had. That is correct. Anyways, I'm off. I need to get cold meds. Not to worry, Code. Hopefully you don't get too bad of a cold, and I hope the medicine helps you out greatly. Alright, moving on. Your time in this age is drawing to an end. Upon speaking to Vanat, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time. Yes, we just recently went through an advertisement. Everyone's now in here because of a raid, so we're gonna make do with what we got. Join us today.
So, it is within. The portal that brought you hither, and will take you home.
That is correct. This is where we part ways.
May you and yours emerge triumphant. Make use of the knowledge you have gained, that your days in Elpis and our friend's sacrifice be not in vain. With Meteon free to pursue her designs, 'tis only a matter of time until the final days are upon us.
The final days.
We must be ready. From fortifying our defenses to securing our escape, there is much to be done. In spite of this...
Oh, goddammit.
I must carefully consider who can be trusted, and bring them into the fold. Ordinarily, I wouldn't hesitate to call upon the 14. However, it was the desire for a fair determination that drove Hermes to attempt to erase our memories. And were he made aware of his actions, there is no telling whether he would remain a friend or become a foe.
He would probably become a foe again because of the depression.
Alternately, we might try to alienate him from the convocation. Yet in doing so, we would deprive ourselves of a brilliant mind who would be invaluable in the crises to come. Quite the dilemma. Which is why I must work independently of the convocation.
I'm doing all right,
Regardless of how
Phantom.
we proceed, if we are to permanently avert the final days, we must be equal to Hermes' challenge. We must prove that mankind is worthy to exist. And this hinges, I think, on how we confront the all-consuming despair that accompanies a senseless and seemingly inevitable end. Bewildered and divided, we would perish like the peoples of those celestial ruins. We could not hope to survive the final days, much less take the battle to Meteon at her nest. We must find
No, I
a
have
way
not.
to defeat despair, to unite and prepare as many as possible for the struggle ahead. Heavy will weigh the burden of guiding this legion of souls. Yet I have faith in mankind's potential. As long as he believes in himself, there is naught he cannot achieve. So I will not give up on him. On us. You may find your world to be very different. Or perhaps the erasure of our friends' memories has sown the seeds of a conjunction between us. We cannot know until the moment is at hand. So shall I strive to do my best, taking naught for granted as I walk my path. And I pray you walk with me to the end. As you move forward, so too will I, as will all, resolved to fight for the morrow. And when mankind has found the strength to stand against despair, we shall silence the song of oblivion. She who sings it will learn our journey is far from over. This I promise. Fare you well, my light of the future, till we meet again.
She's been waiting for us for thousands of lives. But where? The world, like, this is from the Unsundered. Unless you're talking about, like, her as Heidelin, in which case I understand that point there, but otherwise, like... Or she was waiting for, like, you know, this particular, like, time, this particular moment in time, but I doubt. I think this is more the, yeah, as Heidelin.
From this day forth, I shall strive to bring honor to the seat of Fandani.
Alright, and we get a little bit of a history lesson. In the final days, which we now know was influenced by Meteon, influencing the creation magics because of their lack of Aether. So... Cookie for Bookie! And once again, we're listening to answers.
Even now, I remember standing there, locked in a moment where the sky is aflame. Where stars fall as tears, and screams darken the
That is
seas.
very out of pocket, Wild Saber.
Where resignation rots the trees.
Like, I kind of get it if you're talking about, like, me, like, falling through time and space, but...
Such is the lament of they who have gone before. The song of they who tried and failed to create a better world.
Oh yeah, no, that wasn't tripping balls. We're, like, traveling through the ethereal sea across time and space. Ifladeus and
That
Emmet.
which hides at the edge of the universe is no longer Hope's creation. It is hopelessness incarnate.
Where's Hyfladeus going?
That day, mankind saw half of its number sacrificed to bring forth Zodiark.
Oh, yep. So, Hyfladeus was one of the half.
And covering the star in a shroud of ether, we forestalled the final days.
There was a lot of people on the moon, okay? I forgot the connection that everyone on the moon...
the cries echoed still.
I forgot that those that were on the moon were like,
wept
you know...
for innocence lost. Wailed for death inevitable.
You know.
A reality too terrible to bear. And for too many who sought comfort in gilded memories of joyful days and tranquil nights.
This is all wrong. Why must we suffer so?
It needn't be like this. No. There must be a way to restore things to the way they were. To reclaim the perfect paradise we once had.
No, my friends. Suffering exists, and we cannot pretend otherwise. No civilization, however great, could eliminate it. If we would live, we must accept it as our constant companion. Let us not seek to forget this tragedy. Let us carry it in our hearts, that we may grow stronger and know true happiness.
We can't accept it. We won't accept it. It will be ours again. A world free of sorrow.
No, it will not. For there has ever been sorrow. Mankind was but spared its biting sting for a time. So please, open your eyes. To try and reclaim those lives we lost by sacrificing yet more isn't wisdom. It is weakness. No paradise is without its shadows. If we cannot accept this truth and learn from our pain, then our plight shall be repeated.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
O
10,
mighty
11, 12,
Zodiac!
13, 14, 15.
God, born of our boundless faith, we bid you, hear our prayer. Accept this offering of lives, and deliver unto us the lives we once had. Deliver unto us the days of old, the days when the star was a font of love, and we knew naught but bliss.
And they did not listen to anything Vanat said. What are you doing, Vanat?
You would destroy it? Our beautiful world?
Not exactly. It's already destroyed, but they would move on.
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all, a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning and my purpose. My love. In spite of, or perhaps because of this, I choose to believe in mankind's potential, in his ability to find a way forward. So let there be no way back. From that temptation, I sunder us. No more shall man have wings to bear him to paradise. Henceforth, he shall walk.
And that is the depressing emotions. Nope, never mind. It's not the depressing emotions. It's just an effect.
All is excruciating pain. I breathe fire and torment.
So yeah, so Zodiark
I birth a world of suffering to mire and plague.
So basically, Zodiark is the one that like created like the whole Aether Sea nonsense to try and, you know, forestall the final days that was going off, which it did. So now it's in the moon or what have you, you know, creating the Aether Sea and all that shit. But that does also mean that, you know, the world is still in shit. Humanity, or the ancients, were going to sacrifice even more lives to try and, you know, wind back all the thingamadiggies. But that wouldn't solve the problem that Zodiark was actually meant to do, which is, you know, the whole, you know, emotions and shit, which is reliant on the lack of Aether. And so if too many ancients died, then we would have had...
Given life, are they meant to suffer?
I'll have my thoughts across this shortly.
As fragmented, imperfect beings, yours is a never-ending quest. A quest to find your purpose, knowing your end is assured. To find the strength to continue when all strength has left you. To find joy, even as darkness descends.
Love how it's giving me, like, my paladin gear, which I'm pretty sure...
And
oh yeah,
amidst deepest
paladin gear was what I was
despair,
wearing at that time.
light, everlasting.
And...
a conjunction has begun to form. An intertwining of your time and mine.
Oh! She said the line! She said the line you were talking about, Sash.
When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Ooh. I never saw the Crystal Tower from, like, the ceiling. I thought the ceiling would be just as bright as well, but it's a... I'm... And that's it. We now report to... So we have the choice of Elphys or the Sight Cruise thingy-madiggy. Return to the source. God damn, it's dark and depressing. Yeah, that Tim 2 seemed to be doing alright. Alrighty, so Alcedian Annex. Alright, we need to be at least a level 87 to do that, so we're gonna swap back over to the Gunbreaker, which is currently at level 89. The sequence makes you cry every... I'm sorry that I'm not, like, hugely emotional during these times. Like, for me, the feeling is similar in vein to, like, you know, like, it's the realization of, like, a puzzle for me. Like, I don't have a thing to, like, overwhelmingly cry or anything like that, unfortunately. I think the closest feeling of cry I've had so far would be like a song or something like that like might be reminiscent of my grandmother, but like I've not yet had a film. Actually, no, that's not true. There has been a film that has made me cry. The closest film that has made me cry was Up, and that was like the opening sequence because it was very similar to my grandfather's life, except for the grandmother, you know, they had kids and what have you. And then meanwhile, the second film was Inside Out with the ending because of like them going to see the what's-my-whoosies. Alchemist. Okay, so that's who you are. Okay. Alright, I can now dispel all this shit if I can. Answers hits you. Like, here's the thing, is like I can feel it in me a little bit. Like, it just has it's a fucking bop. I'm gonna be real with you, seeing the A Realm Reborn or in cinematics and just having this like oomfies moment. Alrighty, dispel you. And remove you. Like, it's always been like, Answers has an oomphiness to it. So, but I wouldn't, like, you know, I wouldn't cry over it, unfortunately. Answers lyrics, having full context, was rough. I will need, like, I didn't properly listen to the lyrics. Even with the number of times I've heard him now, I will probably need subtitles to tell me what the fuck they're saying. Because, like, I only hear bits and pieces where it's, like, in the twilight and all this kind of things. Alright, we assign you. Entrust any duplicates. There are none. Alrighty. Yep. Check in on you. Check the Venture. The Sabahi Turban. Nice. Reassign you. And check in on the adorable Boyton. Argot Doji of Casting. Nice. Open your eyes, while our plight is repeated, still deaf to our cries, lost in hope, we lie defeated. Our souls have been torn, our bodies forsaken, bearing sins of the past, for our future is taken. So, that is pointing towards... Remember months back when you were watching ARR and there was like and chat was like, Chad, he doesn't know. Okay. Okay, is that why? Is that what people were like, where they were just like, oh, like, he don't know shit about the lyrics. Alright, entrust and withdraw Gil. Let's add that to the millions I have right now. Alrighty. Dun, dun, dun. But yeah, I'm at 2,000 poetics right now. I have so many fucking poetics. I need to use them in things. Otherwise it's just wasted. Alrighty. Back to old Charlie and we go. And by that I mean we all did that, and then we got to this point. It's a rite of passage, apparently. It's a rite of passage to just live vicariously through the sprout as we're going through this. It's just sort of like, yes. You know how you got all classes above 80? Most of them, not all of them. The only one I haven't is the White Mage. Agnar Nazi. Poetics sort of lose value after 80, so you're best buying stuff for White Mage at 60 then. Ah, okay. Grant, impeccable timing as always. I'd heard you were often the first as part of our efforts to investigate the final days. Well, as so often seems to be the case, while you were away, we had some few developments, which we can discuss in just a moment. For now, however, I cannot tell how wonderful it is to have you back. Woo! And we get ourselves a new weapon, as the heavens burn. How long was I gone for? So, have you learned aught more of the final days? I learned a shit ton. I also possibly have learned the reason. Then the journey was well worth the risk. No doubt your newfound knowledge will be a great boon to us all. Unfortunately, during your time on the First, events here have taken a turn for the worst. The Scions are running themselves ragged trying to contain the spread of blasphemies, but it's a losing battle. To try and ascertain the where and why of it, Alize and Alphino have been traveling all over. Of all the regions they visited, Locus Amanois is one of the worst affected. Thancred, Estinian, and Graha took a detachment of allied soldiers there to offer aid and succor to those in need. But the province is vast. They only managed to visit a handful of coastal villages. It was an accomplishment worth celebrating still, but a drop in the bucket at least. In the meantime, Y'shtola and Master Matoya have been making a concerted effort to establish contact with Hydaelyn in the Ethereal Sea, but to no avail. As for Tataru and I, we've been keeping a close eye on the Forum. From what we gather, they've been constructing a vessel to ferry people into the moon, an ambitious project that has likely been years, if not decades in the making. However, since we've seen no sign of it thus far, I suspect it's still incomplete. You will also recall the proposal issued by Master Fortunat to the people of Razat Han. Following their discussion, Vertra declared his support for the plan and urged those who wish to evacuate to accept the Forum's invitation. So far so good, but that's where things get a little strange. Apparently, the Forum caught wind of the lunar teleporter in the Tower of Babel, and decided to use it to deliver people to the moon instead of their mysterious ship. Therefore, to secure safe passage for the Hainish refugees to the tower, Alphino, Alize, Estinia, and Graha traveled to Garlemald not long ago. Trouble is, the capital was hardly the safest place to begin with, and now the final days has come to Garlemald. Well, that's not good, because that thing has just been going through a civil war and is war-torn to shit. There is nothing there but negative emotion. And if it's not the negative emotion, it is the what's-a-mahoozy, the ensnared who are believing in Ultros. Shortly after our friends arrived, they were sent to rendezvous with Master Ochanot. Then, panic broke out, and our communications were severed. From what fragments we were able to make out before the link shell went completely silent, we can only assume the phenomenon has spread to the capital. The others need you, Grant. Please, you must help them. Sounds good to me. Having you there will make all the difference. I'm sure of it. Camp Broken Glass was their first port of call, so you'd best start there. Hopefully Lucia will know where they are. There's no telling what you'll be walking into, so you'd best take every possible precaution. Crazy thing is, the lyrics to answer probably weren't planned to directly tie into the story, but the writers of the game are really good at gigging up old content and bringing it up to the future. I totally agree with that. I reckon... Because here's the thing, is like, it's not like Shadowbringers was a story that was separately created, and then they were like, oh, how do we feed it back into the past? I think, like, because they have the advantage of, like, working with previous material, they're able to make callbacks such as those. Because the thing is like, as Sashera has, like, or as Velk has reminded us of the open your eyes while our plight is repeated, that can easily be chalked up to the whole A Realm Reborn storyline with, you know, the Garlemald's once again trying to, you know, conquer Eorzea and shit, and the Alliance is kind of in disarray because they have a little bit more vested of an interest in protecting their current lands against the beast tribes that are doing all the primal shit. So, our souls have been torn could easily be, you know, because of the nations now working independently and dealing with the primals, bearing sins of the past for our future is taken. That one, I feel like, is just fluff. Like, the whole our future is taken shit. Speak at Camp Broken Glass. We are traveling to a lot of fucking places. No, let's not use an Aetherite ticket there. And then we have Razathan over there. I'm really glad that I can travel around Garlemald on the back of a horse. Alrighty then. There you are, Lucia. Grant, and not a moment too soon. The skies over Garlemald are ablaze, but it's events on the ground that concern me. As you will have heard, your fellow Scions arrived ahead of you. We cut the customary greeting short after we received word from our troops on the Magna Glacius that the foreign airship had landed. It was then that the heavens began to burn. I dispatched your friends at once to ensure the refugees came to no harm. I would have you join them immediately. Additional support is en route, but we will discuss them later. I trust you are ready to depart. Upon departing for the Magna Glass, several cutscenes will play in sequences. Recommended that you set aside sufficient time. In addition, you'll be required to partake in battle. Your progress will be saved at certain points. Oh, thank goodness for that. You will be able to try again for the most recent of these. Please note that if you enter battle associated with other quests or log out from the game, the progress will be lost. Alright. Hang on a second. I can see an advertisement is going to go off again in 11 minutes. Give me a minute as I go to the bathroom, get some popcorn ready for the cutscenes. I'm a very hungry boy, okay? I just want a snack. It is 5 p.m. I only had lunch, like, you know, several hours ago. Oh, my clock is all weirdies. Where it go? It's gonna be fun. By their own admission, the writers didn't even know who the Ascians were until they've written ARR, but back then they were just generic shadowy villains with vague motivations. Yeah, fair enough. That works. You have to agree, I don't really think it was originally intended, but having them do that, well done. It would also mean that we were but it also means that we are sundered now. Yes, you are absolutely correct. It's probably... Our future taken probably refers to the man shall no longer have wings to bear them to paradise, henceforth he shall walk. Yep, that is, I totally agree with that as well. It can also be alluded to the Ascians themselves, where their future was taken. So, because as it's shown with the what's-mahoozies, the ancients, they're not us. Every single one of the ancients was just a giant human, and we have since been split into Viera, Hura, Roguden, Hrothgar, Mikote, Azirs, and Lalafels. We have been split into so many different kinds of species. So, yeah. Alrighty then. There's an advertisement going off in about 10 minutes, but you know what? I'm gonna start... Actually, I'm gonna start it ahead of time. I'm gonna get some popcorn running. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. You should all do the same thing as well. Bathroom break and popcorn cooking before, during ad. Dink. Be back shortly. Alright, yep, that pushed it back an hour. That's what we want. It also means I can take back all these things.
I, GrantZeebs, love being put in a cute maid outfit and love
Some thingy-majiggy, and then I need my AC capture. Properties, AC capture, yep, is not grabbing onto the Twitch thingy-majiggy. No, I'm gonna say, Phantom, you broke it. I was doing A-okay, and then something broke just as you came in. Oh, thank you for the follow there, Riven. Greatly appreciated. Alrighty then. Back in, here we go. It'll take a minute for the, what's-a-mahoozy to stronger than 1, stronger than 10, stronger than 100 men. An outsider? But how? By the gods! Allies of the Empire! My sincerest apologies for failing to note your arrival. Cookie for Sky! Sky, look! Rabbit girls! Rabbit girls! Hopefully you enjoyed your cookie. It was the warden you wished to know about, yes? My mother, may she rest... Where the fuck am I going? This way, cool. I should have muted for that one. Did that even get through on the mic? Did people actually hear that? We found someone, didn't we? I knew it. I knew we could. If someone could please clip it real quick. I can... Do I have it as a command? Hold on. Oh, Elon... No, you know what? You know what Elon Musk would be? Elon Musk would be a protogen. Or what is that species called? Is that the right name? Protogen. Is that the... Yes, protogen. Elon Musk would be a protogen. And he would... You know what? He would have the goal... He would have the goal to be like, this is an original species. Elon would most certainly... 100%... You can clip me on this one, so I have to stand by this. If Elon Musk got a persona, it would be a protogen, and he would make it seem like as if he invented that species. That's what Elon Musk would do. He wouldn't be a snake, he'd be a And then we transfer once more. Let's do it again. Hide this thing. Back over here. Alrighty, there we go. So yeah. Oh, no, wait. Look at that rainbow. Isn't that fantastic? Yeah, this Zeeb just can't do anything correctly, and this is supposed to be like just a first time I actually utilize my VR model for any further modifications. Because if I keep modifying it, I'm just gonna be like, oh, I'll utilize it in the after the next update or the next change I put towards it, and it's like I'd end up not using it, and it'd just be like, fucking try me there. Damn it! There's a Keck W in my way. Move, Mega. Shut up! Do we have car keys?
No, I don't think we do.
Alright, I'm back. What's the lol what for? Alrighty, here we go. We shall now proceed. Earlier on the Magna Glacius...
No. 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 We were promised an escape. Not the same room we fled.
Uh-oh.
I shall not meet my final days here in this blasted waste.
You put them there.
Calm yourselves. Your panic is our greatest enemy. Come, we must build a line of defense.
Idiot. Why would you force them through Garlemald? It's war-torn as fuck.
How?
Leave the fighting to us, Father. You must lead the people to safety.
I can handle this pair. You?
Shall tend to the refugees. Let us be about it.
As you wish, my little lord.
Alright. Protect the Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't know how to use any of these abilities.
I'll command the beast's attention. See to the wounded.
Help is at hand.
Oh, Jesus Christ, I can barely follow this. The fuck is this?
Leave it to me.
There's no save.
Those who can stand, come with me.
Refugees.
You're safe now.
Do you think you could placebo these peeps?
Easy now. Deep breaths.
Since it's all, like, you know, just emotion, could you just placebo people to be like, oh, you will get no fear. You shall be protected against these things, and it's only until they're killed that,
Worry not
you know,
for the refugees,
they've obviously
but
catch
for
on.
yourself, boy.
to help out Estinian. Yep, I've had no training in the class prior to this. Even when it's a class that I knew of, such as the, even when it's like, you know, from a class that I knew of, like the Gunbreaker, I still fucked up on Thangrid some shit. How do I deal with this?
Got you!
Okay, so there is no, like, cooldown on that particular ability. Nice to know.
Hard, but not hard enough!
This is the end of the world? Yep, it's the final days. And I'm just eating popcorn. Oh, it was a booby lady. Nice. Final days, Final Fantasy. It's the 14th Final Fantasy.
Help! Someone, please!
What?
Uh-oh. The fuck is that monstrosity?
No. Don't. I don't want to die.
Hey!
Forward! Let not a single fiend escape!
Yeah!
Wait, that's...
The 3rd Legion.
Euless and the army. So, you've recovered then?
Nice work, Euless.
In time enough to be of aid. For once. We can speak of it more later. For now, we must fight! To repay your salvation in kind, or with better! For Garlemald has her pride!
Woo! I honestly thought they were too depressed and they would all
Of
turn
that
into
I've no
monsters
doubt.
at this point. Yes, the Empire... The Garlean Empire is on our side because of the fact that, you know...
Good God.
Finally.
Of all possible saviors, the Imperial Army.
Whoop.
Oh!
Do they have an intercontinental missile or some shit?
I
Or
have
was that just us?
take all of them down at once.
Think a withdrawal might be in order?
Thank you for the self-care.
Oh,
Hang on.
Sod that. You know who would never abandon these people to their fate? To be devoured by their former friends. That'd be beyond cruel. These beasts must fall here and now.
Well,
thank you for the self-care.
I'd say it's high time we threw caution to the winds.
So long as you spare me the heroic sacrifices. Now, let's go!
Oh, we're red mage now. Oh. Nice. I did not know those were... I do not know the order I am doing all this.
I'm fine.
Where do I put myself? Oh, okay. Oh, Jesus.
Not today.
Why'd you rotate a left?
I'm not done yet.
Better get this benefit of the emboldened shit.
None to worry about. The air crackles with energy. Find cover!
Jesus Christ, must I pass
As they say, turnabout's fair play.
Go sucker moment.
We have a DLC after this. I'm assuming we win somehow. I'm assuming that as well. Like this is why I do not have concerns of Grahatia like no longer with us. I'm like, we're gonna see him in the next expansion. Something's gonna happen. We're gonna be fine. The question is just how the like is this like are we actually gonna conclude like some of the biggest problems here? Or is the DLC that we're gonna get like sort of be a conclusion? Because I'm gonna be real with you, the DLC looks like a
Furicures 1221 paid me to say permission to cut the zebra cake.
No. Permission denied. I am like the question is because Dawn Trail looks like it's gonna be a holiday DLC from the looks of it.
Not the barest trace of ether. Maybe there really is no way to bring them back.
Thank you for saving our lives once again. I remember you from
Give me
Purusha.
that leg, boy.
You helped us there too, didn't you?
Ah, you're from Palaka's stand. I'm glad you're still in one piece.
Give me that leg, boy.
Nope.
Or you will be, once I see to that injury of yours.
Look out!
Huh? How did that happen? No!
Get out of here! Quickly! I won't lose them! Not a one! This will be a brighter future! I won't let a madman's apocalypse ruin everything we've fought to achieve!
Score. Man, Grahatia, you one of the best.
Get it together, Alize. You're embarrassing yourself. And in front of Father, no less. You might never measure up to our champion. But we ask too much of him as it is. You mustn't let Eorzea's hero fight alone.
Why am I slow walking? I have business. We have so much to do right now.
Oh.
I'm back.
I can look after myself, you know.
Everything's in order? I trust?
We have some notes to exchange, but you know, I figure we'll find something out. For now, let's deal with that.
I've had enough of this rabble. Come on!
Oh, a trio for the ages.
God damn it! You made me start this fight without my royal guard. How could you do this to me? Do not care. Doing my combos.
just the beginning.
Nice. Oh, explosion time.
I had a feeling I'd find you here.
Hey there, Stinian.
This should be the last of the worst troublemakers. With me!
God damn, this thing is strong. Why'd you have to make it so strong?
Damn you!
Up to a full step. Alright, now we pop off.
Leave the healing to me.
Seriously, was no one gonna help this Alphino then?
Now, where were we?
Did it! Duty complete. Nice work.
You must board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
Your offer to host us in Sharlayan is most appreciated. But will the final days not soon fall upon it as well?
Your hesitation is not unwarranted. The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades. Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread. I cannot promise you complete safety, even in my homeland. What I can promise is that I will do all in my power to protect you.
The Moon Bunnies are safe, that much is certain. What I do not know is whether or
That
not
power
there's like a
is not
special
inconsiderable.
protection
Even
over the
now, my
moon
countrymen are preparing the
because
vessel
of
that will
against the
deliver us to a
thingamajiggies.
sanctuary on the moon.
Time to auto-advance this, so I'm not busy clicking.
Join us on our journey there and beyond to new horizons. Come to old Charlian. Please.
We would be fools to refuse such a generous offer made in earnest.
It seems they've a new destination.
The people of Radzat-Han have known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more, short though it may be.
I quite agree. Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
Yes. Well.
Behind you! Just there!
I have no clue who that is.
More of them.
Xenos?
Xenos! Here!
Helping us?
You'll be all right. Hurry to the airship.
Why have you come?
A heretofore unseen beast. 'Twas ripe for the slaying. Poor sport, alas. Unfit to temper my blade.
Oh, for the love of... You cannot still be on about a rematch.
He is. He is just that... He's that focused.
That is and has ever been my sole concern.
You could have so many more hobbies out there.
You, on the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry. Your passion
Hi, Jerry.
pales before mine. Yet neither hate nor despair seem sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust.
It was never about those two things, you know.
So, I hone my blade, and I wait.
That's it. That's all you care about. Garlemald is in ruins. Our homeland, the nation you rule, is as good as gone. Along with so many of its people. Not just soldiers like us. Not only those who fought and killed for power and duty. Innocent civilians.
I don't know if he's going to listen to your plight.
Murdered by their own flesh and blood. Lost and confused as they breathed their last. While we who survived with our lives and minds intact were left to freeze to death. The Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing! You slaughtered your countrymen! You did! For what?
For nothing, in the end. So much wasted effort.
Yeah, I think Xenos is just a psychopath in a fantasy.
You bastard!
For your own sake, Eulus, you must control your anger. It will serve no one should it consume you and see you transformed.
Would you be happier had I a good reason?
What?
If my motives met with your approval, would you no longer resent the outcome? If so, then perhaps a beast's skin would suit you better. Duty, honor, morality. All constructs of convenience when put to proof. Surely the war taught you how easily power becomes the tool of the self-righteous. How the people's justice was merely a means to their ends? Yet you would ask me why. Ask any creature of this star and those above for answers, and they will tell you what suits their fancy. And they would be right to do so. What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you, and you alone. Should you seek it in battle in the fruitless pursuit of my demise, then come. Assume your rightful place as a notch on my blade.
Don't do it. Even on Xenos' worst day, you would not best him.
A blight on the Garlean race, and there would be no more satisfying way to expunge it than by beating you to death. But I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else because of you.
Good call.
So go. Go! And may we never suffer your madness again!
Xenos! Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength. Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day. You will never get what you want, not even the battle you pine for so dearly. You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second of it.
It's interesting having pity for a psychopath. Like,
we're ready to depart. The refugee ships will be leaving shortly, but I've asked mine to remain for the time being. There's room enough for you to join me on it, if you wish.
free ride. Might as well take it. It's not like we
do contain
have
your
to be
surprise. I needn't agree with the Scion's methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
We appreciate the offer. But might I ask why you are delaying your departure? I presume it is not solely for our benefit.
I must visit Garlemald ere we return to Sharlayan. Having caused such an uproar, it is only meet that I explain myself to the Ilzabard contingent.
Okay. Alizé turning into a black mage with that
Allow us to
fire of a
accompany you,
burn.
then. We should be glad to facilitate. given
It's a
our
good
familiarity with all
quote.
concerned.
Don't get me wrong. Like, good speech. The unfortunate thing is that
If you would like to join as well, Eulus, we can speak of recent events on the way.
most psychopaths do not care for what you say. They are the thing with the psychopath is that like it's even a brain. Excuse me. It's even a brain chemistry thing. They cannot emphasize.
He'll be after your seat on the forum next.
God damn it, Estinian. Why you gotta make him so shocked? But yeah, you cannot you cannot pledge to a psychopath's like humanity or their empathy. It's normally they mask that kind of thing. To a psychopath, like the difference between a sociopath and a psychopath is a sociopath. I believe the difference is that the sociopath is able to exempt empathy, but it's one of those cases where it's nurtured against empathy, whereas with a psychopath is nature. That should actually let me double check that. Is that the difference? Psychopath versus sociopath. So, yeah, sociopaths, some emotions are felt but are shallow and fleeting. They may close attachments to one or few. Consistent irrationality and repeated violations of law. Constant lying and deception. Aggressive and reckless behavior. Psychopaths, meanwhile, are dishonest, inability to form true emotional attachments, and they're pretending to feel emotions. Hi there, Lester Fox. The definition of insanity. We are familiar with that one. So, sociopath is the unofficial term for antisocial personality disorder, ADP, while psychopath is not an official diagnosis and is not considered an ADP. Nice. So, psychopath isn't, like, got any mental thingamadoogie to it, but sociopath does. While it's common to think that sociopaths and psychopaths as being inherently dangerous, this is more a construct of a TV drama than a true reflection to the disorder. Violence, while certainly possible, is not an inherent characteristic of either sociopath or psychopath. Hey, what do you know? With that being said, people with ADP will often go to extraordinary lengths to manipulate others, whether they be to charm, disarm, or frighten them in order to get what they want. When psychopaths do become violent, as in the case of someone like Jeffrey Dahmer, they're just as likely to hurt themselves as others. Martins notes that the more a psychopath feels socially isolated, sad, and alone, the higher his or her risk for violence and impulsiveness and/or reckless behavior. I am going to need to read way more about the sociopath and the psychopath argument. That's interesting. Because, like, yeah, I'm curious now. God, this is really gonna color my, my Google search results. To see Zunos standing there, so uncaring and unrepentant. Gods, I don't know what came over me. I just blurted out the first thing that came to mind, but looking back on it, I stand by those words. I would say I hope they won't incite him to further villainy, but to be honest, I doubt he even remembers what I said. Anyway, enough about all this. It's good to see you again. Yay, you got yourselves a new weapon. Dun, 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 dun. What do you got to say? What do you got to say?
No major injuries then. Good.
Yep.
I briefed the recovered soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as I could, but nevertheless feared they would not make it in time.
The additional support was invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives. Though not all, I regret to say.
I take it that I'm addressing Lucia Junius. I'm the Forum's envoy, Fortuneau Leveilleur.
Fortuneau.
And you are
Fancy.
owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
Would be nice.
Another trial wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much. You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand, as they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time. In any case, Maxima leads the remainder of the contingent in an effort to cull the creatures and evacuate the populace as we speak. Once the airships have taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
You'll permit us to retain our weapons?
You're quite helpful.
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting you to stab them in the back.
And I, for one, would not consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions. Regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than ever.
Men like him.
We swore to defend Garlemald, and so we shall.
It seems you have everything under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
God damn it, Pox!
Master Fortuneau. You did desire to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you not?
I did. Though if you intend to again ask that Charlian alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
Noted.
'Tis nothing so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
No guarantees from me, but thankfully you're not asking me.
Any other, I would doubt. But you, I trust to keep your word. For not once have you broken it.
I should probably make it a thing where,
Very well. I will request that the Forum make you privy.
the cost of the shirt grows in price on each redeem, and if you want to reset the redeem count, you should do like a sub or something. Maybe that's what I should do, is gift subs and what have you will reset the
You have my thanks.
The cost of redeems. Maybe that's a clever move to make.
Excellent. You can regale us with tales of your most recent sojourn to the First while we wait. Did you hear something just now?
You and I may have large ears, but we don't hear the same shit. That's one of the Loparites. Although we don't have a lot of indication of which one from a distance. That's putting away.
Where is this star's blasted pudding?
Where the fuck did you guys come from?
Dawn may banish even the darkest night, and to this bitter clime bring warmth and comfort.
Hi, Urianger.
'Tis heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of you whilst I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above.
Yes, but what are you doing here? And dressed like that? Aren't you cold?
Good question.
Verily, I fear for my health should I proceed to expound upon our purpose ere I procure more suitable garments.
You could have pursued more garments when you were back on the moon.
Then allow me to summarize. We're here because none of you lot are up there. Nor has anyone deigned to send word about any changes in the plans.
Noted. Was not aware.
Is what it is. At least that's what I thought at first, but then folks got to wondering if you weren't in a spot of bother, so we decided to take matters into our own hands. Come down here and help, if our help be needed.
How?
So she says, but it's also something of a convenient excuse to visit Aetheris. Urianger made it sound absolutely marvelous. More so before the impending doom, but still.
You are correct.
And it's not like there will...
Damn it!
Marvelous, they say, yet not an ounce of pudding to be found. I must suffer Urianger's inferior works no more.
She just needs to meet Tatsu and she'll have a fantastic time.
Maybe consider the plight of present company before you go blathering on about pudding and doom?
If I see Camping Way... The Australian?
As I was saying, should you require any assistance with whatever, we are at your disposal. We were born from Heidelin's love for the lives of this star, so naturally we would much prefer to see them continue. Twiddling our thumbs up on the moon is hardly conducive to that, though, is it? Not when you've all got such precious thoughts and feelings and hopes for the future deserving of more active preservation. Speaking to Urianger made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill them in spirit. From there, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump towards resolving to do better. So please, show us how. Help us help you.
Help us help you. Help us help you.
Forgive me, but are they...
They're the people you've been talking to back on the moon.
Thy distant collaborators, indeed.
Hail, fellow. Well met. You'd be a member of the Forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last. I'm Livingway, Heidelin's right paw. That last bit is very important. As am I, if I may humbly say so myself.
Hashtag humble brag.
I bid you welcome to our star, Livingway. On behalf of the Forum, I thank you for traveling such a distance to meet us. As you have surmised, preparations for the Exodus have not proceeded as smoothly as we had hoped. I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Sharlayan, where you may advise us as you deem fit.
'Twas with reluctance that I set aside the great work of readying the moon for habitation. Be assured that I did so only after the Loperids made plain their earnest desire to come hither, and I myself felt a growing certainty that their contributions here would prove invaluable. 'Tis trite, perhaps, but I followed my heart.
May thy disciplines banish this darkness of night.
I am no esteemed philosopher of Eld. Nevertheless, 'tis my hope that what little knowledge I shared shall serve them well, and perchance help save us all. Will thou attend us at the Forum and lend thine own wisdom?
Oh, there's the pudding. Oh, it's in the corner. You can't see
If
it.
that's all quite settled, can we start moving before Urianger catches his death? Even I'm freezing out here.
Oh, I
There
dare
they
say
are.
you'll warm up quickly once you're aboard the airship. Sat shoulder to shoulder with our fur-covered friends.
There they are again. I dare say Master Fortunat was a nonplus as we learn the identity of Heidelin's lunar custodians. As you will soon discover, they have much and more to offer the Forum. Might I suggest we return to the Annex forthwith? We may yet have time to discuss the recent adventures ere we are summoned to the Rostra. Alrighty then. Onwards and upwards. A hunt for the ages at level 89. Leves of Old Sharlayan. Wait, I'm level 89. Why is it not letting me do the quest for it? And yes, I don't know a lot of things, so you cannot fault me for them. Quest for putting it indoors ever on and on. What a waste of copper rings. Excuse me. Senior marks will be available once you have fulfilled certain conditions within the main scenario for Endwalker. Noted. Alrighty. Ding. Annex. For pudding. I don't like pudding too much, I'm gonna be real with you, chat. It's not my thing. Pudding's just not it for me. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Hi there, Flu, the Kenku. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing alright. How are things? Of course you did. How dare you. How's it going? It's going, Jack. I am currently at 8 hours and 16 minutes into the stream, and I still want to keep on going. Not that I'm complaining, Urianger, but I wasn't expecting to see you quite so soon. Nor I thee. In extolling the virtues of Aetheris, I did inadvertently awaken in the Loperites a desire to avert our beloved star's desire. Krill tells us you have obtained new knowledge that may aid us in our ongoing efforts. I have news to share regarding our study of the ethereal sea, but your findings are certain to be of greater interest, and so I would rather hear them first. To what revelations did Hydaelyn's Elpis flower lead? Watch as I am about to explain to them that I went back in time, met up with Emmett and Hydaelyn, Emmett, Venet, and Hyflodeus. We found Hermes. Hermes had an empathetic child where she's very autistically coded. All of her sittings went out into the stars. They all got, like, depression because they were asked by their creator, hey, I need you to find some people and tell me what their purpose in life is. Unfortunately for them, nearly every single one of the planets they went to, either everyone was dead or they were dying. And from what they gathered from the people's like histories and shit, they either died because of war, died because of apathy, died because they no longer cared for connections, just death every which way they look. And so because of that feedback loop of depression going off and all this kind of nonsense where, you know, humanity was like, oh, there's no purpose to humanity. And because of Hermes having the thought of like, oh, why do we bother creating these creatures and killing the ones that are flawed when we ourselves by extension are flawed? Shouldn't we by our merits also kill ourselves? And it's like, no, Hermes, that's not how this works. That's like the onus on us like, you know, dying because we're flawed is not true, much like how your endeavors to get as many of these things alive as possible and to continue on living is, you know, not a flaw. What's more is you are, you know, evidence that even if there is a flaw recognized in creatures, that you can just continue on. But he didn't want to hear any of that. Instead, he wanted to gamble with his autistic daughter of being like, hey, run to the end of the universe and wait for us as you examine humanity and see whether or not they can come up with a purpose, or if they are truly as flawed as you say we are, and all this kind of shit. It's terrible. Don't ever give an impossible task in philosophy to a child and explore the universe. You're very likely going to come to one of two conclusions. Either we're not alone in the universe, which is scary, and, you know, we're fucking about over in our backwater of a planet, or we are truly alone in the universe, in which case we are the masters of our own fate, and that we have no one to scrutinize for us, or for us to, you know, live up to. Then this dynamis is what drives the final days. If it and Akasha are one and the same, this all but proves Nidhana's theory. Were an entity, through sheer force of emotion, to channel this vast, dormant reservoirs into a raging river, its powers might suppress even that of Aether. But if our star is to replete with Aether, said entity would need to be outside its influence to effectively manipulate the dynamis of the great expanse. Meteion. Or rather, the sorrow and suffering of fallen civilizations that she has been hoarding for millennia. Untold anguish and fear and hatred drawn from every corner of the universe, all for a single purpose, the destruction of Aetheris. And now there's a bird girl who wants to kill everyone in the universe. Yes, Yoon, you are thank you for shorthanding where we're at. Then our foe is no longer some unknowable calamity. We have but one aim, to defeat Meteion. You make it sound so simple, but you're not wrong. Vanquish Meteion and we deliver the world from the final days, but to even attempt it, there are two conditions. First, we must determine her location. Before Meteion escaped, an enchantment was placed upon her by Venat, the woman who would become Hydaelyn. The implications of temporal magics are not entirely understood, and so we cannot assume that our Hydaelyn and the Venat you met in Elpis are one and the same. Nevertheless, Due to her intrinsic qualities as an all-powerful being, I'd wager that Hydaelyn possesses the knowledge we seek. Whether she would share that knowledge with us, however, remains to be seen. After all, she intends for us to flee Aetheris, not to stay. Do you suppose she has abandoned her pursuit of Metien? I reckon it's a mix. Metien is out in the, the edge of the universe and what have you, and the only way we can get there is with the Ark and being able to, do the crazier, faster than, you return from not muting stream. Hopefully it goes well and was venting pals about life BS. Not to worry, Davy boy. Not to worry. I understand life can be very harsh. Hence why one of my escapes is to VTube stream and play Final Fantasy XIV, the critically acclaimed MMORPG. Do you suppose she has abandoned her pursuit of Metien? The Veneta I know would never give up. That's my impression too, otherwise. She wouldn't have used me as a conduit for her will, or provided clues such as the Elpis flower. I believe she has been waiting for mankind's answer to Hermes' question. So what's the second condition? We must find a means to reach Metien. Naturally, our chosen method will depend entirely upon wherever she has made her rest. The edge of the fucking universe. Then communing with Hydaelyn must by necessity come first. Did you and Master Matoya have any luck with your investigation into the Ethereal Sea? Sadly not. Though we enlisted the help of Arenvald and other Echo-blessed allies, we couldn't detect so much as a whisper from Hydaelyn, even from within the Antitower. Master Matoya is of the opinion that in the years since abandoning it, the Forum have found some other method of receiving instructions from Hydaelyn. If so, it would most likely be some form of apparatus for absorbing the Ethereal Sea, built closer to home. You have large, soft men on your mind. I have second dinner on my mind, but I should not have a second dinner. It's very important that I do not have a second dinner, considering I work from home tomorrow as well. I don't need to eat so much food. I really need a set of scales. I really need to start mapping where I am in, where my weight is at the beginning and the end of days. Sorry to interrupt. We've just received word from the Forum. Your presence is required in the Rostra, where they intend to discuss the Great Exodus. Then Father was able to persuade them. They're finally taking us seriously. Let's hear what they have to say. Bloodlust is on your mind, to be honest? I don't know if I can support you on that one, Davy boy. We're going to need to have a discussion. We're going to need to process these feelings. We're going to need to process these feelings, that history, and we're going to need to find a way to just... It's not easy, let me be real with you, but we're gonna need to do something. Laurent. Good to see you, Laurent. You there. Repair all this shit. Tiny man, fix my pants. You'll keep it to games. Alright, sounds good. Sounds good to me's. Alrighty, so we gotta head to the Rostra then. Actually, there's an advertisement that's gonna go off in a minute or two, so that's gonna be a fun one. Ah, hang on. Stretching! Stretching! On a brighter note, you're getting adapters for the PC to at least solve your monitor issue. Nice! Sounds good. glad to hear that you're not having, you know, moving away from having PC issues. That's a good thing. Proud of you. Solving your own problems is honestly like it's a really great experience. Pippin, we had breakfast, yeah, but what about second breakfast? Yes, exactly. I don't need a second dinner. I don't need supper, as they call it, or what have you. Because if I want to go and eat supper, it's going to be a heavy supper. Where's the Seva Cristial? There's supposed to be a Seva Cristial playing. Citrus and waffle. Crystal! Sylvester Crystal! You physically can't draw / game on the PC right now, so you're still trying to figure that out. Fair enough-sies. Damn, this looks lovely. God damn it. Can't you, like, have your legs over? Seriously? Ridic. Look at this. Like, you don't need to be flexing like that. Complete 100 at the Palace of the Dead. We've completed week 1. And then we've just got our standard thingy-madiggies. Let's see, Emerald gives us 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. Praetorium gives us 7. Castrum Meridanium gives us 4. Portia gives us 3. Jade 2. Hell's Cures 2. The Wreath of Snakes. I don't recall that one. The Royal City of Rabanastra. That one is on my to-do list. And then we've got the Deltascape, the Sigmascapes, the Alpha, Seal Rock for some Seas, Shatter, Donchignod, Hidden Gorge, Gates, Ocean Fishing, and Endwalker shit. Not gonna be easy. Alright, so this is the second hunt. The can be configured once per week by completing one of the 2 objectives. Can be claimed from the MOA upon completion. Once per event period, irregular can be claimed from Wikipedia upon completion. Cool. Sirius trial. Ah, okay. Alright, the advertisement should be done shortly. Wonder what he's busy doing. The forum is in session, and as such, the rostra is closed to visitors. Valkyrie! What are you doing here? Looking amazing! I'm just trying to be gorgeous. Oh my gosh, you have Liara as, like, your emote, I see. Hi. Can we get a if one of my moderators is out there, can we get a shout out for Valkyrie Nixia, please? Would be great. They're absolutely amazing. They do great art, but that's not on their thingamadiggy, but they play video games, and they're friends with Dazzy. A scion of the 7th Dawn? Very well, you may wait in the corner. Hithom, thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Glad to see the follower notification is working. Of course, entry will only be permitted on the condition you leave your armaments at the door. Lest you forget, this sacred institution holds rational discourse in the highest. The implements of war are expressly forbidden. Cookie for Lester. You gotta rework those emotes, though. Most of them are too small. Fair enough-sies. Oh, Labyrinthos. Where's the problematic pest? I am not going to get to that one soon. God damn. Look at this parliament. Look at this wasteful number of... Ooh, a vista. Donk. Ah, there we go. Nice. I should probably be doing these vistas as my paladin rather than as the gunbreaker. Have you got an idea of what emotes you want to do? Are they going to be like Liara and Mass Effect related, or are they going to be more related to your persona? Waiting around, waiting around, waiting around, waiting around. Cookie for the Phantom.
Nut.
No nuts. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23.
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter.
Is there now?
We are here to listen and to learn. But if the Forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends. By your leave, of course.
Right now, they're more related to the work that I did you know where until I get Valkyrie-themed emotes. Fair enough, C's. I have a few recommendations of different artists and what have you, though. Granted, a lot of these are Australians, but you know, maybe your currency is stronger against the Australian dollar, because oh wait, no, they go by the American currency. Never mind. It will be about the same as, yeah.
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now commence.
Ad hoc.
The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, at their request, on the Great Exodus. You may enter.
Good lord, you're a massive unit. Sorry, I should not have said that out loud. Good 43% Q. Nice work there, Lester.
On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glaciers. We shall not soon forget your service to us and the people of GrantZeebs.
Yep.
The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well. As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Then let us begin. First, it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose that Charlian has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenon and conveyed to safety. Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Sharlayan citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after. Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies. Radzat Han was foremost among these, but since the final days have already come to Thavnair, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
You haven't included the tribes, have you?
As many as we can.
That's...
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
You're not thinking of bringing anyone with any combative experience.
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside, are your plans proceeding apace? We're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct.
Yeah,
This
I've seen your
arc,
bread.
as some
Optimal means working.
Is fully operational and could be launched even today. However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated. At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Seven hells. Is there anything to be done?
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient.
Wait, burner?
Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem?
Which one?
We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on two conditions. If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
Ooh. Nice.
It was simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the energy tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your Ark.
Transportation to wherever we need to go after we talk with Hydaelyn.
We would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
Nice.
Delightful as always, Master Alfino. Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire writes itself.
I bet you don't have the greatest engineering company helping you right now, do you?
Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? when we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration.
He gets it.
I, for one, have faith in my erstwhile students to provide it, and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
Hey, Sash, can we give a shout out for Valkyrie Nixia, please?
Order! Order! We have no time to waste on debate.
Order.
I call a vote. All in favor of agreeing to the Scion's terms?
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I cannot see the hands in total.
"71 in favor, 28 against. The ayes have it. Fortuneau, as the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state.
Wow, Fortuneau, you didn't raise your hand to help us. The fucking audacity.
Very well.
Should just be exclamation point SO. Fine.
I call this session to a close.
Bam.
Return to your tasks with urgency. The final
Look at that.
days wait for none.
It is nice that he got outvoted. Fuck him. He was a problem to his children. But by God, he's also the head of the engineering. He's also the head of the project as well. Is he not, like, aware of his engineers having whatever many problems they might have? Sorry about not letting the rest of you in on my plan. I was, admittedly, thinking on my feet for the most part. But since we require both a means of communing with Hydaelyn and reaching Ingmation, in the spur of the moment, I saw involving ourselves with the completion of the Ark as a way to work towards both objectives simultaneously. However, we must first keep our end of the bargain by solving the problem of the Aetherburner. I'd like to think it's not a challenge beyond our combined expertise, or at least the expertise of our extended circle of associates. It might behoove us to learn how an Aetherburner actually works before we attempt to improve it, though. Fortuneau, you are going to tell us. As instructed, I shall take you to see the Afterburner. Everyone has a different way of doing it. Exclamation shoutout is always available, thankfully. Now you know. There's also, if you want to do a clip, you do exclamation point clip shoutout. So if I do one for Wild Saber, for instance, we get a clip up in the top left, so long as it's within the last month.
Saber. What the heck?
Keep watching. Also, watch where you step. Look up.
What the shit is going on out there?
Watch it fall. Watch it fall. It actually lands somewhere.
What? No freaking way.
If they're gonna do shit like this for events from now on, I want to be a part of LEGO Star Wars.
It's a LEGO Star Wars thing. It's not like, you know, the end of Fortnite again.
Keep watching. Keep watching in the distance where it's landing.
I can't see it where he's pointing. Meet me outside the Archeon. I trust you can make your own way there.
What?
So, the Ark is being built in Labyrinthos. Hardly surprising. Where else could they conceal such a massive undertaking? Da-da-da-dun. That's why there are so many sub-games in Fortnite now. Yep. Oh, wait, I overshot that. Hang on a second. I need to know. I need to look where I'm going. I need to actually watch where I'm going, otherwise I'm gonna get this wrong. So yeah, so I go from here, and then I hang a right. Yep, we descend to Labyrinthos. It is bright as fuck. Look at this place. 550 to the south, so no doubt over on the Median Circuit. Also, the music is a banger in this area. Alright, let's see. What does this area look like once we cross over into the threshold? Alrighty. So that's what the outer circuit looks like. Alrighty, let's see. Can we jump off from here? Bastards. Path of Artif- Alright, let's see. Here? Are you kidding me? Why the fuck not? Am I trying to finish Endwalker this stream? I don't think this stream I'll finish Endwalker, but I want to make a decent dent into this one. Because from the looks of it, I'm halfway through Endwalker Part 2. And I just want to try and make as many missions forward as I can, because the next time I'm going to be streaming this is Friday night. This Friday night? I think this Friday night. Yeah, this Friday night. I'm going to try and go through more of Endwalker, so I'm more likely going to get to the big crescendo stuff that evening. But not tonight. You'll need at least one more stream if you don't want to rush it. I imagine I'm gonna need a few more streams. That's why. Also, why am I? Let's not bother with that. Let's just teleport to the Archeon. So yeah, so if you want content, so I did the math. In order to get through Endwalker and all its patch contents, I had to average just a touch over 16 main story quest lines a session. And in a lot of in a lot of my streams, I have reached that 16 mark, thankfully, maybe 1 or 2 times. So with this one, I'm hoping to go a little over 16, so then that way when I do it on Friday, because I don't have the full day for me to go through that quest, I'm able to go under my 16 mark. Our destination lies in the lower levels. The Forum, in its wisdom, has granted you access to the Archeon's lift. Step inside and have Ophelane take you to the medial circuit. Fucking finally. Can't wait for it to be Friday. Excited to the Fortnite update. Did not know there was going to be a Fortnite update. Could not care. Archeon Custodian, hello. In accordance with Exodus protocols, access to the Archeon and related services, your corporation is a Wow, fuck you. You wish to use the lift? Yes, please. Yay! I'm able to, run over to that mission and get that problematic pests thing done. I have sent your associates ahead to Logisticon Alpha on the other side of Muriel Ergonomics. Wow, you gotta have some really fucked up names, don't you? Actually, there's something I've been meaning to... No, never mind. It can wait. Let us attend to the matter at hand. Alrighty then. Let me get my motorcycle out. I have someplace to go. This ways really quickly. Actually, I can swap over to my paladin class while I'm doing the run. That way, I am not stuck with the, whoopsies! Well, that certainly makes a lot of yep, cool. Yep, thank you for that. My god, this has a full-on quest line, Jesus. I actually have to think about which of the piss-colored quests I want to go through. Alright. Oh, wait, hang on. I was going the... Nice! I was going the right way! For a second there, I thought I was going the wrong way. I thought I was making a massive detour just so I can hand in that quest. I'm most likely going to go through a massive detour again once I get to there, but who knows. Oh, cool, they're in here. Alright. Alright, alright, alright. Yo, what's up? Was wondering because you made a lot of progress currently. Yeah, I have to make a lot of progress in these streams, like these Final Fantasy XIV streams, if I want to try and be done, if I want to try and be up to date before the release of Dawn Trail, but still go for my break in June. I need to have this done by June 1st. Here, being Logistocon Alpha, where the atmospheric conditions of Labyrinthos are regulated. Water is drawn from underground and dispersed as vapor, stimulating the formation of artificial clouds and rain. By manipulating the temperature and air circulation, they are able to create the ideal environment for the growth and preservation of the biological samples kept here. Hold on, how do you know so much about it? Why, Father brought me here as a child. What? And he left me behind? Actually, you're the one who left me behind when you went off somewhere with Grandfather. The night before, I'd been asking Father how clouds are made, so he decided to show me. It was fascinating. I peppered him with questions the entire time. 'Tis all too easy to take for granted the many interweaving aspects of the natural world, to grow inured to the wondrous. But, having gained an understanding of the complex mechanisms employed by the Loporrits in recreating a similar environment, I have come to view such processes in a new light. The subterranean gardens of Labyrinthos, the lunar prison forged to contain the ancient Zodiac, the habitations built for all mankind's neath the moon's surface, each unique yet undeniably similar. 'Tis no mere coincidence. Ever since Hydaelyn unfolded to us the grim fate that awaits Aetheris, every essential resource we could spare has been delivered to Labyrinthos in preparation for the great exodus. But that is not all. It is also a testing ground for the technologies that will allow us to settle on distant stars. Though the Loporrits have endeavored to make the moon inhabitable, that is not our final destination. Mankind must learn to propagate life where there is none, to thrive where all is barren. Alas, time is not on our side. I have arranged for us all to enter the Central Circuit. It is there that most of our preparations for the Exodus are carried out, the construction of the Ark among them. Though our plans have been made public, access remains highly restricted. You, however, will not be subject to said restrictions, and will have free reign to come and go as you please. Such was the will of the Forum, after all. We will prove ourselves worthy of their trust. Your trust. let us proceed. So, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Alright, so going underground is the 16th mission. 17, 18, 19, 20 would be Sage's Council. 21 would be Hither and Yarms. Let's see how we go. So, by decree of the Forum, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn are permitted to enter the Central Circuit. Proceed to the Central Circuit. Hopefully this mission is just like a lot of, you know, meeting up with people and talking. The Aether Burner is being constructed not far from here. Overseeing the work is Coca-Cola Dan Cole, after whom the forge is named. Once the necessary introductions have been made, I shall leave you with him to discuss the particulars. This way. And for some reason, the iPhone thought they heard something, but they are wrong. Jesus Christ, this place is vast. Dank Coca-Cola. Yeah, that's what it sounded like. That's what it sounded like I was saying. It made no sense. $200 to the north. Oh, I should probably get that one. Hang on a second. Otherwise, you know, I'm kind of setting myself up for a lot of backtracking. Oh! The role quests! I need to go through those as well at some point, don't I? In order to complete the MSQ further. I'm gonna need to go through that, aren't I? 55 to the northwest. Which means it's somewhere around... There you are. There we go. Alrighty, back over to the SDS Fenrir. And then we go... Let's go over and attune to the thingy-majiggy while we're here. Yep, cool. Chocobo Porter, thank you. And we have a Skywatcher over there. The Charleon Hamlet. Cool. We attune to you. We are now attuned to the Aetherite. But yeah, I have so many levels to go in Paladin and Dark Knight if I want to be able to, like, swap between them, like, during the events of, like, the remaining events of Endwalker that I have, but I don't think that's going to be possible. The classes that I currently... So, Paladin 81, Gunbreaker is at 89 and is really close to being level 90, and then my Warrior has capped at level 90. But, you know, the reason for why I have Warrior as, like, you know, the head honcho is because, well, I like Warrior. And that was the one I was going through, right. Hi there, Kronakos. Welcome to the stream. Zeebs. Asterix. How's it going? You having a good evening? It's evening for me. I started back at 10 a.m. It's been 9 hours, so it's and it's 6:47 right now. You're having a great 10 a.m. morning. Nice. What's up, short stuff?
I could swap them out. No, been there, done that. Damn near lost my eyebrows. Think, Coco, think! We'd be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think!
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
Yeah! I mean, Masterful, you know, what a pleasant surprise. We're not blasting off already, are we?
Any idea when that shadow server
schedule
officially
remains
opens? No idea what you're talking about.
Which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the ether burner conundrum.
Excuse me.
Not seen you lot down here before.
I should hope not.
There are Archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface, by whatever means you see fit.
Kuro Nekos, you're having a little bit
I
of
assure
trouble
you that
typing
won't be
there.
necessary.
Do you mind, like,
Now,
retyping?
about your troubles with the ether burner.
Aye, aye, I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace.
Oh,
name ought to tell
is it
you,
the
the
data
ether
center
burner
that's
burns
supposedly going to
ether,
be up in the
ambient
cloud
or
rather than
otherwise,
being a
transforms it into
you know,
motive force. Think of
a,
it,
a standard
giant
like
bomb that
physical
never
server?
stops exploding. Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb.
Nope, it's a regular server.
But it ain't.
That doesn't sound great.
According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the Forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient. A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
Hast thou consulted with the Loperites?
Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer.
But
the moon's propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
Why don't we just utilize the teleportation
Yes, exactly.
technology that they
Damn
used
it,
on us to get to
I asked
Rad's
for a fine
what's-a-whoosies?
adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology. You trying to drive me mad?
Do you speak of Allegan refined adamantite, perchance?
You know of it?
Only in the most general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allegan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded.
Ah, if only
As
you
I
were
recall,
blood of the
record
royal
stated
family.
It was vital to Dalamud's construction and launch.
Nice.
Aye, that's the stuff. No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some ins like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through. Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it though. We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the ether burner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the Northern Empty during the calamity.
Yep.
With more, well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
That's probably not true.
Surely the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
It's probably talking about a specific piece.
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with. Drive calls from Ragnarok-class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need. According to the Gleaners, getting to them means delving deep into the shards. And the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up.
Alright. So, probably not that method.
It's rough going in there, even for the cream. Not sure they'd make it out alive.
They call his ship a teeny tiny toy boat. To be fair, he is a Lalafell. He is about the same size as the Loperites, and the Loperites thought we were going to be dealing with fucking giant-sized people. He's just dealing with Rogadins and Vieras. You want me to go and fetch the what's-it?
That may be for the best, though you doubtless find the task too dull for your liking.
There are multiple internment hulks in Eorzea alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option. Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously... Thancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
Of course. The floor is yours.
What's all this?
You have a extended system.
Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little, but joined
You
by
haven't done the
others,
Coils of
we may
Bahamut,
yet build
right?
a
Nope.
bonfire to carry us heavensward.
No, I have not.
This is Alphino. The Scions have need of you.
Oh, he's lighting the beacons, basically.
Understood. I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
Nice.
My sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-Sword expedition myself.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether. Any extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists, or enthusiasts.
Oh, like the Garland Ironworks.
Magical artifacts of Allagan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all. Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Is there anything in Othard that might be of use to you?
What did you say? Oh, you got friends in far places, lad. Anyway, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics.
I don't know if they just
Some
give
of them
that to
can
you.
hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primal. Combine a source like that with the ether burner, and 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
I gather you heard his explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship. I am glad for the work, in truth.
Welcome back, Zarix.
Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
This is our 16th quest, and we're gonna try and go a little bit further to see what else we can do.
There's plunder for the taking, and I'm a born plunderer. I'll be an old Charlian before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
I'm certain that can be arranged.
Welcome
Thank
to
you
the
all,
stream.
and do be careful.
Just like that.
Aye, just like that. Our refined adamantite is on its way. Now let us consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
You slept over 12 hours? That sounds amazing. Oh, and we need to swap back to Gunbreaker. It's times like these we're reminded of how famous, or infamous, Alphino has become. Who'd have thought he would achieve so much with a single Link Pearl conversation? As we're expecting rather a lot of visitors in the near future, I'd best return to the surface and inform the relevant parties. I also have a contact of my own that might be worth a try. Oh, and who might that be? That's for me to know and you to find out. And on that note, I leave matters here in your capable hands. Best of luck. That was like 500,000 experience, I think, just then as well. We had a good amount. Meanwhile, in Ul'dah... Oh boy. Alright.
Our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud and procure arcane relics of Allagan make.
I absolutely stand for Karlach.
And brightest of our immortal flames, and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan Sworn and Brass Blades for support as you must. Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials. Thiergeist, we have need of your stone torches. They are...
Oh,
as commander of the Stone Torches, my son Zimberk will personally see it done.
Pippin, I would have you lead the raiding party. Assemble your finest, and with Tizona's blade clear the way. Lord Lolorito, I pray you take charge of the search for Allagan relics. Surely you know of some being traded on open or clandestine markets, or sleeping in collectors' vaults. Of course, I ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions. I wish you the joy of it.
He does need to give them to us, so he's probably going to try and make profit by selling it to an upcharge to us, though, so...
If circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Ul'dah's best efforts may be for naught. And yet, when we Eorzeans rose from the ashes to rebuild our broken realm, did we not learn one simple truth? That which seems all but impossible to overcome alone may yet be possible if we stand together. It was the Scions who united us then, and it is the Scions who call upon us now. Ul'dah will answer that call. We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future. You know your duties. I, Nanamo Ul'Namo, 17th in the line of Ul, bid you good luck and Godspeed.
Meanwhile, in the Black Shroud... Check out my throne. There's a pair of scales that I would really love to have. I have no clue what I weigh, and I really want to find out.
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy with healers, and an abundance of restorative magics will be of little help in destroying Dalamud's defenses. Still, it has ever been thus with Gridania. We must steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
What are you talking about?
In that case, might I suggest taking us along?
Oh my god, it's the Alamegans.
Commander Hext, what are you doing here?
None of the shards in Girabania are big enough to hold an internment hulk. So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbors a hand? We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things.
Breaking.
While it pains me to admit it, you are right. Our deficiency so plain to see.
It might have been a lifetime
Oh,
ago,
I'm not playing my...
but I
No,
was
this is
once
just
one
me
of
with
the
my
scions
hands
assigned
interlocked.
to
Look
the
at this. Can you do this?
I know this forest well. I know your people. And I know we will be
Oh, wait, hang
stronger
on,
if
so-
we fight this fight together.
Nah, never mind.
Then I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come, let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
I won't let it all be for nothing. I promise you, Papalimo.
Oh. Those vocals were for answers. Meanwhile, in Korthos... I cannot. I do not have a 3D model with proper tracking. Fair. I was more meaning IRL, like the hand thingy-majiggy to be able to do like the da-da-da, but... That, never mind. That was 4 terms!
There you are! We've no time to waste, brother. Everyone has already...
Achafant! Achafant!
That was a roar. A dragon's roar.
Which dragon? The track you're hearing is from Binding Coil. Ah, okay. Meanwhile, in the Ruby Sea... No, it's not a dog, Capricious.
And so, in summation, the Eastern Alliance, as well as the Honourable Lord Lolorito himself, reached out to me for assistance in procuring these treasures of the divine, and I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid.
Thanks, Hancock.
Hmm? Is that...
It's a Ninja Turtle.
Hancock? What a surprise this is.
Hancock.
And a fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask, you see.
I swear to Christ, if he's like, oh, we need to look for an artifact as well. The doctor said you had weak bones. Sounds like you gotta up your calcium. It's not like osteoporosis or anything like that, is it? Yep, 501. Though our friends are searching for refined adamantite and sacred relics, we will only know if they meet your requirements once they have arrived. In the meantime, there is aught else we might do to be of service? Ha! You've already done more than enough. If I had to say, though, I could use someone who knows a thing or two about Alasian technology. You there, lad. You there. The lad with the red eyes and matching hair. You seem to know more than the average scholar. Ha! If only Master Coco knew how right he was. While he and Graha establish a rapport, why don't we help with the preparations for the Great Exodus? Indeed, this would mean going above and beyond the terms of our arrangement, but I promise this not to curry favor. As confident as I am that we will succeed, we must be ready for every eventuality. This would also be an opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the logistics of traversing the Great Expanse, and if nothing else, it beats twiddling our thumbs while we wait for the adamantite. It can become osteoporosis. Ah, god damn it. Well, ain't you a bunch of helpful buggers. If you've a mind to lend a hand, I know where you ought to. Charlie and Hamlet is lousy with researchers and scholarly types, busying themselves preparing for the Exodus. Bah, that lot need all the help they can get. You're really sadly going to miss context during this depending on how many additional raids you've done. Okay, well then, off we go. So, I have gone through... raids, here we go. So, I've gone through the Alliance raids, the ones you see before you. I have done the Void Ark, the Weeping City. I've done the Dunscape. I don't fully remember this one because I kind of went through this really quickly. I went through the coils of... I went through the arms, and the head of A. Alexander. I have done the Deltascapes. I have not done the Royal City of Rabanastra. What about Omega? I do not see Omega in here. I've not yet done the Copied Factory, and as you can see, I've not finished the Eden's Gate. So, yeah. There's a few things I will not have proper context for, like, as you say. Alrighty. ...224 to the southwest, so no doubt somewhere over beyond that corner. We need to get you to do that, and you did. We need to get you to do that, and you did so. Did do Omega, Delta, Sigma, and Alpha. There's a lot you're going to miss. Is there now? How confident are you that... Alright, I'm gonna have a look at my schedule. Hang on, let me get to my thing. There's a lot you're gonna miss. Yun, what time zone are you in right now? The Stormblood Blaze, that's what you meant we need to make you get through. Does it need to be the Alliance raids, or does it need to be the, Oop, hang on. GMT plus 7. Alright, I'm GMT plus 10. Alright, hang on. So. The Royal City of... Recently, residents of Kagane woke to find hovering above their city an airship unlike any ever seen. Yet while of Garlean design, the vessel distinctly lacks the bleak outfitting common in the Empire's war machina. No, this was the Prima Vista, private stage for the majestic Imperial Theatre Company. A trope having won acclaim across Garlemald for their timeless work, the Zodiac Brave story, which begets the question, why are they here? The answers to that question and more lie in the selfsame legend of which they sing. The legend of Ivalis. Noted. Alright, so it's 412 where you are right now. So, you'll unlock a good area for farming XP between 70 and 80. I've already got a lot of my tanks to level 80 though. Although it's good to... Alright. For what I can tell, a lot of people actually live down here. I don't know how much help we can offer, but I dare say they'll benefit from some of that fresh inspiration Scholarca Monteshene mentioned. Let's start by asking around, ideally without getting in anyone's way. Let's meet by the Aetheryte once our work is done. So... Alright, we got a blue tick unlocked. Nice. Just in case you ever decide to work on leveling the other jobs at one point. Noted. Rightio. Helping with the Ark? Even with all the power Master Coco managed to squeeze out of the Aether Burner, it's still not enough, apparently. And now I hear the final days have arrived. Horrible creatures running rampant all over. If only we'd begun the exodus sooner. People are dying, and there'll be no end to it if we don't fulfill our duties. But we will. We've spent years preparing for this moment. Believe in the plan, and all will be well. Did I miss something from Nyx? No, I didn't miss something from Nyx. Nyx is just, you know, throwing things and dropping things at me. There's some good rewards, too. Oh, yeah, because sometimes they look real. Sometimes the shit they give you is, like, really good-looking stuff. Sylvester Crystal. So, yeah. Oh, hello. Are you one of the new helpers? Working on the Aether Burner? Oh dear. I hear things have come to a standstill on that front. Even so, I'd choose that over my current duties. Checking and loading samples, day in, day out. It's tiring, thankless work. Still, no one will be cross if I misplace a few legumes or what have you. The forum's got enough on their plate as it is. What with deciding who to get to board the Ark and when. A lot of powerful people have opinions about that. My heart goes out to Master Fortunato and the others. Hardly gets a moment's rest, I expect. Do they even have time to sleep? Alrighty, now we just need another fella. Let's see, who is around? You're trying to wake... I'm just trying to wake up. Got an ad in my face, though, so I can't hear you. No, fair enough, fair enough. Excuse me, sir, I wouldn't help it. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. You're just a silly blue tick. Blah, 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 blah. There we go. Dun-dun. Alright, so should be someone up around here, I imagine. Frog. Offering to help? That's very kind, but I should be able to organize the rest of the documents by myself. It's mostly lists of things we'll need once we arrive on the moon, and then whichever star we choose as our new home. My duties largely concern the maintenance of living conditions, so I'll be a lot busier after we depart. I hear that our lunar collaborators have come down to assist in our efforts. I'm looking forward to finally meeting them in person, after having communicated with them in such a limited capacity thus far. To be perfectly honest, I'm not even the slightest idea what they'll look like. I do hope they're not enormous-looking looming giants. Why? I would much prefer something small and fluffy, like that behatted rat that ran by. Yep, they ran by. There we go. Hello there. Nice to see you, Nyx. Glad to see you're out of advertisement hell now. Hopefully you're doing alright. Hey, it's the bunnies! Living Way, you're here. Fancy meeting you here, Grant. Our friends in the forum brought us to see their teeny tiny toy boat, which was quite impressive considering they didn't use any creation magics. What we're really interested in is in Aetheris itself, though. We now find ourselves in a sort of a funny, underground, miniaturized version of it. We were hoping the forum would give us a guided tour, but it appears they're rather preoccupied. Honestly, all that time to prepare, and they're still not ready. I suppose we'll just have to show ourselves around, or at least that's what we were planning to do until we were chanced upon Urianger and your good self. Since you're both dawdling about, out engaging in idle chit-chat, perhaps you could show us a few points of interest. Won't that be fun? Be right back. Not to worry. A tour of Labyrinthos? An unexpected yet prudent suggestion. Given the similarities betwixt this artificial environment and Bestaway's burrow, 'twould be in our best interest to have the Loporrits acquaint themselves with these conditions deemed optimal by their Charlian collaborators. I fear, however, that continued reliance upon my limited knowledge would risk narrowing rather than broadening their perspectives. Perhaps thou art better suited to lead this venture. What a marvelous idea! Might we begin with the great big what's-its over yonder? Ah, yes, the what's-it. I shall leave it to its explanation to Grant. Oh, joy. The fuck is the what's-it? Oh, cool, it's over there. Nice. I was worried it was going to be really far away. Dun, 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 dun. Xerix, at which point in the main quest line will I need reference to the other Alliance raids? Because I've not done the Coils of Bahamut, I've not done the Alliance raids from Stormblood, and I've not done... I'm a little unfamiliar with the Alliance raids from Heaven's Ward. It'll be right before you go to the next area. Okay. Goodness me, to build something so large without creation magics, it's positively stupendous. Perhaps you could direct our attention to its most important features. Search the apparatus for points of potential interest. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out, target areas, and inspect it. Have I done the post-Shadowbringers Trial series? Not the Battlefield stuff. Ooh. Oh my god, it's one of the fucking ocelots. It would appear that the concept you observed in another time, another place, was approved for life in the wilder world somehow. Nice. Ooh. Metallic tube. Is that water I hear from inside that great big tube? Must be because of those cogs, that giant wheel at the top. Oh, I see. That's how they draw up the water. It's probably some sort of spiral-shaped mechanism inside it, too. Oh, I know the spiral mechanism they're talking about as well. Okay, hang on a second, hang on. Water wheel spin upwards. I know what they're talking about. Hang on a second. They are talking about... Let me find it. Give me a second. It's not explicitly a water wheel. It's something else. Not a Petion. Not that. Not a scoop. Okay. Spiral water. Spin. Upwards. Corkscrew water elevator. Give me a second. Give me a second to find it. Ah, here it is. Archimedes screw. It's a thingy that you use to, like... So, hydrodynamic screw is one of the... It's a hydrodynamic machine, and the way it works is that you... Yeah. Go Google it. You'll understand. We might need weapon trials. Did I say I'd drag him and code through it? What's the name of the quest you're on, Grant? I am currently on... hang on. Tanks. I am currently on to the quest Wise Guides. It's a little hard to see from here, but is that golden pipe connected to the top of those tanks? And I can see through that window another pipe at the bottom. Ah, this must be for purifying water drawn up from below. And then observe the mushroom-like thing. I have no clue what that is. Maybe it's a reservoir? That's a bit of a strain. It's thin at the bottom, but big and round at the top. Quite tall for something so unbalanced. Now it makes sense. That's where they store the water. Alright, so it is a reservoir. I'm 11 quests away. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ah, okay. Radio, I know where you're talking. I'm not gonna get there by tonight. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm probably gonna get to... Let's see, this one, the next, and probably then finish at the foots or the hands. Well, if I were to hazard a guess, water drawn from underground, presumably with some other mechanism, is purified here and stored in that tower before being distributed elsewhere. I'm right, aren't I? I knew it! A design brilliant in its simplicity, I dare say. It would only take a moment to install in even the harshest of environments. For us Lollarets, that is. Indeed, securing a reliable source of water is of utmost importance for any fledgling settlement. We have read, however, that people of Aetheris sometimes make their homes in arid deserts and such. How are they able to survive? Many settlements in Thanalan are built near oasis. So, wherever you choose to live, you're never far from water. Oh dear, I worry we won't be able to procure the necessary amount. We can provide enough water to keep them from drying out completely, but it would appear they rely on it far more than we anticipated. A few adjustments may be in order, once we've calculated the average rate of consumption per individual. It may also be worth learning more about how exactly they obtain their water in the first place. Master Alphino spoke of the machinery responsible for that feat during your journey through Logisticon Alpha, did he not? Mayhaps the Lollarits will share his appreciation for the engineering marvel. Nice. Thank you. Ah, yes, that sounds absolutely splendid. We must journey beyond the sanctuary of Charlian Hamlet. I shall lead the way. You mean we'll have to brave the untamed wilderness? A valid concern indeed. We could not help but notice that many dangerous-looking creatures with big, nasty teeth lurking beyond the safe confines of this settlement. Were we not escorted here by burly custodians, I dread to think what would have become of us. Regrettably, too many a hungry predator with the aforementioned big, nasty teeth, Lorpits, may appear to be a potential and rather appetizing source of sustenance. Might I impose upon thee to assist in securing safe passage to Logisticon Alpha? For my part, I shall act as escort to Living Way and Cooking Way. I entrust Singing Way and Growing Way to thy care. You can count on me. A more valiant protector they could not wish for. Godspeed. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather not be eaten by some horrid beastie. Come along, Growing Way, to the water extraction whatsits. The whatsamahoozies and the thingamabobs. We're heading to the whatsamahoozies and the thingamabobs. Look at our boy! Look at them beans! Look at them beans. Beans! Beans! How come no one is noticing the beans? Surveying, and we will shortly have to execute some peeps. There we go. Thank you so much. Alright, getting him the rest of the way through. They doing alright? Yeah, hopefully they're doing alright. No biggies. Would you be alright doing all of them unsynced when we get a group together for the raids? Yeah, I'm a little bit fine with doing some of them unsynced if we can. I'm fine with, like, so for example, the Coils of Bahamut is something that I do want to do, but I understand that it's probably best that I do that unsynced and I just have however many people that are interested in it coming along with me when we do it. Like, I understand I will probably be able to get through it solo as a level 90 warrior, but I want to do it with, like, a group of people. So... how many people do you need in an alliance raid, at least, to be able to do that unsynced? Here you go. Here's a ripe fruit for you. I've been going the wrong way. Oh wait, no, I've been going the right way. That finishes that mission. You need 3 in each group. Oh, 3 so you can put people in each group. Okay, okay. So... wait, does that mean... so I start a party, I then need to invite someone as, like, an alliance or something? Hang on. Party search, fellowship, like... start a party via the no. Alright, ding. My friends, I bid you welcome to Logisticon Alpha. Our destination doth lie at Lift's top. Pray, follow me. You can just have one in each alliance team. Yeah, that still confuses me. How in the world do I make an alliance? That doesn't really make sense to me. We're talking about the alliance raids, Davey boy. Party finder and the knowledge we will gain here will be essential when we start looking for new stars for your kind to inhabit. Apparently most of them don't have an air for you to breathe. You're all very lucky that Aetheris just so happens to provide everything you need to thrive. Or did mankind turn out that way? Turned out the way they are because of the available resources, I wonder. Either way, it's nothing short of miraculous, and I cannot wait to see more of it. Alright, we get ourselves some pants. Next mission. This is all very wonderful, I'm sure, but I was rather hoping to learn more about your nourishment provisions facilities. In other words, where's the food? I believe both the knowledge and consumables you seek may be found at Mariel Aerodynamics. As I imagine Singingway and the others intend to study every conceivable facet of this apparatus, wouldst thou be so kind as to escort our visiting culinarian? Yes, that sounds much more interesting. Hopefully I'll be able to see firsthand some of the delicacies Oriange was telling me about. Even his incredibly vivid, if not bit verbose, descriptions cannot compare to sampling them myself. Not to mention Aetheris will soon be no more, so I must learn all I can while there is still time. Let us brook no further delay. Dun, 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 dun. Alrighty then. Oh, hi there, Phantom. How was Mass Effect Andromeda? Did you have a good time? How'd it go for you? Actually, last I saw you raid, you were going through the Mass Effect Legendary Edition. You were going through like the whole trilogy. How did you fare with this one? Using this one because I can go faster in this motorcycle than I can in any of my other mounts, as I do not yet have the whatsamahoozies. This is the place, yes? The heady aroma was enough to guide me here, and I've spotted several of the fruit and vegetables featured in our compendium. I'd dearly love to try some, but I read that those who help themselves to a farmer's crop without permission are often caught and put into pies. Perhaps you could ask whomever's in charge if they would be willing to part with a few samples. Cooking Way is now accompanying me. Alright, give me my pants. There we go. Item level 545. Ah, what a fine mess this is. Ah, it's you! The one who climbed down the mine shaft. I'd show you around if I could, but I'm rushed off my feet preparing for the Exodus. And I'm not the only one. We've all got to find ways to do what we do down... what we do down here, up there. First on the moon, then on whatever star the Forum decides will become our new home. It's all so sudden, so unreal. Don't you want to go to the moon? Well, it's better than waiting for the final days to claim us. But no matter how careful it's all planned, we'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Even the ones we can take may not survive in their new environment. So many species doomed to extinction. Sorry, that's not what you came to talk about, is it? Nothing's... Oh, there's Cooking Way. She's over in the corner here. There she is. Nothing quite so dire, I assure you. We merely wish to sample a little of your produce, if we may. By all means, help yourself. Much appreciated, my good fellow. So, where to begin? Oh my god, we're going over to the grapes. We're going over to the square grapes. Get in here. There you go. Oh, I know what these are. Grapes, yes? They're squapes. Square grapes, aka squapes. Let's see if they are delicious as they look. Squapes. So sweet, so sour. The taste is much like a ripe philosopher's carrot, and yet the texture is entirely different. The contrast between the outer skin and the fruit within is most peculiar, though far from unpleasant. Yes, I think I'll try another. Oh my gosh, she's gonna get... Well, that's certainly given me food for thought, though in a far less visceral manner than any philosopher's carrot. But tell me, what is your opinion of grapes? Meh. I'm meh. They used to be in the shape of the mother crystal and very low poly. Nice. An expression of indifference, I assume. In all fairness, our compendium did not note they are valued more as an ingredient for spirituous beverages than as a fruit for regular consumption. Anyway, that's enough about grapes for the time being. On to the next treat. Orange by name, orange by nature. What came first, the fruit or the color? Who cares? Let's eat. No. Yes, that's... Equal parts sweet and sour, as with the grapes, yet nothing alike. I may have to consult Orianja about expanding my vocabulary. I simply cannot find the words to describe it. Perhaps what I'm looking for is... bitter. This is all very complicated, you know. So many flavors, so many choices, and each individual with their own personal preferences. Now I see why you all turned your noses up at the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Marvelous though they still are in my estimation, let no one say I said otherwise. Ah, but speaking of carrots, I've yet to sample any of the vegetables. Let's see what's in the field over there. Hey, we're going to be sampling the pumpkin. pasta. Pumpkin, 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 pumpkin! The color, that texture, are they some sort of enormous round carrot? No. No, in any case, proper nomenclature is less of a concern than the taste. Bleh! So hard and flavorless! I may as well be chewing a piece of wood. That's all but confirms it. There's nothing more than misbegotten failures masquerading as goodly carrots. Stop, stop! Can't you see these are pumpkins? And no one with any sense would be trying to eat them raw. You're supposed to cook them first. Do you not find it an awful bother? Far from it. Cooking is a joy unto itself. And what's more, it broadens the ranges of ingredients that we may safely eat. But above all else, cooking allows us to draw out the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favorite dishes for as long as I can remember. Then perhaps even these hard blocks of plant matter can become as delicious as the orange I sampled. I wonder, though, if there is anything even more delicious. How about that yellow fruit over yonder? Oh my god, you're about to suck on a lemon. Watch as this rabbit sucks on a lemon. What a wondrous fragrance! With luck, it'll have a flavor to match. Sure it will. As I've no idea how these are eaten, I'll just bite into it. Eee, my tongue! Is this poison? A lemon? You mean it's supposed to taste like that? How can something so similar to an orange be so revolting? Ugh! It may be some time before my palate recovers from this ordeal. As such, I'd best call an end.
As a treat.
Now, I had best recall an end to this round of sampling. Let's say our farewells and return to the others. Okay. Finished, have you? I trust you found something to your liking. I'm rather enamored with the grapes and oranges. Less so the pumpkin, though I learned the hard way they're not to be eaten raw. Then there was the lemon. The deceiver. I still feel so violated. First time, was it? I'd hate for you to leave with a bad taste in your mouth, in more ways than one. So, I'll give you this lemon muffin I baked. If this doesn't change your opinion, nothing will. More lemon? Have I not suffered enough? Nevertheless, it would be remiss of me to spurn this opportunity to... Oh, a bit of sick came up there. Learn more of your incrucible ways. Very well. Lemon muffin, do your worst. If you want the lemon sucking, you have to use Blue Foxy Nicey Icy's lemon sucking emote. This is delicious. She's absolutely tiny. Although I still detect a hint of lemon, it complements the sweetness of the dough to create a perfect harmony. I never would have guessed its vile bitterness could be utilized so elegantly. My good chap, this is simply breathtaking. See? We rarely use lemons in its natural state, but it has a starring role in all sorts of recipes, and the same is true for many other ingredients. It comes down to making the most of the resources at your disposal, and sometimes that can even be the difference between life and death. I know we won't be able to take every species with us. No doubt the forum antagonized over what was worth preserving and what will be consigned to history. Hard choices, but make them we must if we're to survive. Such strength of will. Now I know what Hydaelyn sees in your kind. Mankind, the Lolorits, we were both born from the accumulated knowledge of the ancients. They learned all there is to learn about the nature of sentient life and the fates of the stars themselves.
Oh, this is...
Alcaris, thank you for being my biggest fan. Fuck Morse. Morse is no longer my biggest fan. You know what? You're my biggest fan. Thank you so much.
The Alcaris demands you drink.
All right. Let me have some sippies. Can we please get a shout out for the Alcaris, please? She's an amazing streamer. I first saw her when I first started doing streams and what have you, and I really appreciate the times that she's been able to drop in and once in a while raid as well. Thank you so much for joining in. I hope you're having a wonderful morning, afternoon, or evening wherever you are. Once a civilization has fulfilled the basic requirements for survival, it will inevitably seek to eliminate all forms of negativity and achieve perfection, and therein lies its folly and its downfall. For perfection is an unattainable ideal. 'Tis the paradox of the immaculate carrot. Yet civilizations since time immemorial have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the costs incurred in their futile quest, and all too often become the architects of their own demise. Their dreams, however, unfulfilled. What then is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect, to be content with what we have and make the most of it. When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins. Yes, it did work. That worked, Sash. Those things worked. Thank you, Sash. You did a good job. You just woke up because it was dark when you went to sleep and dark when you woke up. Getting dark before 6 p.m. is really ruining the sleep schedule. I'm sorry to hear that it's getting dark, like, before 6 p.m. Pardon my Eorzean, but what in the seven hells are you on about? And who are you, anyway? Cooking way at your service! I'm here to help prepare for the trip to the moon. And once you get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. I've been growing all different kinds. But don't worry, there'll be room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many of the Aetheri's species as possible, if you're up to the challenge. Yes, of course. I look forward to it. Well, this has been all highly productive. Probably. Let's go and see if Orianja and the others have run out of machinery to inspect, shall we? Dun, 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 dun. Why is it giving us boss music? Alright, so we gotta go all the way back up there. Alrighty then. How far am I to getting the Aether Currents done here? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. And I've got that mission, which will hand in the 4th, so... So I've still got a ways to go in getting all the Aether Compass shit done. 769 to the northwest. No, but, yeah, okay, so it's somewhere up here is the next one. I don't give a fuck that I am driving indoors! Made it. That was most enlightening, especially the part with the lemon muffin. Actually, I was wondering, do you know of any other places famed for their cuisine? Limsa Lominsa is home to the Culinary Guild, and many less than savory establishments. I gotta rep it for my hometown! Gotta rep it for the Lominsians! Finish real Rebrornich. I've never did finish. Wait. What? I can't read that properly. I need a translation. Ah, okay. Finish. You finished Realm Reborn, you never finish? You're spelling Bort. Fair enough. going through a Realm Reborn did take me a while as well. If you want to have context, Alcaris, how long I've been at this game, I have been doing this like once a week, maybe twice a week in some other times, but majoritively once a week I've been playing this game, and it took me 3 years to get to where I am right now. And this month, before I go on break in June, I'm going through like 6 Final Fantasy XIV streams in an effort to try and get through the Endwalker main questline and all its patch content before I go on break, because when I go on break, Dawn Trail comes out at the end of my break and then is like properly released in July. So yeah. Would that I have time to visit. The more I learn of Aetheris, the more I wish we could spare it from the final days. Also, Heidelin's orders are to flee, not to resist. If only there was some other way. Yeah, there's a few ways. Urianger appears to be tallying the Loporrits into preparation for an immediate departure. Grant, I trust thy time at Muriel Ergonomics did bear fruit. Our own efforts, too, were rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt our guests' relentless pursuit of knowledge could occupy them and us for a fortnight. Alas, time is of the essence. Let us return to Charlian Hamlet forthwith. I shall gladly attend to each and every Loporrit there, should further questions within my power to answer arise. My goodness, Urianger speaks in a very old-timey fashion. Aww. Can I just teleport there? Yes, I can. So yeah, because I was like over... Oh, actually, no, I don't want to teleport. I'm gonna head down to the southwest or southwest. Yep, I'm gonna go to the southwest curve because there should be an Aether Current there. That way, I'm not like, you know, backtracking too often. I can do it. I can do a bit of a detour there. Yep. So, 452 malms to the southwest. So it's gonna be somewhere around here, I reckon. Dun, 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 dun. 60 malms to the west. There it is. I was like at the end game section of Realm Reborn last time I played with 50 plus missions to get through to finishing that entirely. Ah, oh, terrible. That sounds terrible. That sounds like so much work. Alright, 400 and something. Alright, let's see if we can get there with very little to bother. Let's see how quickly we can get to it. $207. Alrighty. It hasn't told me to change direction just yet, so might be somewhere. Oh, there it is. I see it. Ow. Come on. There we go. Okay. Yep, so that leaves 2 more in Labyrinthos via Discovery. 787 to the north. So it's most likely somewhere up there. Now we teleport back. Gotta go. Night, guys. Not to worry, Phantom. Thank you for raiding in earlier, and I hope you had a wonderful time in Mass Effect Andromeda. You have a good sleeps. Also, I will hand in my quest with the veterinarian. there's a mood, which is an honest shame because you get to Heavensward and it's like night and day. You know what? You know what you need, Sashera? You need a posse. Sash, am I right? She needs a posse, doesn't she? She needs like a gang of friends. Look, he's returned. Can't thank you enough. I know they may not look it, but trolls are really quite intelligent. Yep, cool, 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 cool. Thank you for the Aether Current. There we go. Alright, so we've got 1, 2, 3 more missions to go, and 2, like, foot traffic ones to do. So yeah. Like, the unfortunate bit, Alkiris, is that, like, sure, compared to World of Warcraft, another popular MMORPG, Final Fantasy XIV, while an MMORPG, has in bold the RPG element, but is still a massive multiplayer online. You need friends and you need connections within the game to like help get you through it. This isn't something that you can like binge through in isolation, because the way they pace it out in both the missions and to when you get to the content that, you know, people engage in and such as, you know, doing the mechanics in dungeons and trials. The posse makes it fun. Sashera is correct, the posse makes it fun. I, like, stepped out from an American server to go to Oceania thinking that the posse would grow. That did not happen. But once I went back into the American server, like one that Sashera and Dazarus were a part of, and by extension, once again in, like, probably the larger populace of, like, Final Fantasy players and such that were English speakers, it was a fantastic time. What's more is now they've opened up data center travel so that even though my main character is here in the North American server, I can still visit the Materia server where there is some people who have moved to the Materia server and have not moved out. So, which is also a great thing. You had a couple of places you couldn't progress because you needed more players who just went in and died without a plan because you got one solo in the group running ahead. Ah. Oh yeah. I know what you're talking about. So if they're a tank, that's them running wall to wall because they want to get through the mechanics as quickly as they can, and they're reliant on the healers keeping them alive while the DPSs are, you know, doing the most that they can to, like, you know, break out as much of the ADs as possible. Meanwhile, as you mentioned, yeah, story skippers, bleh. Now, granted, me as a tank, I have not, and Code and Velk and Sashera, I have a lot of healer friends. So when I go into a dungeon where you only need 4 people, tank, healer, and 2 DPSs, either I'm running in as a tank, which already I'm setting the pace a little bit, or I'm going in with a friend who is also a healer, which means 50% of us are going at my pace. Very unlikely you're going to be able to... Very unlikely for story skippers to come in, because sure, you can probably out DPS me any day of the week, but how are you going to survive? You do not have the health pool to have the slap fights with the boss. You can't deal with that puss-pounding patty cake. Healers can't help when they're running off dying, so yeah. Honestly, it sounds like you do need a posse. You need a group of friends. Yes, Grant. That was indeed me verbalizing a sigh to express my emotional state. Do you want to know why? Because I saw the reconstructed environmental data for Aetheris at Logisticon Alpha, that's why. A forest is so lovely and so leafy. Are all of your forests like that? You should see the forest of the first. One was purple. The Black Shroud is quite leafy indeed, and a place of utmost tranquility. I'm not going to mention the first to them. That's not going to help them. Ah, I say. With a star so wonderful, it comes as no surprise that they're reluctant to leave it behind. I was a fool to think otherwise, to assume that the moon was something worth being proud of. How ridiculous we must seem to you, trying so hard, yet achieving so little. Not at all. Thy works are no less worthy for their uniqueness. I thought I heard tiny voices. Thancred! How didst thou fare? Oh, I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers while helping to move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruption here. Despite news of the coming end, we have the forum's leadership to thank for that. That doesn't mean people aren't worried, though. Quite the opposite. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, they hurried to complete their work, equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death. And we can hardly tell them that there's no cause for concern. Perhaps not. Though aided by my goodly growing way, we may yet find other ways to lighten their burden. Me? Be of use to people? I'm honored that you would think me so capable, but I'm not sure I'm up to the challenge. Nevertheless, I believe in thee. If you say so, I suppose it can't hurt to try. I passed someone moping in the Western Plaza that looked to be in need of a helping paw. Perhaps you would start with them. You remember doing the big castle place, and of course you needed a group to play with? And there was 3 story skippers who skipped through the story while I was doing it for the first time, skipping ahead. Ended up missing interacting with something, having to backtrack to interact with something just to progress. Oof. 'Tis a good a place as any. Come. Alright, it sounds like we need to help you out at some point. God damn, the music, it goes fucking strong in this area. Why is it going like a hard rock cafe? Donk. Oceania servers are cursed for EU, though. 300 plus millisecond ping tastes bitter. Oh boy, Valkyrie. 300 milliseconds. You finally feel the plight that Australians have felt all this time. They were born in that 300 millisecond ping. Their skills molded by it. You weren't just good at aiming. You had an instinctual knowledge of where to look and when to pre-fire. You were fucking wizard lizard levels of crazy. Oh, can I help you? It is you who would help me? Is my anxiety truly so obvious? A burden shared is a burden is eased. Pray, tell us of thy troubles. Those little fellows do look like good listeners. I'm an engineer, you see, and what they say of the ship, that it's the sum of decades of Charlian ingenuity, that it's built with peerless Allergen technology is all true, but I know that none of that is a guarantee. We've never before launched a starfaring vessel, let alone flown it into the great expanse. All the tests we've run have been on the ground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be aboard for the first voyage, but even so, if it fails then, what can we do? And if it doesn't, it could fall apart on the next flight, or the one after that. We've done everything we can to prevent that from happening, but it hardly matters. We thought the Afterburner's design was flawless too, and look how that turned out. Thou art familiar with these most daunting technologies, and thus dost thou hold the power to allay his fears? Oh, I'm not sure about that, but, well, maybe you could tell me if there are any aspects of the ship's design that you've especially worried about. Our ability to walk about and perform our tasks, for one. I've devised a mean by which to employ gravity, a spatio-temporal spell to regulate the environment, but what if that's not strong enough? What if everyone floats away and begins crushing into things as soon as we've lost the star? Ah, gravitation. Maybe I can be of help for that. Up there's not so different from down here, you see. The same rules apply, and if you consider them as part of one great big cosmos rather than separate places... You're actually working on your own sort of fantasy story world, like Final Fantasy, as well as inspiration taken from others in real-world places. Nice! I remember you talking about writing. A lot of hard work, though, writing, isn't it? I suspect both parties shall find comfort in this conversation. Yet, if Thancred's tale be true, still others would benefit from insights born of experience. Might I ever prevail upon the Lorowitz to attend them? An excellent idea, if I do say so myself. There is naught we'd like more than to ease the hearts of the fine people at Aetherius, and learn more about them while we're at it. Full glad am I to hear it. Gather thy companions and bring them hither. Grant, thou hast a gift for finding souls in need of succor. Pray seek thee out the distressed and the apprehensive, and inform them that help is at hand. I shall await them here, that I might introduce each to a suitable Loporit. Sorry. Oh, I do so look forward to that. A place for every Loporit, and every Loporit in their place. And once again, the music goes loud. Can I run through this? No, I cannot. Why do you not? Oh, can I jump over it? Yeah, I can jump over it. Apologies, but I'm awaiting a delivery. Whatever it is, we'll have to wait. It seems it's too busy to chat for the benefit of otherwise. Oh, Jesus Christ, that is a big circle. It's to get everyone hyped for what's to come. Still work at what... A distracted researcher. 56 bunches of weed in the ground, 56 bunches of weed. Rip one out, add it to the mound. 55 bunches of weed in the... I'm not neglecting my duties, I swear. I was in need of a little break, you see, but then I found myself unable to relax at all. So I went on a walk, and then I noticed these weeds, and... Pleasant company, conversation partners, and oh so fuzzy. Goodness me, that does sound like a much better way to relax. Alright, so we got one out of the way. Dink. Okay, I don't see anyone there. Blatant assistance. Where have they gone off to at a time like this? Beg pardon, but I have not the time for idle chit-chat. The Loporits are willing to help? Why didn't you say so? At least they won't moan about how they checked 24 times already and haven't slept in weeks. Jerk. I'm just gonna skip all this dialogue. They all want to talk to the Loporits, and they are talking to the Loporits. Come on, let's go, let's go, let's go. Hey, Capricious! Capricious! It's Cap! Cap! Look! Did you see it? Did you see it, Cap? Over there. Yeah. Ah, the end of the world is nigh, yet the work goes no faster. Schedules are such temperamental things. Feasible one moment, utterly bollocks the next. And yet I've never felt so alive. All I say is this. You're not prepared. Noted. Noted, noted, noted. That's why I'm going through these missions. This one seems to be coping well. Ange. I hate that it's like, oh, you have to, like, talk to these people. It's like, each one I'm talking to isn't even, like... The ones that don't accept a Lolarit, it's like, oh, that's not one of the 8. It's like, come on. Please. There we go. So that's number 5. Number 6. I do like their gear. Welcome back, Sage. You fell asleep, you woke back up for the day. Has the Final Fantasy been treating me nicely? The Final Fantasy has been treating me. I have gone past my requisite 16 minimum MSQs. This is so then that way when we get to Friday night, we don't have to go through a full 16, because I won't likely be able to, you know, go through 16 missions a Friday night, but hopefully, you know, we'll still be able to make a good dent into it and what have you. There we go. Deliciousness. Might I help you? Oh. You? No, okay. Where is the 8th one? You wouldn't do one of those challenges in Final Fantasy XIV like eat over 1,000,000 eggs now? Nope. Not my thing. Not my thing. I have enough of what Final Fantasy XIV is offering me right now before I start doing something ridiculous like, oh, let me challenge myself in terms of, like, you know, longevity nonsense, like eating 1,000,000 eggs from my inventory. Where the fuck are you? There you are. Crystal. Sylvester Crystal. Excuse me. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break while there's an advertisement running, because, yeah. 1 minute. I'm back. I'm back before the advertisements are done. Alrighty. Dan bought you a new guppy fishes for your birthday. Hey, nice! Cool fishes! Wait, what's a guppy fish? Guppy fish. Oh, it's like a tiny little thingamadoogie, isn't it? Literally that. It's just a guppy looking thing. Behold, Grant, through thine efforts word hath spread throughout Labyrinthos. Verily, to a far greater number than we anticipated, Living Way doth gather more Loporrits as we speak. I shall assign each in accordance with their skills, that new bonds of friendship might be forged. Should greater matters require not thine attentions, watch over them, I pity thee. One is mostly silver with an orange flare, tips on the fins, and the others look like a tiny goldfish with bright orange. Nice! Will be great to see how they look in the aquarium. Do you know we have a pets channel in the Discord? You can be posting about your fish in the pets channel.
Phew! Oh, finally some rest! Why, I haven't spoken so much in... well, in forever.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends on the moon.
The moon.
'Twould behoove you to consult with Sleeping Way. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Atheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial. Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge.
Nice.
When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that were it not for Urianger and
You will see her in the Endwalker expansion, which is where I'm currently at right now. This is expansion number 6, I want to say. So 2 is A Realm Reborn, 3 is Heaven's Ward, 4 is
what would they think
Stormblood, 5 is Endwalker,
I dare say
and
they'd
then
be more than a
6.
bit surprised.
Sorry, 5 is Shadowbringers, 6 is Endwalker. So yeah, you got a lays to go.
Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget.
Who are they?
Oh there. Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
Should I know them?
Yes, I am.
Vilson and Blovida, Sharlayan's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbreeder's parents.
Oh. Shame what happened to Moonbreeder.
It hath been some time. 'Tis good to see you in good health.
Likewise, old friend. Blovida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
I'll say, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where.
Aww.
Do you have any idea how worried we were?
Hug! Hug! Hug!
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person.
Hug her!
No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise. Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she'd want.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you. Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
Yes!
I'm sorry. I truly, truly am. I knew not what to say. Knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized. and meaningless in the moment.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know. We always know.
Great.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others. Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Urianger, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Urianger and the others? She had to mull it over for a while, arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
To see the boy, our daughter, trusted and believed in more than anyone, grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Urianger, for being who you are.
I think I can feel her too. The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
This moon breeder. She was important to him, wasn't she?
A long time ago.
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing.
Stinian is a testament to
That's
that.
why it's too soon for this to end.
Oh, Grant. Be assured that I'm fine. I am full glad to see them, too, after so very long. Gladder still that it was in your company. As difficult as it was to accept their kindness, it would have been far harder had I faced them alone. The pile of anxiety over Charlian's hamlet has thinned to more manageable levels. Thou hast my gratitude for lending courage to the Loporits. Not disposed to the rest on their laurels, several of our guests have elected to accompany my countrymen to their stations. Some few may still come hither seeking counsel, and so so shall I remind to aid them as need be. Thou art needed elsewhere. Do not let me detain thee. As a matter of fact, I was... Wait, there's Thancred. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you might check on Alizé. Last I saw, she was struggling to carry an enormous pile of boxes out the west gate. I could go myself, but we both know whose help she's less likely to scorn. Not to mention that, much to my misfortune, I can think of several other things I ought to be doing. Until later. You never expected such an emotional moment from Urianger, and you're glad that and goddamn did it break you? That was honestly like a very poignant moment, because for a very long time, I remember when we first met Urianger, like I honestly thought he was gonna turn into a bit of a villain, because I've been like indoctrinated because of anime with things such as Aizen during Bleach, and, you know, peeps like Orochimaru and the subterfuge they were doing, and Sasuke over in Naruto. I was half expecting that Urianger was just gonna turn into a full-blown villain or something like that. But instead, he was, like, really reserved and everything. And there was, like, a hint of, like, oh yeah, no, there's someone that talks to him and shit like that. With Moonbrita. I loved Moonbrita when I first saw her and such. But then people, like, kind of told me that, oh no, she's gonna die. And it was just like, god damn it. I couldn't be affectionate towards anything. And then the ending of A Realm Reborn went off, and you're just, like, getting hit left and right with all kinds of subterfuge and shit. What am I to do? Dun 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 dun. Why was there a child here in the first place? You hated that scene because people kept comparing me to Urianger. It was not an inaccurate comparison. You really love this game because of the moments like that. Aw, that's sweet. Hopefully they meant it as like a form of endearment. Hopefully that was like the point they were trying to make with it. Boots. Boots with the fur. He did have a brief stint as a villain in Heaven's Ward, but even then he did it with good intentions. Yeah, like it was okay. It wasn't during Heaven's Ward. It was during the Realm Reborn patch, though. That one was fine. Oop. I didn't mean to whip that out. And he. Oh my god, is this going to be another tailing quest? This is going to be another tailing quest, isn't it? It was meant as endearment, no worries there. That's good, that's good. Yep, that's another Aether Current. You're a visitor to Charlian, are you not? Another world. Is that meant to be jest? Look on your face tells me you're serious. Uh-huh, yep, cool. Speak with the thingy-majiggy. Alright, so they want me to speak with them. I need to go over here and hand in the quest. Though, man, am I a little upset now. Why? What's up? About the game, or about, like, how I'm going through these blue ticks, like, rapidly quickly? You probably won't believe it, but it knows that all is not right in Labyrinthos. Why don't you try telling me first? The outfits of the scientists aren't on the North American Mog Station yet? I thought they would be available in-game at some point. Fine, I should tell you what the color of the artificial light there. Huh? Most people haven't noticed, but when you spend your whole life here, the difference is like night and day. All because of my age. Got into a big fight with father about it. Labyrinthos is in danger. Okay. That we'll put on the back burner. I look like Sephiroth? Nah. I'm not the one-winged angel. They really like their fit, but it's locked to the Eastern shops at the moment. And they're only and the in-game ones are only limited to alchemists. Damn. Hither and Yarn is over to the north. Okay. Yeah. I want to get the blue ticks out of the way, so then that way I can fly around here. Yep. Dun, dun. Pray before the lantern crystal. A concept. Oh, Akasa. Alrighty. No, this isn't Dawn Trail. This is still Endwalker. I have not yet gotten up to... I've not yet gotten up to the end of this patch yet. Dawn Trail will come out in June 28th if you've paid for the early access. Otherwise, it will come out July 2nd, I believe. I believe that's the timeline. So Yoshi P wanted to release it in, like, you know, in the middle of June, but he made the joke that you know, he understood that there was, like, Elden Ring DLC was coming out and such, and so it was like, I'll give you 1 week. Which is kind of funny. Alrighty. So, that's the next Aether Current. Yeah, so I need to head to the northwest. $119. Oh, it's really close. Okay. Where? $148 to the... Ah, okay. Hang on. Ooh, big lady. Where the fuck are you? 95 to the east. Oh, okay, I see it now. I see the thing. You still feel bad for Yoshi P on the Endwalker release date. He had it planned to release on a lunar eclipse, but delays happened. Oh man. That would have been cool for peeps, I imagine. Did they do any special planning for Shadowbringers? Because I remember, like, this was a while ago, let me tell you, but I remember, like, Domino's was having a promotion where you could get a copy of the, like, depending on the pizza combo you got, you could get a copy of the Shadowbringers expansion, I think it was. He was... Oh, I'm sorry to hear that about him. There should be no more Aether Currents here, I'm pretty sure. Nope, there's apparently another one directly west. Give me a minute, Alize. I need to find this next Aether Current. 96. There you are. There yous are. Endwalker and so many other things delayed several times due to what happened. Yeah. Not sure if there was, but they do try to resuit it to a time. Started to tear up as well when I saw how he was. Like Dawn Trail being kind of summer themed. Dawn Trail is still summer themed, is the thing. Like, you're going off in, like, sort of the late 8 June, early July. That's damn smack middle of summer. Grant, what are you doing here? No, I don't mind if you help with the boxes, but it's far from the most exciting of tasks. Are you sure? Well, I appreciate the assistance. We need to get at these to Aporia. Time is short, of course, but they're full of organic specimen and samples, so try not to be too rough with them. Alphino should be waiting for us when we arrive. I'll see you there. Alright, how quickly do I need to do this? Alrighty, I'm going to need some help. I need to try and get this as quickly as I can, and I got 3 minutes to do so. Look at my Warrior of Light just like jumping up with both feet up in the air. Look at this. Look at that. See, he clicks his heels together. He's just like click, click, click. Hop, 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 hop. Look, Call of Duty fans, I am bunny hopping. Ah, you're helping with the crates. Wonderful. You can put that at there with the others. Ow. You have my gratitude. But how did you come to be involved in this? Ha! Then I suppose I have Thancred to thank as well. If you're wondering why we were tasked with bringing these boxes to Aporia to begin with, so was I. It turns out that this is a base of operations of sorts. Those were final says as to what is included in the ship's manifest can be found here. Father included, I suspect. That should be everything. You carried all of that at once? Are you trying to injure yourself? Oh, hush. They're lighter than they look, and not everyone has your delicate arms. I suppose we should let someone know that we're finished. Theopoldin is in the courtyard. We can report to him. Or why don't you go come along? You should get credit for your assistance at least. Considering where we are, we might even learn something interesting. The joke was too corny. It was an appropriate level of corny, thank you very much. What's the point of making bunny jokes? What's the point of being a Viera if I can't make bunny jokes? There we go. And I need to attune to this thingy-madiggy, so then that way I have that available to me as well. Attune to you. And beautiful. Gods, it never ends, does it? What can I do for you? We've brought samples from Charlie and Hamlet, Series 110. The crates are by the entrance. Ah, thank you. I'd expected one of my colleagues, but we are dreadfully short-handed. Just a moment. Are you the Fortuno... Oh, children, are you not? Alphino and Alize, at your service. You're well acquainted with Father, I take it. Quite. I've been friends with your parents since our days at the Studium. I remember when you were yay high, waddling hither and thither. Clearly, it's been quite some time since we've met. 'Tis good to see you again, wielding your father's nolith, no less. You mean our parents when they were young? What were they like then, pray? Spare no details. I should like nothing more than to regale you. Alas, I am meant to be in charge here, and reams of paperwork want for submission. We can help with that, in exchange for the sort of stories our parents would never willingly divulge, of course. Very well then. There happens to be 3 sets of documents in need of delivery, so how about you each take one? Would it be classified discrimination if I ever mailed you carrot-themed items? Nah. I won't be offended to that. Wait, right there. You will find a forum representative waiting to collect these near the southernmost structure. I hope I haven't kept her waiting too long. Never mind Alphino and Alize, I'm certain they'll be back soon enough. Alrighty, where am I going? What am I doing? Deliver the ream of documents to the representative. Oh my god. Where is this fucking representative? Sup, representative? Here is your signed documentation. Hi there, Arya. Welcome to the stream. Take this trinket for good luck. What trinket? Theopolitan's paperwork. I was beginning to worry he had misplaced his quill. I appreciate your help in seeing these documents to my hand, at least. As for your other task, pray keep this between us, but I sincerely hope cookie for Arya's soul song. Here's your cookie. Hope you're having a wonderful time. Give me a moment. I need to do something real quick. Hang on a second. Manage your streams. There you go. Yep, okay, cool. Pray keep this between us, but I sincerely hope you Scions succeed. The Exodus is, without a doubt, the most monumental undertaking in the history of the Forum, and so we must be circumspect in all respects. Risk is a privilege we cannot afford ourselves. At its heart, however, Sharlayan has ever been a nation of the curious. 'Twould be a tragedy indeed if we were the ones to stimulate your pursuit of truth. Yes, I'm still going. I will be done shortly, Code. I will be done shortly. Raid should be stopped for at least 59 minutes, so no one should raid into me as I'm ready to hand in one of my last quests for the evening. Quick and efficient, I dare say. You have a talent for this work. The twins' papers only need to be delivered to elsewhere in the facility, so they should be returning any moment. Soon. It's gonna be in at least the next 26 minutes or less. We return, with not a scrape of paperwork remaining on our persons. You both have my thanks, and my apologies for sending you on an errand far below your ambitions. Why, even as a babe you struggled out of your swaddling clothes. That is quite enough of that. Thank you. It was comprising stories of our parents that we've asked to hear, to reiterate. Of course. I've known your father for so long, I must have something. Well, as you know, part of why the Levelou name garnishes such respect in Sharlayan is your family's storied history. You two can trace your ancestry directly to those who came aboard Nunclif's Hope, a lineage few can claim. I've never thought much of it myself. It's not as though our forebears founded our nation, they were simply there when it happened. Nevertheless, it had traditionally been a point of pride. 'Tis why Nunclif's pronouncient renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason has ever been our family's creed. Until your grandfather's time, Archon Louis Soir looked not to Nunclif's words, but his deeds. He asserted in defiance of his peers that choosing to save the great and the small from the rising tides was the true mark of our founder's virtue. Perhaps it was his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecies and the fall of civilizations that led him to conclude that to eschew conflict at every turn was to consign mankind to its doom. There will ever be conflict and calamity to follow thus. To ignore the plight of those who might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. You remember his words well. Indeed, Archon Louisoix lived by that personal creed, and used every means at his disposal to bring succor to those in need, Charlian or no. No one loved and admired your grandfather more than his son. Yes, Fort Orchino could not reconcile Louisoix's deeds with the philosophy of their forebears and his peers, a philosophy in which he believed so fervently, yet made a pariah of his father. Fort Orchino agonized over this contradiction for much of his life. Gods, father? A son may carry his father's blood, but his choices are his own to bear. It is not always thus. Gods know Fort Orchino's a cranky old goat, so I'm not sure you butt heads often enough. Yet even so, you must know that you're constantly in his thoughts, every moment of every day, and that is not an exaggeration in the slightest. You should have seen him when you were born, barely recognizable. He was a kind of dumbfounded grin I'd not seen since he first took a fancy to your mother. He was practically skipping when he told me the news. Take my word for it, he loves you in an embarrassing degree. But he is also frustratingly single-minded. Once he's decided that a given action is for the best, he will stay the course no matter who or what opposes him. A profoundly annoying habit when you're on the other end of it, as I'm sure you'll agree. I'll say, thank you for your insight. When next we meet our parents, I shall mention that we spoke. Try not to get me into too much trouble now. I need the forum on my side. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back to work. I have to make sure those specimens you brought make it to their proper place, or the cranky old goat will have my hide. We can speak again later. Woo! Dun 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 dun. We are almost done. Hail, you three. Graha, surely Kokol has driven you out of the forge already. For better or for worse, no. However, he has set me a task that requires more than my single pair of hands, and here you are. I could use at least one of you, but I won't object to more. Unfortunately, Alize and I have prior commitments, and we have delayed too long as it is. What about you, Grant? Can you spare the time? Technically, no. Perfect, this shouldn't take long. Alright, dink, donk. Oh, there's that little center point there. Talk to the Chocobo Creeper really quickly. That way the porter is in my purview. Swap over to Paladin as I now go into this area, which should unlock the entirety of the what's-a-mahoozy place for me. Let's see, will it let me in? Ah, goddammit. Okay, never mind. Krona, Katapo, Azamu. Alrighty. Ding, dong, hands, jewelry. I'll keep the weapons coffer unused because I don't know which of the Alright, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Oh, I got a flintlock on my thingy-madiggy. That's funky. Alrighty, I am going to teleport back to Limsalominsa so I can get to a bell and I can get to a bed. But as far as this stream goes, that is it. We are done for tonight. We went far, let me tell you. We went very far. The next mission I have is titled Once Forged. I reckon that is going... Like, I reckon I'm a mission or two away from a... What's a Mahoozies? Let me double check. Yep, I'm like a mission or two away from doing a, from doing like a dungeon. So we're gonna leave that for next time. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So it will take 12 more missions before we're done with the 88 to 89 range. And I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th mission. Apparently, I need to have done the alliance raids and something like that. So hopefully, I'll need to find some time. I'll do the raids off stream, just so then that way I can sort of go at them with my own pace and be able to do so unsynced. Because it's not 100%, like, I can read through things fairly quickly. So if there's any stuff that's, like, you know, just not worded or what have you, then I'll just probably read it a lot quicker. And as Jason can attest, some people really want me to be able to, like, read it aloud and such rather than just skip through it very quickly. So... Alrighty, I've done all that. I now need to retreat back into my thingy, and that is going to be it for... Thank you for the amazing stream. I hope you enjoy your streams and you're getting to tune in on them. I'm glad you were able to join in, Sage. I really appreciate it. The next time I will be streaming this week will be Wednesday, so that is going to be Yakuza 3. It's not too popular of a stream compared to my Final Fantasy stuff, especially since I've put so much time into Final Fantasy, but I'm still very much enjoying my time. I'm in Yakuza a little bit. It's not top of my list in terms of, like, narrative enjoyment, but I am fine with the combat now that it's not, like, lagging for me and what have you, so got that going for me, which is nice. Now, let's have a look. Who is online? Who can we go and raid into? Let me go back to home. Let's go for a big streamer if we can. Hang on. Refresh. I don't think it refreshed. There we go. All right. Let's go for Persivore. Persivore is a monkey. She is an artist. She's doing like a narrative of like the One Piece manga as well, which is really cool. But it looks like she's playing some Ty the Tasmanian Tiger. So got some Aussie representation there. I think you're gonna have a wonderful time over there. If you have the emotes, you're welcome to join in with our raid message, Himbo Raid. Show us your cutest guys and gals and non-binary pals, or prepare to get swole. If you do not have the emotes, that is okay. You can use whichever other kinds of emotes that you think is worthwhile with the Himbo Raid message. You're more than welcome to, or no emotes at all. You decide. Otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to this morning's stream that's gone off now for 11 hours. Holy shit, I greatly appreciate it. I hope you all have a good afternoon, morning, evening, night, wherever you are. And I will see you all hopefully Wednesday or Friday for when it's Final Fantasy XIV. But otherwise, I'll see you all next time. Bye for now.